成熟庄稼的标志, the symbol of ripe crop. 春风, September 12010. The time for the harvest of crops will mark the end of this system. Angels will carry out the harvesting. Jesus, I am the angel to harvest the ripe crop. I will gather in the ripe crops and put them in the granary of the greatest creator. Thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. I will bring mankind to a new millennium, the era of life genuine. The so-called ripe crop refers to person with a perfect soul. The ripe crop that I will harvest has the following characteristics. Revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. Do not involve in marriage and family, do not involve in state, do not involve in political party, and do not involve in religion. Have no position, no property, no reputation, and no influence. Have no jealousy, complaint, and comparison. Have no selfishness, greed, and contention. Have no laziness, arrogance, and enmity. Have no anxiety, worry, and fear. Not self-opinionated, flexible, and accommodating. Act in response to the will and follow the Tao. Be humble, kind, industrious, honest, faithful, unsophisticated, healthy, and civilized. Be good at games, like collective activities and collective life. Be outgoing and vivacious, and always remain happy and pleasant. Cling to celestial life rather than human life, to celestial relations rather than human relations. Follow the Tao of celestial beings rather than the Tao of man. Attach to the fairyland rather than the human world. Without the above 8 characteristics, the crop cannot be regarded as ripe crop. The unripe cannot be gathered in the granary, kingdom, of the greatest creator, and cannot enter the heavenly kingdom. I will lead the ripe crop to the heavenly kingdom, thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, celestial island continent of the Elysium world. The unripe crops will enter the life genuine era to continue their growth and development. As for the others, they are none of my business and have nothing to do with me. 人间和千年界的情爱观对照. A contrast between the view of love in human world and the view of love in thousand-year world. Xiefeng, April 28, 2007. Human world. I have affection for you, and you must also have affection for me. I love you, and you must also love me. The thousand-year world. I have affection for you, but you need not have affection for me. I love you, but you need not love me. Human world. I have affection and love for you. You must be responsible for my affection and love. The thousand-year world. I have affection and love for you. You need not be responsible for my affection and love. Human world. Lovers will be united in marriage and family. The thousand-year world. Lovers need not be united in marriage and family. Human world. I love only you. The thousand-year world. I love all people. Human world. I have affection only for you. The thousand-year world. I have affection for all people. Human world. There are reasons and conditions for affection and love. The thousand-year world. There are no reasons and conditions for affection and love. Human world. You can only love me. The thousand-year world. You must love all people. Human world. Affection and love is selfish. The thousand-year world. Affection and love is unselfish. Human world. The soul and attentive constant love is most respectable. The thousand-year world. The soul and attentive constant love is most harmful to the collective and society. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other own each other. The thousand-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other do not own each other. Human world. The couple who have affection and love for each other keep company with each other all their life. The thousand-year world. The couple who have affection and love for each other can part with each other anytime. Human world. One may worry that his or her love may be usurped by other people. The thousand-year world. One need not have any worry about love. Human world. I will protect my affection and love. The thousand-year world. I will release my affection and love. Human world. One must pay the cost for affection and love. The thousand-year world. Affection and love is natural and one need not pay any cost. Human world. My affection and love belong to you, and your affection and love belong to me. The Thousand-Year World. There is no affection and love that belongs exclusively to anyone. Human world. Without your affection and love, I will be overwhelmed with sorrow. The Thousand-Year World. Everyone has affection and love, and no one will be overwhelmed with sorrow because of affection and love. Human world. There is jealousy and resentment involved in affection and love. The Thousand-Year World. One will only experience joy and pleasure in affection and love and will not feel jealousy and resentment. Human world. I feel unhappy to see your affection and love for others. The Thousand-Year World. I feel happy to see your affection and love for others. Human world. Affection and love is restricted by morals and customs. Otherwise, it constitutes the abuse of affection and love. The Thousand-Year World. Affection and love is itself moral. There is no problem of abuse of affection and love. Human world. Affection and love is something to be pursued. The Thousand-Year World. Affection and love is the precious gift endowed by the greatest creator and is the nature of origin. Human world. Affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. The Thousand-Year World. Lack of affection and love is the greatest obstacle to achieve the spiritual state of celestials and Buddha. Human world. Secular affection and love is the principal factor to maintain the harmony and stability of society. The Thousand-Year World. Secular affection and love is the principal factor that contributes to the plight and afflictions of man and human society. 情爱中毒. The Intoxication of Love. 睡疯. June 29, 2010. Affection and love are the precious gifts bestowed to the humankind by the greatest creator. Like salt in dishes, affection and love can make the food delicious and delectable. However, what will happen if we take mouthfuls of salt or mix a lot of salt in the dishes? It is just terrible. There is no real poison in the world. Everything can be poison if the proper amount is exceeded. Heroin, arsenic, opium, morphine, marijuana, Dolantin, coca, cocaine, ice, ketamine, and ecstasy are all useful things if taken in an extremely small amount. Once the proper amount is exceeded, they are poisons. Oxygen is very good thing, right? But you may poisoned if you take high concentration, high flow, and high pressure of oxygen for an exceeded amount of time. Appropriate amount of wine can help regulate the circulation of blood, but we will be poisoned by alcohol if we take too much wine. We drink water every day, but we may be poisoned if we drink more water than kidney can handle. A proper amount of bee venom is beneficial to our health, but excessive dosage of it will kill us. Money is a very good thing, but if we are blinded by lust for money, money may prove the most lethal poison. Appropriate amount of desire is also a good thing, but it may prove to be a deadly poison if we are consumed by boundless avarice. Affection and love is a very good thing, but once we are blinded by it, affection and love will be the poison of life. In the proper amount, everything will be useful, but once the proper amount is exceeded, anything can be a poison. What kinds of affection and love are poisons of love? The affection and love between wife and husband is the poison of life. The affection and love between lovers is poison of life. The steadfast affection and love is poison of life. The fully devoted affection and love is poison of life. The hysterical affection and love is the poison of life. The intoxicating affections and love is the poison of life. The affection and love that makes it difficult for you to sleep and have any appetite is the poison of life. The affection and love with a solemn pledge is the poison of life. The affection and love that require a life of commitment is the poison of life. The above poisons of affection and love are all a result of excessive dosage. If you are emaciated for affection and love, if you are lost in a trance, if you become listless because of love, or if you die for love, you are poisoned by love, which is no different from the poisoning of heroin. People, take care. Be on guard against the love poisoning. The best way to prevent love poisoning is to learn from celestial beings in the Thousand-Year World. 百年惨烈地震与耶稣警示. A century's dreadful earthquakes and Jesus' revelation. 睡疯. January 19, 2010. Jesus the Christ's revelation said, And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Historically, human beings had never experienced such frequent earthquakes in the history. Please look at the following cataclysmic earthquakes all over the world. On December 28, 1908, the earthquake in Messina, Italy took more than 80,000 lives. On December 16, 1920, about 200,000 people were killed in the earthquake in Haiyuan, China. On September 1, 1923, in Japan, it was estimated that about 143,000 deaths in the Great Kanto earthquake. On October 5, 1948, in Turkmenistan, the Ashgabat earthquake took 110,000 lives. On May 31, 1970, the earthquake in Ancash, Peru killed about 70,000 people and 800,000 became homeless. In 1976, the death toll in the Great Tangshan earthquake in China was about 250,000. On December 26, 2004, Indian Ocean earthquake triggered a series of devastating tsunamis, and 227,898 people were killed according to official announcement. On October 8, 2005, about 79,000 were killed in the Pakistan Kashmir earthquake. On May 12, 2008, in China, the Sichuan earthquake killed 69,225 people and 17,923 were missing. On January 13, 2010, a strong earthquake struck Haiti, killing about 300,000 people. What do these frequent earthquakes mean? It means the beginning of circles of sorrows. Human beings are on the point of experiencing a period of unusual difficulties. Great tribulation is coming. Jesus told us, "For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. No, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved." But for the elects refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, sake those days shall be shortened. For as the lightning comes out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect, refers to the Chanyuan celestials on Book of Life noted by Dayform Buddha, from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. The Life Chanyuan era will start then. We must be alert and keep watch because we are at a turning point in human history. Believe it or not, it's up to you. 不要把希望寄托在人身上. Do not lay your hopes on a person. Xiefeng, July 9, 2012. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Care. Human beings are absolutely unreliable. However trustworthy a person seems, they will eventually die. So how can he or she be reliable? Can parents be reliable? They cannot even master their own fates to be alive or dead the next day. So how can they be relied upon? Can husbands and wives be reliable? Not mentioning the changes of faith and love, even if their love remains strong and consistent, once there is any unexpected misfortune, where will the person that you want to rely on be? Can sons and daughters be reliable? There have been many concerned parents since very ancient times. But where is the child who is filial? Chinese proverb. Can lovers be reliable? Someone once said, "I will surely be responsible for her." This is total nonsense. You do not even know whether you will be alive or not on the next day. So how can you be responsible for her? Can you guarantee her happiness and blessings for her whole life? You cannot even guarantee your own happiness and blessings in your life. So how can you guarantee other people's happiness? Can brothers and sisters be reliable? Can friends, superiors, and subordinates be reliable? Even Chairman Mao is not reliable, not mentioning any other people. Am I, Xiefeng, reliable? No. We have today's homeland only because we are walking on the way of the greatest creator. This is a blessing from the greatest creator, the result of Tao's operation, not because Xiefeng has any special abilities or talents. Question. Then who can be relied upon? Answer. Only the greatest creator and walking the way of the greatest creator. As a person works and behaves by following the will of and the way of the greatest creator, that is the best policy. 人类新生活模式样板已经建成. The new life mode of human being has come into being. Shuefeng, August 23, 2012. The ideal life mode once dreamed of by many saints, as what the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote in his dialogue The Republic, the one world Confucius was after, and the communist society Karl Marx pursued, has been practiced and realized now on Earth. This new life mode is beyond what Plato, Confucius, and Karl Marx and other saints had imagined and described. It was born in a completely new way, and this brand new life mode is just the idyllic the second home founded by Life Genuine. The life mode of the second home is totally different from the traditional life mode we are familiar with. Many saints' dream has completely come true. People live in a worry-free environment where troubles, bitterness, anxiety, desperation, and fear are reduced to the minimum, and so are conflict, fight, and crimes. An all-around harmonious and sustainable coexistence between man and nature, man and society, man and man is realized. Our 3.5 years practice and experiences have fully proved that this new life mode is more than just successful. It will be developing continuously and healthily and have an extremely bright future. We have now total 180 residents living in our community, which includes 13 kids. The age of the oldest resident is 87 while the youngest is only 3. 180 people live in 3 branches separately. The biggest branch has 72 residents, and the smallest has 45 people. Most people are from rural areas of China. The education level of majority is middle school. More than half of the residents are female. Middle-aged are the majority, and the average age in the community is around 40. The second home implements a paradise management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. This mode stimulates and motivates the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness, and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. There is no management team or leaders. People do their work voluntarily. There isn't any office. No other meeting or gathering are held except Monday. Wednesday nights are the time for group study, and Friday night is the time for everyone to gather to discuss and solve any issue that may arise in day-to-day lives. Everyone here is first and foremost an ordinary worker. There used to be a branch manager to organize the running of the branch, and now this role has been canceled. Each branch only has a senior, whose role is neither manager or leader, but just a coordinator to arrange and coordinate branch's daily activities. There is no more traditional family in the second home. Husband and wife relationship pattern is broken automatically when the couple start living in the community and they become independent of each other. The nurture and education of kids, the care of the senior residents will be the pure responsibility of the community, which means that children are no more responsible for the well-being of their parents and vice versa. All the jobs in the second home are professionalized and specialized, big or small. There will one person in charge. The chef only does cooking, the washer only does the laundry, the cleaner only does cleaning, the gardener only does gardening, and chicken raiser only cares chicken, vegetable growers only grow veggies, and the one who cultivate economic crop just focus on making sure the crop grow well, builders only do the building and maintenance work. The purchaser, driver, hairdresser, healthcarer, and tailor will be doing other jobs when they finish the main task. Homeschool teacher is a part-time job, so teachers are involved in manual labor when they are free. The main income of the second home comes from the donation of Chanyuan Celestials. We grow a variety of vegetables ourselves. Now the supply can meet the demand of 180 residents. Every day we can get altogether about 300 chicken and duck eggs from 3 branches, which ensure that everybody could have at least 1 egg each day. The meals are mainly veggies, but we do have meat occasionally. This year we have started the business of growing monk fruits, and now we have total 10,000 monk fruit trees under management. If everything goes well, a yearly 1,000 RMB net profit can be expected. The officers from Public Security Department of Yunnan Province, China, where the community is located, once said after visiting our community, "What you have done is too ideal, and we doubt how you people can keep and develop this life mode. But I'm very sure that the economic development of the second home will not have any problem, and we can definitely become self-sufficient and eventually live in abundance. The reality will prove it after 3 years." In the 3 years' time since the second home was founded, Our community never had any form of attrition and conflict tie-on with our neighbors. Actually, we keep a very friendly relationship with the neighbors. Internally, the community residents never had any quarrel, argument, abuse, or fight, and everyone get well along with other people. Also, violations of the law and crimes are not seen here at all. Gambling, drug taking, prostitution, and stealing have totally disappeared. The environment of three branches has become very idyllic. All branches are surrounded by green mountains and clean streams. Luxuriant plants and trees are everywhere. We have a variety of fruit trees, especially pear, bayberry, peach, and chestnut trees, which produce fruits more than our residents could consume. Over 70 different kinds of flowers are blossoming in all seasons. Our home is clean and tidy everywhere, especially the kitchen, dining room, and public toilets. You can hardly see any stain. The crisscrossed brick or cement walkways in the orchards extend in all directions. In our fourth branch, brooks babbling can be heard everywhere, and the Crystal Mountain spring flows through the front of everyone's bedroom and the vegetable garden. Rooms of all branches are managed according to hotel standard. All rooms are equipped with a wooden bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. Each of the bedrooms later built by ourselves has a spacious bathroom and a closet. All rooms have two windows which allow enough sunlight and fresh air to come in. We also built an entertainment hall which can hold 300 people and a five-star level dining hall which can seat 150 people. Except that every a few kids are still live together in one big room. Other people all have a separate bedroom. The ideal of no one pockets anything found on the road, doors are not bolted at night, has been completely realized in the second home. There never be any stealing case in 3 years. Nobody ever lost anything, and people can keep their door open at daytime and leave the door unlocked at night. Breaking into other people's bedroom without permission at night is rarely heard. The meal standard in our community is above worldwide average. The main course is usually rice, steamed bread, steamed stuffed bun, twisted roll, noodle, Chinese dumpling, and spring onion pancake. The vegetables include cabbage, Chinese cabbage, carrot, eggplant, cucumber, capsicum, tomato, potato, cauliflower, chives, celery, string beans, and melons. The meal is usually served in buffet style. Everybody can take what they need, and the food supply is always enough to feed all. All residents own nothing but have everything. All properties belong to everyone. Individual no more own any property or money. No one is treated specially. All people go to the dining room for food. The storeroom is open for everyone to take what they need for daily life. There is no distribution and supervision. Clothing can be purchased on demand. The basic policy is as long as the goods is not luxurious and wasteful, it will be definitely purchased to meet the need of requester. Currency is no more useful inside the community, and money transaction also disappeared between people. The second home basically does not have any celebration activity except the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year. We don't celebrate birthday too. Gifting between people is not allowed. The second home try to prevent any religious ceremony and political activity. We don't have church, temple, mosque, preaching hall, meditation room and office. We don't have any form of worshiping, for example, burning incense and bowing to an idol. Therefore, we don't hang up the image of any saint, master, and Buddha. Everything comes from nature and should be returned to nature. So artificial stuff is unwanted in our home. Moreover, everyone is independent of others, and no one should impose his will upon other people. The cultural and recreational activities in our community is full of variety. In addition to the monthly big party, we play games and have entertainment anywhere when we feel like to. Game ideas are so many and varied that we always have new and exciting one to play. Singing, dancing, and poetry recitation are the main theme of entertainment. All residents can participate in these activities so that their talents and skills can be displayed and developed. Our home is short of musical talents now, but we prepare to buy some instruments so that we can enjoy the beautiful music of flute, piano, Chinese pipa, and trumpet all round our home in future. We don't have a reading room and only have small volume of books right now, so we plan to set up a library in each branch, and most books will be related to philosophy and natural science. The second home has a home school for 13 kids study purpose, and their level is now at 4th, 5th, and 6th grade of primary school. We have classroom, study desk, blackboard, and a big playground. The educational materials are the same as what people use in public schools, which meet the requirement of the Chinese Department of Education. The teachers are chosen from residents who are either used to be a professional teacher or have completed tertiary education. In addition to the basic subjects, we also added the subjects of how to behave as a competent and useful man and the relationship between human being and the greatest creator, God. Kids are also required to do some manual labor according to each one's ability, for example, cleaning bedroom and yard, pulling weeds. English language is also a major subject in primary school education. Each does his best according to his ability and asks for what he need is a key policy in our home. Anyone, even if he is 800 years old, as long as he is still fit, should assume a job according to his ability. Therefore, there is no such saying as retired in our home. Nobody is an idle and parasite. Everyone has something to do. In fact, working has become the most basic and enjoyable daily activity for everyone. It almost turned to a form of game. People feel like they are punished if they are not allowed to work. In the second home, if someone has caused any hurt to others mentally, spiritually, or physically, this person will be dismissed immediately from the community. The love between man and woman is absolutely free in the second home. Nobody should interfere a couple in love, but group sex is prohibited. Also, we implement the value, gents come second. Ladies are always first and should be respected for no reason. So man can never be active trying to seduce a woman, and any form of sex harassment is strictly prohibited. Breaking into a woman's room without her permission is not permitted. Moreover, in our home, there is no marriage. One would be relocated to a different branch every 3 years. Therefore, permanent relationship between man and woman is almost impossible. If a man and a woman fall into love and don't want to be set apart, they can choose to return to the secular world, get married, and form a family like what people do in traditional society. Currently, the situation of the second home can be described as excellent, and it is developing towards the direction of more and more perfect, more and more ideal. We have set a successful example for all human beings. If everyone on this earth lives according to this new life mode, undoubtedly, this world will become a heaven, an Eden. The earth will no longer have wars, conflicts, crimes, famine, and crisis, but enter into a new peaceful era. Man and man, man and society, man and natural will coexist very harmoniously. Every single person of human beings, no matter which country, ethnic group, religious and political party you come from, no matter you are rich or poor, no matter you are big or small, please note that the second home will not develop to any kind of political party which might cause trouble and harm to you. I believe that if you are interested in this new life mode, if you come live in our community, you won't lose anything. On the contrary, you will surely get more than you can imagine. I sincerely hope that you will pay close attention to us, and we warmly welcome journalists or visiting groups to come to our home to experience this exciting lifestyle. Note: Chanyuan Celestials are those people who like the above lifestyle and are willing to give up all their possession in secular world and dedicate their life to initiating a heavenly-like brand new era. They are the ones who are brave enough to pursue the highest state of life, which is a journey on the earth full of fun, happiness, freedom, and joy. 一个不自由的人是不会明白道德的. One who takes no liberty will not understand morality. Xiefeng, July 9th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. First of all, the morality of which I speak here are Tao and virtue. Tao is the consciousness of the greatest creator and the synthesis of all laws and rules of the universe. Virtue is the level of which life is consistent with Tao, and as with love, it is only a state of life. Liberty is a state of mind with neither selfishness nor ego, and without worry, fear, responsibility, or obligation, but rather is acting freely and being unfettered. Without it, we can neither enjoy life nor understand the meanings of Tao and virtue. In other words, those who take no liberty remain confused. Very few articles are worth reading. All those that were written by authors who have taken no liberty will cheat and deceive their readers. As the 5 blind men who patted parts of an elephant, they will concentrate on details while not understanding the whole picture. Therefore, rather than reading textbooks, it is better to read the book without words. Who are some of the people who take no liberty? Leaders of governments are surely not free. nor are any of their officials who serve them. Masters of commerce who administer obligations and responsibilities to their disciples are not free, nor is anyone who lives for money, power, status, or fame. Those who own wealth and property are not free, nor are those who sleep all night only to work hard all day. Those who are fighting for some ideal, and those living in traditional marriages and families are certainly not free. Finally, those who fear death and those who are inflexible in any way are deservedly not free. Actually, liberty is the quality of life in heaven. There are very few free people in the mortal world, and this is why history is so full of pain, confusion, misfortunes, struggles, contradictions, and all too often, total chaos and disorder. 茫茫苦海悲剧人生, The Vast Sea of Bitterness and the Tragic Life. Xiefeng, edited by Kayer. Being born into this world is tantamount to falling into a boundless sea of bitterness. How many ideals come to naught? How many hopes turn into despair? How much frustration? How many tears from the heart run on and on all day long? How much unspeakable bitterness follows us, year after year? Each year, 1 million people around the world commit suicide, and the number who try but fail is too high to count. Why? Because of life's bitterness. In this vast sea of bitterness, the shore is ever elusive. The endless suffering is too hard to explain. When will this pain ever stop? The suicides of 1 million people is only the tip of the iceberg or a drop of water in the vast sea. Much more pain is hidden under placid surfaces like volcanoes before they erupt. Hidden behind each smiling face are unspeakable hardships and sorrow. On the worried looks of the frowns and brows there is much sadness and regret. Your social status rises, yet your suffering increases. You make more money, yet your pain increases each day. You finally have no worries about food, clothing, accommodations, or travel, yet you worry more. Your level of education includes a high degree and your knowledge is admirable. Yet rather than sweeping your troubles away, they squeeze you like a constrictor snake. You endure in silence, struggle hard, wait for a long time, eagerly look forward to the dawn's light. But no dawn of life appears on the distant horizon, only an immeasurable abyss. As a life guide and a life guide, I know where the shore of freedom and blessing is. I understand how to leave this boundless sea of bitterness. I can guide you to heaven, but you neither believe me nor trust me. You are full of doubts, and even some of you who did follow me could not follow the route map I designed for you strictly enough. You followed my shadow, but not my spiritual light. In this way, you could never escape from life's pain and troubles or reach the ideal shore. Where is your pain? Your pain and all your bitterness are in your dedicated life program, your greed and selfishness, your lust, your possessions, your attempts to control and possess others, your envy, complaints, and comparisons, and in your passivity and pessimism. In other words, it is in your ignorance and savagery. Committing suicide? Do you want to quench your thirst with a tall glass of poison? That would only lead you straight to hell. It is definitely not the right way to escape from your suffering. The best ways to get rid of your life afflictions are to carry on your torture stake, but to follow each step along my route map. As long as you strictly follow my route map, the farther you walk, the more you will begin to feel relaxed, the brighter it will be, the less pain you will feel, and the nearer you will be to heaven. If you do not follow my route map strictly, your pain and suffering will never end. You can either hold on to your original way, or you can choose a different path, but I can tell you that this is the only way to heaven. If you do not believe me, then just wait for your experience to answer. Never assume that you can escape from the immense darkness on your own as you walk ahead. Without my guidance, you can never leave the affliction of the cave of the silver web, nor can you ever escape from the immense darkness. 雪峰向贪官污吏黑恶势力的宣言书 Xiefeng's Manifesto to Corrupt Officers and Dark Power. Xiefeng, December 3, 2013. Translated by Tsong Long. In today's peaceful China, there still exists a group of corrupt officers and dark power who violate laws, bully the kind, confounding black and white, and stop at no evils even in broad daylight. We have walked to today and have suffered enough bullying and humiliation from corrupt officers and dark power. We cannot stand it anymore, and I hereby want to declare war on you. Numerous people have sacrificed their precious life in order to realize the loftiest ideal and for the interests of all humanity. Their blood cannot be paid in vain. Today, I want to take over previous martyrs' unfulfilled cause and will fight to death for this great ideal. Today, we have realized the absolute communal lifestyle within a small group, and you want to nip this flower in the bud, but I tell you, it is impossible. You have used despicable means by threat, intimidation, and slander, damaged the road, cut the power and telephone cables, broke the water pipe, grabbed the camera by force, shoved young kids, and harassed community members at night to forcibly occupy the home of many kind and diligent people and order them to move out. You use your power to commend the Public Security Bureau, including the Domestic Safeguard Team, to create difficulties and make sufferings to our souls. You threat and intimidated the landlords to terminate our lease contracts and stated that you wanted to drive the entire community away from Yunnan province within the next 3 to 4 months. You have committed innumerable crimes and lost your humanity. You people intruded into our home and searched our rooms and acted viciously. We were around by you. You intimidated local villagers to besiege us and forced your way in. You took pictures and videos arbitrarily and deleted the data in our camera by force. You came without presenting any documents or identifications, but only give verbal orders. Are you people different from bandits? Because we are a group of people who voluntarily gather together to have a communal way of life, and we did not register with any relevant government departments. You then stated that we are an illegal organization. I want to ask you, what is the meaning of illegal? We never violate Chinese laws or commit crimes, and we never harm nature, the society, and people's life. Is it illegal that we choose a communal lifestyle? Are your behaviors legal? You organized 40 people to besiege us for almost 2 weeks and forcibly occupied our home without giving us any compensation. What kind of people are you? You came as a team of about 16 police officers just to request some of us to get temporary residence permits. What do you want to do? You want to show us your strong power? President Mr. Xi Jinping has told you to value the initiative of masses. The third plenary session of 18 Central Committee has approved that CPC should encourage the initiative of masses. Did you not hear it? Or you do not understand it? Do you want to go against with Central Chinese government? You think that you can do anything as long as you are in authority. You think you can bully people and prey on them arbitrarily. You think that we are afraid of you. Let me tell you, you are wrong. Civilization is never afraid of barbarism. The good is never afraid of the evil. Brightness is never afraid of darkness. The masses are never afraid of corrupt officers. We will never succumb to your despotic power. No way. How long can you continue this reckless attack? And how long can you still cover the sky and tyrannize us? Let us see whether you will make us die of famine or short of resources. Let me tell you, your last day is coming soon. You are making your last crazy attacks and death struggles. God's mill grinds slow but sure. Your wickedness will be unable to escape the net of justice. 不要试图控制别人. Do not attempt to control others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. Who should be controlled? Answer: livestock, poultry, idiots, maniac, mental patients, criminals. Who will control them? Answer: feedlot, mental health hospital, penitentiary, prisons, and the staff members of these institutions. Apart from those mentioned above, man should not seek to exercise control over each other, with the exception of special organizations. Men should establish an equal, friendly, mutually respecting, and honorable relation. There should not be any attempt of mutual control. If you attempt to control others, then you regard them as animals, or idiots, or maniacs, or prisoners. The slave owners in the age of slavery controlled slaves. Thus, when some people want to control others, they are treating them like slaves, or they are regarding themselves as the jailers and the people they attempt to control as the criminals. In the normal society, man should not attempt to control each other. If so, you are despising and trampling on human right and human dignity, and actually you are committing a crime. It can be said without exaggeration that a person who wants to control another normal person is a criminal, or a maniac who is inflicted with mental disorder. We should ponder over it and be vigilant if the above definition has its meaning and value. Most couples are trying to control each other. either in economy, emotion, body, thought, spirit, or soul. In one word, there are traces of mutual control between husband and wife. In this sense, most of husbands or wives are in essence criminals or mental patients. Of course, a criminal will not regard himself as a criminal, and a mental patient will never think of himself as a mental patient. Once he regards himself as a mental patient, he is not a mental patient anymore, but a normal person. There are also mutual controls between lovers and sweeties. Therefore, infatuated lovers or sweeties also smack of mental disorders. Some parents who still exercise control over their grown-up children are actually criminals. Some children who exercise control over their parents are not only criminals, but also mental patients. In the normal organizations, it is normal for the higher authorities to control the lower authorities. But it is abnormal for one to be controlled by his superior, because such superiors are taking their inferiors as their slaves and taking themselves as the masters. Any phenomenon of controlling or being controlled is absolutely abnormal, no matter whether it occurs in the politics, religion, culture, production, or cultivation and refinery, or in life and family and social intercourse, with the exception of those cases where control is necessary. The person who exercises control is either a criminal or a mental patient. Controlling others is actually paramount to depriving other people's freedom. Poultry and livestock have no freedom. Maniacs or mental patients should be monitored during their illness. Prisoners should not enjoy freedom during their service in the prison. A normal person should enjoy complete freedom as endowed by the Constitution. Aren't we criminals if we deprive a normal person of his freedom? If we are not criminals, then we must have suffered some mental problems. Therefore, we must keep it in mind that we should never attempt to control anyone, especially the Chanyuan Celestials. We should never control others, but must fully respect their freedom. In the home without marriage and family of Life Changyuan, there should never be the control of man by man, which is one of the main elements of holographic management. When we are currently controlling other people, we must be vigilant. We are either criminals or mental patients. When we try to control others, we must watch out, because we are heading for crimes or schizophrenia. 千万不要试图改变别人. Do not in any way try to change others. Shuefeng, March 5, 2011. The most complicated and most troublesome relation in the world is that between husband and wife. The most saddening and most disappointing relation is that between husband and wife. And the most yearned and most despairing relation in the world is also that between husband and wife. To maintain this relationship, one should be neither too soft nor too tough, neither too close nor too estranged, neither too powerful nor too weak, and neither too indifferent nor too intimate. This relation may look as elusive as thin strands of silk, as hot as fire, and as cold as ice. It is almost impossible to straighten out what is entwined in the relation, and very difficult to explain it in a clear and logical manner. The relation between husband and wife begins with a comedy but ends in tragedy. Don't be fooled by the report of many couples that have developed love in childhood and sustained it all through their lives. This is only an appearance put up under the control and check of various factors. The marriage and the relation between husband and wife is in essence a tragedy. The source of the tragedy is not the lack of money or poverty, is not wealth and rank, is not parents or children, and is not the involvement of a third party or the differences in characters and interests. The source of the problem lies in the fact that both husband and wife intends to change the other party according to their own values and wills. The wife always want to change the husband according to her own values and wills, while the husband always want to impose his own values on the wife. What is the result? Neither the husband nor the wife can change each other, and the so-called change is only temporary compromise and suppression in consideration of various factors. The desire to change others is the beginning of tragedy. Let's ask people who have been husbands and wives, or are now husbands and wives, if they have changes the other party. The more you want to change the other party, the worse the relations between husband and wife will be. Don't you think so? Why is the desire to change others the beginning of tragedy? It is more difficult to change man's natural disposition than to change rivers and mountains. It is a painful thing to change one's natural disposition, not only for the person that asks others to change, but also for the person asked to make the change. It is extremely arduous, painful, and also perverse to nature to change rats into cats, cats into dogs, dogs into men, and man into another self. In addition, because of each individual's predestined relations and evolutions in previous life and transmigration, people each have their own peculiar track of life and life, which is a plot of screenplay that has already been written in their own life. That we want to change others is actually paramount to changing the track of other people's life and going against Tao. The result is just imaginable. All the effort can only prove to be futile and will lead to tragedy. If husband and wife who are mutually related in interests and deeply in love with each other cannot change each other, then it would be more difficult for people in other interpersonal relations to change each other. The parents attempt to change their children and vice versa. The friends, neighbor, and relatives attempt to change each other. All these will end in tragedy. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and Celestial Lao Tzu have left us with many teachings, but they had never attempted to change anybody. They were simply reasoning with us and offering guidance to us. Only devils and their offspring desire to force their will upon others. Men should never attempt to do anything to change others or do anything that may be a strain on energy and does not produce good results. Man should not do anything impossible, should not cause tragedy to himself or other people, especially between husband and wife, between parents and children, and between friends and lovers, between masters and disciples, and between teachers and students. The best approach is, I respect your will, your choice, your hobbies and interests, and your character. If we are compatible with each other, we can get along with each other happily and joyfully. If not, we just go our different ways. If we vary too greatly in views, we can break up in good manners and follow our respective ways. Do not attempt to change any other creatures and lives, including man, of course, except yourself. The more intimate the relations between men are, the more important it is for them to respect each other's will and character. Be sure not to try to change the other party with your own values and outlook on life. Do not attempt to impose your own will into the other party, otherwise, you may become estranged and part company, each going your different ways, no matter how close you have been to each other. How can we prove that we ourselves are right? There is no way to prove. What seems to be a misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Even if someone has suffered a misfortune, how we can know the meaning and value implied in such misfortune? How can we know that such misfortune may actually turn out to be a blessing? The conclusion. Do not try to change or transform the other, and just change yourself if you cannot endure. In this way, you will not create tragedy, and in this way, you may enjoy more intimate relations. In this way, you will have broader space to utilize your talents. In this way, you will have the mien of a celestial being. 人类生存岌岌可危，急需改变生产和生活模式。The survival of mankind is in great danger. The production and life model needs to change immediately. Xiefeng, August 1 SD 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. According to a report that was released on August 1 Staff 2017 in the Worldwide Fund for Nature, people would have consumed the full year's supply of renewable resources for 2017 by August 2 2017. The report pointed out that, by August 2nd of this year, we will have used more natural resources than the Earth can replace during the entire year. This means that during the first 7 months, our carbon emissions have been more than all the oceans and forests will recycle for the full year, and that we will have caught more fish, cut down more trees, harvested more food, and used more water than the Earth will replace during the year, so that during the following 5 months, we will be borrowing or overdrawing the benefits that were to have been for future years and offsprings. In April of 2009, I warned everyone that the so-called end of the world in 2012 would not happen, and that rather than doomsday coming suddenly, it will happen gradually to and fro, with more and more serious natural climatic changes. Alas, little changes happen gradually, but great changes take place instantly, and natural climate changes over the past 8 years have fully demonstrated my predictions. If the human race as a whole fail to awaken to this last-minute danger and do not change our traditional production and life model immediately, the entire natural ecology will collapse within 15 to 20 years, and the human race will all be in great danger. During the last 8 years, Life Genuine has been actively engaged in the exploration of and experimentation with a new production and life model, and has found a way to solve the conflict between natural resources and human consumption. Once again, I give warning to everyone today that we urgently need to live according to the production and life model created by Life Genuine. If we do not act now, it will be too late. 为自己活，不要为谁活. Live for yourself, never for others. Xiefeng. April 30th, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The most selfish people in the world are those who claim to live for others. The most selfless people in the world are those who admit to living for themselves. The greatest creator creates every life as an individual, endowed with a unique appearance and nature, free will, and a full physiological system. Each individual is given a mission that is uniquely different from all others. As individuals, each of us has our own unique fate and trajectory of life and of human life. It is only when there are diverse, rich, and varied lives that a fantastic world can be constituted. It is the greatest creator's arrangement that every life should live out its own nature. It is only with great selfishness and lack of mercy that we repress others' natures or deprive their natures by persuading or forcing them to live according to our own will, and that is totally against the way of the greatest creator. As long as everyone lives only for themselves, everything will be in order and each of us can live out our own style and live easily. Whoever does not live for themselves but attempts to live for others will exhaust not only themselves but also those who are served by them. The value of Life Genuine is to be responsible to the greatest creator and for yourself. Everyone should live for and be responsible for themselves, as it is only when they live completely this way that all of humanity will be in a state of harmony. If everyone lives for others and tries to be responsible for others, all of humanity will be chaotic and under stress. In fact, there is not a single person in the world who lives entirely for others. Even the greatest prophets, including Christ Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni, lived for themselves more than for others. They served objectively for others, but subjectively for their own achievements and for completing their missions. I, Xiefeng, the founder of Life Genuine, was motivated to start Life Genuine to lead humanity out of misery, to create the Life Genuine era for all people, on the surface for the human race, but intrinsically for my own benefit. The sages recognize selfishness for its selflessness. The more selfish I am, the more I can achieve and realize myself, and the more I can be a true self and lose myself. In a word, I live for myself and I am responsible for myself, but I never live for others, never bother with others, and never answer for others. Certainly, I do not need others to live for me, bother about me, or answer for me. Every parent gives birth to and raises children for themselves, definitely not for the sake of their children. Any parent who truly does everything with regard for their children would never bring children into this world of suffering with neither the consent of, nor any agreement from those children. Taking care of and raising children and creating conditions to ensure that they receive proper education is for the children on the surface, but is essentially for the parents in order to satisfy their own desires to obtain what they need from those children. These desires include feelings of parenthood, glorification and illumination of their ancestors, passing on their genetic legacy, the need for support when they become aged and unable to work, and so on. Some children do not want to get married. However, their parents will persuade and coerce them to. What is the purpose? It is entirely for the parents themselves. Anyone who forces others and who imposes their will upon others is completely selfish and in no way lives for others. The more they claim, "All that I do is for you," the more their extremely selfish and purposeful, concealed motives become revealed. No matter how deeply a husband and wife might love each other, it is essentially for each of themselves. Does any husband live completely for his wife? Does any wife live completely for her husband? Is there any? Of course not. Is there any king, president, or chairman who lives completely for their people? Of course not. In order to gain favor from their constituents so they can consolidate their power and maintain their positions, they have to gain favor from the people, and the more favor they gain, the more they benefit themselves. This is really quite a tacit understanding. When anyone says, "I do this completely for the sake of the people, not for mine," or "I do this completely for your own good, not for mine," they are attempting to fool the public. They are looking for scapegoats to hide their own inabilities, passing on their own incompetencies and irresponsibilities, conspiring to control others, attempting to impose their wills and wishes upon others, mistreating others in spirit and soul, increasing the burdens of spirit and soul on others by arousing their emotions, and are shirking their responsibilities. A good person should seek the truth from the facts with honesty, but with neither deception nor falsehood. Everyone lives for themselves and is responsible for themselves. Never repeatedly claim that you live for others or are responsible for others. When anyone claims, "I did this for your own good," it can be concluded that they are a liar and that they are lying. When someone says, "I live for you," it can be concluded that they are incompetent, greedy, selfish, and merciless. Someone says, "I want to deliver all beings from torment." I say, "Bullshit. Why do you want to deliver all beings from torment? Everything is running in Tao. Need you not also?" 只有共产主义才能救人类. Only communism can save mankind. Xiefeng, August 8, 2016. Translated by Zonglong, Ailian, and Tongxin, edited by Care. Capitalism has achieved great progress for humanity. Transportation and communication are very convenient and produce is abundant in today's society. The Earth supports 7 billion people, mainly as a result of capitalistic development. Without capitalism, today's civilization could not exist. Capitalists are the elite of society. They have generated much material wealth for people and resolved unemployment issues for a large number of people. Without capitalists, many more of us would be very poor and suffer underdeveloped and empty lives. However, the development of capitalism has gradually revealed three major issues that it cannot overcome: the unequal distribution of wealth, the overconsumption of natural resources, the further intensified trend of selfishness and greed from human nature. As reported by CNS New York on January 20, 2015, the top 1% of the wealthiest people in the world possess 48% of the world's wealth, the following 19% possess 46%, and the bottom 80% only possess 5.5%. The unequal distribution of wealth will result in a series of social problems such as a desire to be wealthy quickly and its resulting illegal activities, hostility against the wealthy, production of counterfeit goods, seizing of resources, illicit drug production and trafficking, jealousy and struggling, stealing, cheating, blackmailing, exploiting, gambling, speculating, and corrupting because of feeling psychologically unbalanced, violence. All these problems cannot be resolved through capitalistic production relations. The second issue caused by the development of capitalism is the unreasonable and huge consumption of natural resources. Professor Mohan Munasingh, the vice chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and a board member of Green Cross International, said that by 2012, we had overdrawn 50% of the sustainable natural resources of the Earth, and he predicted that if we continue pursuing our current lifestyles, we would need those of two planets to meet the demand of the total population by 2030. Not only is the excessive consumption of natural resources unable to support a sustainable future, but it will also lead to a series of natural disasters. The deterioration of the natural environment in recent years is very evident. Global warming, drought and drying riverbeds, floods, hurricanes, thawing permafrost, and the disappearing Arctic ice cap as ancient glaciers melt and result in a rise of sea level, destruction of biodiversity, and polluted rivers, sea, and soil, to name just a few. Even more severe are the natural disasters which are aggravating, not by a small percentage, but rather at a geometric rate. Due to this climate change, it is possible that within the next 15 years, many places on Earth will become uninhabitable. The number of refugees caused by natural disasters could reach hundreds of millions, which could lead to social upheavals. And if that happens, the United Nations and the existing governments will be impotent. The nature and development of capitalism are based on selfishness and greed. The ultimate purpose of the efforts of almost everyone is to get more resources and wealth for themselves. In order to meet their growing and changing desires, people are working hard day and night in order to acquire more wealth and resources, which in turn aggravates the selfish consciousness and actions. Excessive development and consumption driven by endless desires of human beings are the core drivers that lead to pollution, global warming, destruction of biodiversity, and other natural disasters. Stephen Hawking once predicted that selfishness will lead to the destruction of the human race within 200 years. except for the three big conditions of inequitable distribution of wealth, uncontrolled consumption of natural resources, and selfishness and greed. Others, such as financial turmoil, massive global military spending, fast population growth, huge numbers of civil servants in each country, and large amounts of waste, are problems that cannot be overcome within our current system. Stephen Hawking predicted that the end could come within 200 years. It is becoming clear, however, that if these issues are not resolved soon and if things continue to deteriorate, it could very likely happen within less than 100 years. The U.S. is the most developed capitalist country in the world, and its consumption of natural resources is so large that, according to Singapore's newspaper Zaobao, if everyone in the world consumed what the average American does, we would need 5 Earths to meet their demand. In addition, according to a report in the American Aerospace Daily of April 11, 2016, data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, showed that global defense spending in 2015 totaled about $1.7 trillion, and the top spender, the U.S., reached $596 billion. Given the reality of the U.S.'s consumption of natural resources and its military spending, natural resources will surely become depleted eventually as a result of the development of capitalism. A country whose population accounts for less than 4% of the world's total is consuming 25% of the Earth's resources. If every country were to do as the U.S. does, humanity would surely face a dead end. Population expansion is a major world problem. According to statistics from the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the world population is increasing at a rate of 80 million people per year. A recent report from the UN forecasts that the world population will increase from 7.3 billion in 2015 to 8.1 billion by 2023 and to 9.6 billion by 2050. With these increases of population and with the rise of people's consumption levels, the demand for natural resources will also increase. For example, to meet the demands of 73 million people for food, clothing, accommodations, and transportation, etc., a huge amount of natural resources must be consumed. The resources of our Earth are limited. However, the increase of population is unlimited. We have limited water and land resources, so how are we going to handle this challenge? If we do not have a feasible plan to control the population growth or change our lifestyles and production modes, one day the resources will become exhausted and humanity's doom will not be much farther away, no matter how many UN meetings are held or what efforts the governments of each country take. We are facing a huge crisis. The best way to overcome this is to gradually move toward a communist lifestyle. In other words, only communism can save the world. Communism is not just a new lifestyle and a new production system. It is a noble faith. It is the essence of the thoughts of many saints and sages ever since the ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote of an ideal lifestyle that is desired by ordinary citizens. Communism represents universal values. Social issues such as racial discrimination, religious disputes, state rivalries, national extremes, distribution inequity, selfishness and greed, resource waste, territorial disputes, population growth, huge military spending, government overstaffing and corruption, and high volumes of waste can all be resolved and eliminated through communism. In addition, communism can purify our souls and sublimate our characters, and it will not only make materially abundant lives possible, but the state of global happiness will be elevated as well. The communism I discuss here is very different from the communism described by Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Mao Zedong. The way it realizes the communist production relationship has essential differences from the ways carried out by Lenin and Mao. Please do not jump to the conclusion that the communism I mentioned is like your previous experience and perception of the term. To differentiate between our communism and that described by Marx, Lenin, and Mao, we temporarily name ours Xiafeng-style communism. Xiafeng-style communism has been running for over 7 years, and it has proven through practice that Xiafeng-style communism can be fully realized under current conditions. Xiafeng-style communism can resolve the crises of unequal distribution of wealth, intemperate consumption of natural resources, population expansions, financial storms, huge military expenditures, overstaffed civil offices, and disposal problems. Moreover, Xiafeng-style communism will bring an unprecedented bright life to the human condition. Xiafeng-style communism has realized the following after 7 years' practice. From each according to his ability, and to each according to his needs. Everyone has something to do and a place in which to live, and people never need to worry about making a living. Everyone does their best according to their talents and abilities. No one pockets anything found on the road, and doors are unbolted at night. There is no stealing, cheating, robbing, or concealing of goods. There is no marriage and no family. Also, there is no currency within the community. Love is free, but there is no sexual promiscuity or venereal disease. The environment of the community is beautiful, clean, and orderly. Nobody has personal belongings. Everything belongs to the community and everyone is selfless. Illness is reduced to the minimum and the average expenditure on medical care is less than UN 200 RMB per person per year. If we live this lifestyle, aging would slow down and the average lifespan would exceed 80 years. However, our ideal is for everyone to live up to 120 years and to die peacefully and without illness. The young will get a proper education and the old will be well taken care of. Rearing and educating children will no longer be their parents' responsibility. There will be no widows or empty nest elderly. Also, there would be no undisciplined or neglected children. People live in harmony with others, with society, and with nature. Over the last 7 years, Xiefeng-style communism has never had any conflicts with neighbors or with the outside world. We have never hurt little animals such as birds, snakes, or fish. We have planted many trees and flowers which not only beautified the environment, but also brought vigor and vitality to our community. Over the last 7 years, no crime has taken place within our community, and fighting is extremely rare. We use no chemical fertilizers or pesticides in our fields. Human and animal wastes are well composted into fertilizer. Also, we separate rubbish from waste and purify the sewage. Zero pollution has been nearly accomplished. We have no administrators, no leaders, and no offices within the community. Also, there is no command or force, and everyone consciously and generously infuses himself into his work because every member is also a laborer. We have no religious rituals or activities, and there are no spells or idolatry. In all affairs, whether big or small, the responsibilities are well divided. Traditional heavy housework has been eliminated. We only celebrate festivals of nature, such as Chinese Spring Festival, Qingming Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival. Apart from natural festivals, we celebrate no other festivals, and we do not celebrate individual birthdays. We keep communications open with the outside world. Everyone communicates with the outside world by telephone, email, and WeChat Messenger. Strict screening is required before anyone may enter our community, but anyone can leave the community freely. We are self-sufficient. We are not supported from the outside world, nor do we need to be. We do not take capitalist wealth. Every member relocates to a new facility every 3 years to avoid aesthetic fatigue, forming cliques, or being trapped into relationships. All the resources are highly shared and utilized. For example, 150 people within our community share 5 cars. However, under capitalism, for people typically share a car. In this case, 150 people save 32 cars. We can enjoy very good lives with only 1/4 of the resources needed in a capitalist system. There are no rules and no discipline with punishment. We comply only with the natural and civilization Tao. A strong credit system has been established. Those who are dishonest will fail, as in the parable of the long spoons. Birth control is well carried out. No children have been born in our community during the last 7 years. One reason for this is to comply with national laws and regulations, and another is to lighten the burden of the nearly fully loaded planet. The funeral system of Xiefeng-style communism is such that no matter who passes on, only simple farewell ceremonies are held. Their bodies are committed to fire, and their ashes are sprinkled to nature. We have no graves, mausoleums, or urns, ash boxes. If measured by GPI, Genuine Progress Indicator, HDI, Human Development Index, and NHI, National Happiness Index, it goes without saying that the Xiefeng-style communist community is at the forefront. If the whole world can do the above, all humanity's crises would disappear quickly. Here, I want to say to all the capitalists that Xiefeng-style communism would not take your wealth away. To the contrary, it would bring you safety and stability. It would provide you with soulfulness and spiritual abundance. We human beings not only need financial well-being, but also soulful and spiritual well-being. Xiefeng-style communism helps people to achieve their highest levels of self-transcendence. As stated in Abraham Maslow's demand theory, you would lead very good lives. If you do not carry out communism, there will be no escape from the poor, because when a huge crisis comes, your armies and police will not be able to protect you. The wealth you possess will not save you. Here I want to say to the head of each country's government that Xiefeng-style communism would not interfere with your management, nor would it threaten or harm to your powers and positions. We are neither a religious group nor a political group. We are just a completely new production and life model. Please understand this. The person who has strong beliefs and ideals would never covet after short-lived power and position, nor would they waste valuable time on possessions and vanity. Here I want to say to the 80% of people who own only 5.5% of the world's wealth that your only way out is to move towards Xiefeng-style communism, that no matter what you do, you are not able to ascend to the upper classes. Your lives are constant struggles to survive. When you suffer from illness or natural disaster, you are set way back. For even those of you who own hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that is only a drop in the bucket. If there is no food for a month, you would know hunger. Therefore, you should long for communism and devote yourselves to communism. Only communism can save you. Taking stopgap measures cannot solve humanity's problems. The only way out is for the whole world to transit to Xiefeng-style communism. How does capitalism transfer to Xiefeng-style communism? With keen eyesight and an open mind and heart, observe, investigate, visit, learn, and study the successful, practical experience of Xiefeng-style communism in our community. The transition should be supported by the United Nations and executed by the respective government of each country, with specific plans and steps. Do not practice this as a worldwide movement, but experiment in small regions at first. Each country should start with from 1 to 3 experimental regions. If they are successful, then they should spread it gradually. If not, then can give it up. In this way, such practices would not inhibit the normal operation of the current system, and it would also be good for exploring the methods and ways of eliminating the current crises which face humanity. Throughout the whole practice, Xiefeng-style communism will not deprive capitalists of their property, and capitalists can continue their commercial activities by following market law. Once half the people on Earth enter this communist lifestyle, and when the capitalists see that communist life is more ideal than their current lives, they will embrace it and become willingly involved with the exploration and practice of Xiefeng-style communism. Not putting requirements on anybody at any time is the core principle of Xiefeng-style communism. People who are involved in the production and life of Xiefeng-style communism must first have a soul garden purification. Capitalism is created and realized by stimulating people's selfishness, greed, wisdom, and skill to realize individual value through attaining resources, wealth, status, rights, and fame. However, Xiefeng-style communism is created by positively inspiring the qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty deep within people's hearts to climb to the highest realm of temporary life and eternal life. Without purifying one's soul garden, the laziness, selfishness, and greed of people cannot be overcome, and such people are not suitable for a communist lifestyle. After 7 years' practice, Xiefeng-style communism is still not perfect. We are still exploring it as walking a tightrope or walking on thin ice, which means that we need wise and judicious people from all over the world to point our mistakes out, to offer advice, and to practice it together. We need understanding as well as involvement and support from governments much more. The future is bright, but the road is tortuous. No matter how tough the path and how much difficulty we encounter, we need to make every effort to succeed. Only by making strong effort can we have hope, but once we give up making this effort, the future will definitely be bleak. 耶稣要我们别结婚成家. Jesus never wanted us to marry. Xiefeng, April 29, 2008. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The teachings of Jesus is the way of life and truth and the journey to heaven. Jesus is Christ and the Savior. Following his instructions and living according to his instructions is our main guarantee of going to heaven. There are 2.1 billion Christians in the world, but only a small percentage of them truly understand his teachings, and even fewer live according to them. The vast majority are what we call Sunday Christians or verbal Christians, not real ones. Let us illustrate with the example of marrying and starting families. Jesus told us not to marry and start families. Why? On what basis? First of all, we need to know that in his time, he could not tell people directly not to do that. Otherwise, he could not preach to them. So he managed to speak in parables not to be understood directly. He said, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them." At the same time, he also said not to give that which is holy to the dogs, or put your jewels before pigs. That is to say, the core contents would not be told directly. However, as long as we have a deep understanding of his words, we can comprehend their meanings. The book of Matthew tells us what Jesus wants us to know about marrying and starting families. Matthew 10 verse 35. Jesus said, "I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn men against their fathers, daughters against their mothers, and daughters-in-law against their mothers-in-law. People's foes shall be from within their own households. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Matthew 12 verse 50. Jesus said, "For whoever does the pleasure of my Father in heaven, they are my brother and sister and mother." Matthew 19:9, 19:11. Jesus said, "I tell you that any man who divorces his wife except for marital unfaithfulness and marries another woman commits adultery." The disciples asked, "If this is the situation between husbands and wives, then is it best not to marry?" And Jesus said, "Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. The ones who can accept this should accept it." Here, Jesus came very close to explaining that clearly. The disciples asked, "Best not to marry?" And Jesus encouraged the unmarried lifestyle. Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. What was this word? It was not to marry. Therefore, not to marry is something that has been given. Only those to whom it has been given could understand the meaning of not to marry, but others could neither understand nor accept it. Matthew 19 verse 29. Therefore, Jesus Christ stressed further, "And everyone who has given up houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or child, or land for my name will be given 100 times as much and have eternal life." Life genuine advocates that people not marry, break up nuclear families, and hope that married couples will become Chanyuan celestials together so they can end their marriage bonds as implemented in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ. The profound meaning of not to marry and start a family is for letting people enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 22 verse 30. Jesus told us clearly, "For when they come back from the dead, there will be no husbands or wives, but they will be as the angels in heaven." This further indicates that those who enter into the kingdom of heaven have not married, and that those who have married cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Why? Can those who marry not enter the kingdom of heaven? The answer is, no, they cannot, and the reasons can be found in Life Genuine, Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus. That is it. I have given a further explanation, but whether you can understand it or not is up to your own considering and judging. Therefore, what Siefeng says does not go against the teachings of Jesus Christ, but carries out Jesus' teachings faithfully. Christians all over the world, do you understand? Do you deserve to be Christians when you are obsessed with marrying and loving your families? Do not shout, "Lord, Lord." Jesus will not hear you. 进入新时代需要转换的意识. The new consciousness for the new era. Siefeng. Those who wish to be a part of the new era of Life Genuine must realize and accept these 18 requirements. Abandon atheism and the theory of evolution and accept the reality of the greatest creator and follow the way of the greatest creator. Abandon the concepts of ego, family, religion, political party, and state, and form the consciousness of global citizens. Shift from the belief that reality creates consciousness to the belief that consciousness creates reality. Repudiate the God of the Old Testament of the Bible and establish the new idea of the greatest creator. Negate the view of fortuity and establish the view of inevitability. Shift from the view of disorder to that of causality. Accept the existence of different levels of life besides that which we see on the earth. Accept that life consists of a material entity and a spiritual one. Accept that death is not the end of life, but only the beginning of a new journey of life. Accept the reality of the existence of heaven and hell. Understand that there is no ultimate judgment, but that judgment is ongoing and universal. Understand that our futures are determined by us and shaped by our own hands. Understand that whether one has a good future or a bad one depends on whether their non-material structure is perfect or deficient. Abandon personal heroism and elite consciousness and lower oneself to the humblest of position. Understand that what one reaps, so shall they sow, and that we need to contribute more but ask for less in return to accumulate our merits and virtues and to sublimate our quality of life. Understand that only by embracing sincerity, kindness, and virtue can we perfect our own structures of life, completely abandon attack and revenge attitudes, and treat everything kindly. Master the principle of the Mobius net, unify opposites, and give up one's criticisms of the world. Understand that life has an infinite future, and only those who pursue the highest realm of life can have the most splendid future. It is only in this way that we can enter the new era. 国家必将消失，国家正在消亡. States are bound to disappear, and they are doing so. Xiefeng, February 9th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. As Zhejiang predicted in his divination before saddled horses, the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, is the general trend of human social development as marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are becoming decadent. This is a law of the evolution of society that cannot be stopped. Today, artificial intelligence is growing, a black swan which is flying high. The world is rapidly moving toward a new pattern. All the efforts to maintain those marriages and families, states, political parties, and religions are not only fatuous, but even futile. In 2002, I predicted that marriages and families would disappear. That marriages and families, just like foot binding for girls which was popular in the Southern Song dynasty, would be regarded as symbols of backwardness and fatuity. Today, the rise of the global divorce rate and the rapid increase in the percentage of single people prove that my prediction is becoming a reality. Looking back upon marriages and families from 20 or 30 years hence, people will see them as ridiculous as foot bindings for girls. Marriages and families are the same as states. The present states are equivalent to primitive tribes. Those tribes have died out, and so will states. This must happen because the existence of states seriously restricts the development of the productive forces and the leap of human civilization. Even more horrible is that states are the chief criminal agents which cause military conflicts, overconsumption of resources, purging of human rights, and the destruction of the ecology. All states are actually jails which keep their people in perpetual bondage in their names. It is right to love one's hometown and one's motherland, but wrong to love their state. Places have emotional ties, but states are violent machines. The bankruptcy of states will be disastrous for those in power, but glad tidings and welfare for their nationals. Let us use China as an example to show this. At present, who would think that the extinction of what used to be states but are now provinces was not a good thing? It is precisely because of the extinction of those states that there is a unified China today. Is this not a good thing for the people? At least we do not need visas, nor to deal with customs agents to travel throughout China. How great! If China were again divided into Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, Qin, even add Xixia, Dali, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Manchuria, we would not be able to travel freely between those provinces. How do you feel? It would absolutely not be a good thing for the people. So we can imagine that if there were no states in the world today, and that if all states disappeared, the people would be able to flow freely throughout the world. What a great thing that would be for ordinary people. Therefore, all states are morally bankrupt, and they must all disappear. How can all states be bankrupt and disappear? Facebook has nearly 2 billion users. It has actually become a great invisible power. Mark Zuckerberg has a great plan to build a global community, actually a global government, and as more and more citizens of the Earth join Facebook, the existing states will gradually exist in name only. On February 7, 2018, the private American company, SpaceX launched a super heavy-duty carrier rocket, Falcon Heavy, far beyond all the satellites in orbit. Their power to launch rockets far exceeds those of Russia, the United States, and China. This shows that if thousands of private enterprises like SpaceX were to appear, then these private enterprises could completely solve all the problems of the world and the existence of the state would be totally unnecessary. In South Africa, Michael Tellinger launched the Ubuntu movement. As this movement becomes more and more popular and is implemented more widely, the existence of the state will become less and less necessary. Someone proposed that the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand should form a federal republic. Would that not be great? I believe that the vast majority of citizens within those four countries would cheer. The more quickly that such proposals come into being, the sooner that states will disappear. If the European Union, the African Union, and South America were to unify, then most states would exist in name only. There are thousands of spiritual, ecological consensus communities in the world and their numbers are growing. These communities have been created to solve the problems of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, death, and life sublimation on their own, and none of them are willing to be controlled by any government. With the establishment and development of more and more communities, who will still need huge administrative expenses to bully people, who would want the government to control people and tell them when to urinate and when to defecate. In 2009, I predicted that great disasters around 2013 would not happen. Instead, there would be stepwise, reciprocating, and more serious natural climatic changes. The natural climatic changes over the past 9 years have proven my prediction to be accurate. In the prologue of the third edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Being, I said, a new era for humanity will begin on New Year's Day of 2018 and it will last for a millennium. The first 30 years will be a time for soul purification and the elimination of outdated consciousnesses. A large-scale soul purification will be necessary for humanity. Those consciousnesses which are not suitable for the needs of the new era will be eliminated. The following 10 years will be a transitional period. The traditional production and life modes will be replaced by new models. After that, humanity will enter a harmonious era when all religions will unite as one. Favorable weather will prevail throughout the year, and everyone will enjoy happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. This new era will last till the end of the year 3017-inch. In other words, from January 1st, 2018 through the succeeding 20 years, and especially through the first 10 years, unimaginable climatic changes will take place. Refugees from these changes will be countless, and the problems of dealing with the refugee crisis will become more and more difficult. From 2028 to 2038, people will have to compete for survival resources. Their struggles will be unrestrained, impossible to suppress, and extremely cruel. The first 10 years will produce continuous natural disasters, and the succeeding 10 years will be filled with many human misfortunes. This will calm down in 2048 because the population on the Earth will have become much smaller and a stateless world will have been born. Artificial intelligence is evolving in geometric progression. The AlphaGo robot has defeated human beings in many thought experiments. People will still be people after 10 years, but by that time, AlphaGo will have evolved into a super biological robot. Comparing those super biological robots' intelligence to that of today's biological robots would be like comparing human intelligence to that of primitive, four-legged mammals. Professor Kaplan of Stanford University has come up with these statistics. 47% of 720 jobs considered in the United States will be replaced by artificial intelligence. In China, this proportion may exceed 70%. 10 years later, when super biological robots begin to take over the world, states will undoubtedly be swept into history museums. Everything is advancing too rapidly in this era to predict what will happen next. Maybe black swans will fly as we wake up someday, and the world will have changed into something unimaginable, something that we are at a total loss for. By then, such things as states are bound to have vanished completely. In the face of the state, how does every citizen treat it? Do not work hard for your countries because all of those efforts will be in vain. Do not regard yourselves as American, Japanese, or Vietnamese anymore, but think of yourselves as citizens of the earth. Imagining that your state does not exist and consider how you will survive without it. Now, affairs of the family, the state, and the earth are inconsequential. What really matters is your survival. Do not waste precious time listening to the lies and constant haranguing emitted by your governments and their apologists. Governments are not reliable at all. They can never be relied upon. It is no better to rely on a government than to rely on pigs. It is more useful to raise pigs than to raise a government. Join Facebook, the Ubuntu movement, an ecological community, a super private enterprise, a civilized and powerful state, or any crowd that cannot be destroyed by super biological robots. Do not wait until tomorrow, do it today. Escape from unfair societies with scarce resources and dense populations where morals have degenerated as soon as possible. At all times, be vigilant and be alert. Be anchored against the wind, dig deep holes, accumulate grain extensively, and find your way out. Please say good words as much as you can. Hundun Celestial, December 11th, 2006. Translated by Tong Xin and edited by Care. The ancient said, just as bitter medicine cures sickness, so unpalatable advice benefits conduct. This is half right. The other half should be, the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Life Genuine implements the latter half. Nobody is perfect and flawless. Life is short, so why aim at each other's flaws? Everyone has their unique advantages and shining characteristics, and everyone has their bright spots that are worthy of being appreciated. If we point to other people's flaws, those flaws will be enlarged. But if we appreciate other people's advantages, then their advantages will be enlarged. In order to make people happy and joyful, I advocate being blind to other people's flaws, but to appreciate their bright spots instead. If we continue doing so for a long time, everyone will become kind and merciful, will have glorious hearts, and will be grateful and reasonable. Therefore, in Life Genuine, please say good words as much as you can. As long as you do not mean to hurt people, you may say whatever you want. Humorous words, lively words, and wise words are all welcome, and as long as you can make others feel happy and pleasant, you will have earned merit. Life is not easy. So many troubles and worries torture people and steal their smiles. So why add frost on snow and make it worse when we get together? Without us, the earth would still rotate normally and other people would still live without any problems. So why should you make others unhappy? I oppose being picky and nibbling, and I oppose wrangling and arguing or teaching others wisdom I have gained, as if I am telling myself. I will not dare to do this in the future, and I will correct this whenever I can. In all situations, if we have reasons, we state them, but we do not suggest that other people are unreasonable. Life Genuine is the homeland for spirits and souls. To create a warm and harmonious atmosphere is our ideal and our expectation. The relationships among Chanyuan Celestials are the relationships of brothers and sisters, and relatives and lovers. We care and love each other, encourage and appreciate each other. We need to grow with encouragement and praise, but not hurt with arguments and criticism. Dear guests, please understand that this is Life Genuine. We will spread such style to every corner of the world and create the Life Genuine era by following the principle of the favorable weather benefits the growth of grains, so good and sweet words benefit the affections. Therefore, if you are picky when you enter Life Genuine and say this is not good or that is unsuitable, then you are surely not welcome here. The world is big, so please be merciful and allow us to cultivate our own small fields in our own way. Say good words as much as you can, and just keep those picky and critical words to yourself. 乾坤颠倒仙女为尊，禅院新理念. The reversal of heaven and earth, respect for women, new value of Chanyuan. Xiefeng. The heaven is superior and the earth is inferior. Man is superior and woman is inferior. This is what is preached in Confucian theories. Confucius is an ancient saint in China and traditional moral ethics. This concept is reversed in Life Genuine. Namely, men are green leaves and women are flower petals. In heaven and on earth, women are superior. The reasons are as follows. The source is superior. The source of life is the greatest creator. In the universe, the greatest creator is supreme. Women are superior. The greatest creator has created life, which then propagate by itself, mainly through female. So women are superior. Mother is respectable. After 10 months of gestation, life comes from the mother. So mother should be respected and women should be superior. Sisters and daughters are all women. We should protect sisters and daughters, so women are superior. Women are not as strong as men and are vulnerable to harm. So for the equality and balance, women should be respected. The spirit of the valley never dies. It is called the mystic female. The door of the mystic female is the root of heaven and earth. Xianpin, mystic female, is the female reproductive organ, the root of heaven, which should be revered. So women are superior. Buddha is gender, gender is Buddha. The gate of gender is the gate of Buddhas. Only women have the gate of gender. So when we respect Buddhas, we should also respect female. Women are soft and quiet. They love peace and gentleness. They are merciful and kind in nature. They are broad-minded and thus should be respected. In life genuine, considerations should be given first to fairies. Fairies are lotus flowers and fairies are green leaves to protect the flowers. Men should not contend with women. Men should be brave to sacrifice for women. Point 3. Only women can sexually harass men. Men are not permitted to do so. For die in the face of danger, men should go forward to face the danger and place women behind for protection. 5. Women take precedence over men in the matter of enjoyment. 6. Men shall take initiative in doing heavy and dirty and tiring tasks, while light, skilled, and clean work shall be reserved for women. 7. Men are not permitted to humiliate, desecrate, abuse, beat, maltreat, persecute, scorn, and deride women. 8. Men are not permitted to limit women's freedom of person, spirit, and soul in the name of love. This idea is debatable around the broad masses. Anyone who disagrees to it can put forward solid evidences and theories. Only a simple expression of complaint is not enough. January 10, 2011. 人类遏制气候恶化的唯一途径. The only way to restrain climate deterioration. Xiefeng. November 19, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Can the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement restrain climatic deterioration? It is an unrealistic and completely impossible joke to think so. And those projects to restrain global warming from some countries are even less possible. The core factor in climatic degradation is not carbon emissions and the pollution of land, air, and water. Nor is it a matter of cattle and sheep digesting and producing methane gas, but rather, it is one of the human soul. Your state of consciousness determines your living environment, and the overall reality is a projection of humanity's consciousness. Without changes of human consciousness and the purification of people's souls, it will be absolutely impossible to reverse the deterioration of our climate and our environment. This is an issue that can be resolved very easily. So what data analyses, computer simulations, and dedicated researches are needed? Will it be necessary for the United Nations to organize international conferences and meetings to discuss and formulate programs repeatedly? Our environmental problem is one of people's souls, and the first thing necessary is to reverse and to purify them, but this cannot be accomplished by the UN or by any state or states, but only by everyone involving and purifying their own souls individually. This purification of human souls must be carried out from theoretical directions and with new orders of construction, both at the same time. As for theoretical guidance, I have offered a plan to prepare everyone, but they need to learn from me and abide by me. The order of construction is to replace the traditional production and life modes of society with a new one according to the model of the new oasis for life as created by Life Genuine. This is the only way to reverse the deterioration of our environment. Honestly, though, it is too late to take action even if society were to begin immediately. I have shouted and appealed for at least the last decade, but instead of listening, most have wrecked the theories and practical demonstrations of Life Genuine. What can be done now is not to restrain climatic and environmental degradation, but to save a small group of people as seeds for human continuation, or extinction will be our destiny. The crisis is here and now. If people still remain completely indifferent, then disasters such as the fires near Paradise Town in California, USA will recur frequently. Remember, no place in the world is safe. Where there are no fires, rivers might flood. Where there are no droughts, violent storms might blow. Where there are no earthquakes, volcanoes might erupt. And where there are no plagues, intensely hot summers or bitterly cold winters might become normal. This does not even address the eventualities of massive theft, murders, and wars. In short, there is no way to escape from these disasters. Those who want to live must follow my guidance. I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestials, sages, and saints, and the greatest spiritual guide of our time. Please do not hoard what you possess, but dedicate your wealth so that we can build our new mode of production and life on Earth as soon as possible. Do not be short-sighted and accuse me of wanting to accumulate wealth by taking yours. I want nothing from you, but you need to use your wealth to save yourself. I hope that the UN will cooperate with us. There are many places on Earth which are disputed between nations and tribes, but can be administered by them. So let us build new modes of production and life in these disputed places as soon as possible so that we can have kindling materials for the continuation of our species. It will not matter if people continue to turn deaf ears and use their small minds to deny my warnings and assumptions because they will learn the truth, but it will be too late by then. Have foresight and take action now. November 19th, 2018. 共产主义在这里已全面实现. Communism has been fully realized here. Xiefeng. The pursuit of an ideal society has been an everlasting ideological subject for sages and saints of mankind. The establishment of an ideal society has always been a direction and goal aspired by great politicians. Mankind has never stopped its exploration and pursuit of an ideal society, from the ideal of great harmony practiced by China's sage Confucius, to the ideal of republic advocated by ancient Greek philosopher Plato, to utopia proposed by Thomas More of England, to utopian socialism of Saint Simon and Fourier, to communism founded by Marx in Germany. There have been various attempts to establish an ideal society, from New Harmony Village created in Indiana of America by Robert Owen of England, to collective farms launched by Stalin of Russia, to People's Commune established by Mao Zedong in China, to Mountain Shore Village in Japan, and to kibbutz in Israel. Actually, Kingdom of God, described by Jesus Christ in the Bible, the Elysium world mentioned by Buddha in Buddhist Sutra, the Society of Harmony portrayed by Lao Tzu and Tao Te Ching are all ideal societies. Now we can say that one common goal, namely the highest ideal of life mankind can achieve, has been described and pursued by great harmony, republic, utopia, ideal land, harmonious society, communism, the kingdom of God, and the Elysium world. The highest ideal society pursued by mankind must have the following 18 characteristics. Public ownership is the prevailing way under Tao. There is no private ownership, all properties are shared. There is no marriage, no family, no political party, no religion, no state, no organization of any form. There is no currency. The talented are put to good use, and the whole world will be one family. No one will pocket anything found on the road, and doors will not be bolted at night. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. Recommend and assign the talented to important tasks, advocate good faith and harmony. The old are taken care of, the strong are put to good use, and the widowed, orphaned, sick, and handicapped are well provided. All members have meals at public dining halls. Normally, the work hours will be limited within 6 hours per day. Rich and plentiful material wealth without extravagance and waste. Extremely harmonious social relations and high spiritual realm. Rich and colorful cultural entertainment and games. Everyone develops freely in an all-round manner. Everyone brings his or her talent into full play. All things are put to good use. Everyone has a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life. Everyone is in the service of the others, and no one owes anyone anything. The environment is clean, tidy, elegant, and serene, like an earthly paradise. It can be said that the above 18 conditions have been basically realized in the life of the second home created by Life-Chanuen. In another word, communism has been fully implemented in the second home, or it may be said, the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. As the founder of communism Marx has said, without belief in God, the greatest creator, and without identity with Christ, mankind cannot possess truly perfect virtue to pursue truth and light. Only God, the greatest creator, can save us. The facts have proved this to be true. The complete realization of mankind's ideal society in the sea and home of Life-Chanuen is the very fruit of our reverence for the greatest creator and our observance of the way of the greatest creator. Of course, we have another secret. That is, we have imitated and copied the life and production model of the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom. Today, I hereby proclaim to the whole mankind, communism has been realized in the second home, and the kingdom of the greatest creator has descended upon the earth. August 24th, 2011. 人类坐失了一次良机. Humanity has missed a great chance. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. If you have been keeping up with global climate change and the dynamics of our political state, you must feel that the crisis is getting worse and worse. Tomorrow or death. It is sometimes difficult to predict which will come first as you retire for the evening. On October 18th of this year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, of the United Nations released a report in Incheon, South Korea, IPCC global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which says that global warming must not be allowed to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius or mankind will succumb to an extremely pitiful doomsday by the year 2040. Can we keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius? It is out of control, a dream. 2040 is only 22 years away. Attention, please. If the end comes in 22 years, then for many people, next year, or perhaps even tomorrow will be the end of their time, and they might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. This is not a bluff or prophecy from some historical prophets or the ravings of spirits and deities about fortunes and disasters, but the conclusion drawn by experts from more than 40 countries who have accumulated more than 6,000 pieces of data. In fact, I personally warned people clearly in early April 2009 that the so-called apocalypse of 2012 would not happen but would be replaced in a gradual, reciprocating, and increasingly serious way. Almost a decade has passed, so let us find out how precisely the climate changes over the last decade have conformed to my predictions. In addition, at the end of 2017, I warned humanity once again that from 2018 on, the Earth would enter a new era and that dramatic changes would take place during the first 3 decades. You can look back at the climate changes of 2018. Can you sense the smell of the coming storm? From now on, the changes will get worse and worse until the extremely pitiful doomsday happens. Actually, if people had followed my guidance 10 years ago, then they would have avoided their current suffering, but they missed their great chance. How do I know all this? Because I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of the God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. It does not matter if you think that I am bluffing and that my purpose is to deceive you and gain money or carnal pleasure. That is your right and freedom. However, people with spirituality know the truth, and it is not hard for rational people to understand what I have said and written for more than the last decade and draw their own conclusions. Now, it is unnecessary to repeat what I warned of in the past. All epoch-making theories and practices are relegated to history. If I had merely pointed out the problem but had not offered any solution to it, then I would be unworthy of the title of messenger and incarnation. The problem is that I showed the way to solve the crisis and even created a model, but if people either did not believe me or simply ignored me, then it is not my problem, but theirs. It can be said that the greatest creator, through his messengers, has warned mankind and shown them the way forward. Gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints through their incarnations have done their best, and no matter how humanity will suffer, no one can blame them for neither helping you nor saving you. The United Nations has met many times to formulate plans and appeals to try to solve the problem of climate change. The most famous of those was the Paris Agreement. As I said in my article, all the efforts of the UN could not accomplish enough. This is because the root of climate change lies in mankind's traditional production and life mode. In order to stop climate change, we must change that production and life mode. Any other measures and methods are futile. Of course, the final end can be delayed for several years, but it cannot solve the root problem. So how do we change the traditional production and life mode of mankind? With my guidance, angel-like Chanyun Celestials have established a model for humanity, the new oasis of life, formerly the second home model. From this model, we have a wealth of written reports, pictures, illustrations, and video presentations. In this regard, however, the United Nations, governments of major countries, experts and scholars, and billions of myopic people have been completely indifferent. So, if 2040 becomes the extremely pitiful doomsday, Can we not say that mankind deserves it? Is mankind not beyond redemption? It is too late to reverse climate change now, regardless of what efforts are made. However, mankind will not die out. People will still multiply on the earth, and within another 40 years, they will usher in a brilliant era and live happier lives than have never existed before. Unfortunately, though, not many people who are alive today will survive to that time, and whether you will be one of them will depend completely upon your fortune, but even those who have fluky luck might not survive unharmed. Causality is everything. We must rely on the laws and rules of nature. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. It is customary for executioners to offer condemned prisoners one final good meal before they put them to death, so all of you should just enjoy your meals and have fun, day by day, every day. 生命禅院创始人雪峰再次自白 The second confession of Xue Feng, the founder of Life Genuine. Xue Feng. Xue Feng is not any kind of god, Buddha, or celestial being. He was not sent to Earth by higher-level life beings. He is very down to earth instead. Xue Feng doesn't have any supernatural power and never has shown any as well. Xue Feng has told his personal story very clearly. He was born in a poor family near the Yellow River, Gansu Province, China. He also have told his history clearly to all Chanyuan celestials, and he doesn't have anything mysterious to hide. Xue Feng doesn't have a master. What he said or wrote are all what he learned from life experience. Xue Feng doesn't have any political background, nor does he have any political or other kind of organization as his support. Xue Feng is not the spokesman of the greatest creator as some people think wishfully. He has never said that he was the spokesman. Xue Feng is not any kind of savior, as some people think wishfully, and has never said that and accepted that title. Xue Feng is not a master, and against people call him master. Xue Feng claimed himself a tour guide, and said more than once that he doesn't have the goodness what a master possesses. Xue Feng call himself the messenger of the greatest creator, the embodiment of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad. The reason is that he has written an 100,000 Chinese word chapter called The Greatest Creator. He thinks it is the most comprehensive and profound description about the greatest creator. Although so, he has never given orders in the name of the messenger of the greatest creator. He has very insightful understanding of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad, and resonates with their thoughts and wills. That is why he call himself the embodiment. As for Xue Feng said that he is from the heaven, 10,000-year world, that is the truth. If people don't understand and have nowhere to verify it, it is up to them to think Xue Feng is talking nonsense. March 24, 2011. 我与武汉冠状病毒的对话 My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xiefeng. January 24, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xiefeng. Hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng. Why have you emerged now? Plague God 008. Because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng. What do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008. Just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng. I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008. Yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng. So, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Pagoma larvata to people. Plague God 008. Of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng. Since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008. The conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng. What conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008. Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 qi exist. Strong enough stench qi. Bitter enough hatred qi. Violent enough temper qi. Scary enough nerve qi. Evil enough heart qi. Dense enough lung qi. Weak enough kidney qi. Feeble enough liver qi. Xiefeng. So, when someone has what you call the 8 Qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008. Yes. Xiefeng. So no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008. Transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 Qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng. So, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008. Correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve qi, sturdy kidney qi, clear lung qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench qi, strong hatred qi, weak kidney qi, dense lung qi, feeble nerve qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng, how do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008. Through information. Xiefeng, I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng, now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng. If this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng. These unheard of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng. So people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng. Will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng, I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench chi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 chi. For instance, if people's hatred chi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also plague gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are plague gods 007, 006, 005, and so on. Plague God 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that you cannot get spread out. Will it not be difficult for you to wake the rest of you up in the rest of the world? Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 qi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on Earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 qi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it? This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods. 我与武汉冠状病毒的对话. My conversation with Wuhan coronavirus. Xiefeng, January 24th, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Xiefeng, hello, Wuhan coronavirus. Where do you come from and what is your name? Coronavirus. We are Plague God 008, and we have been lurking within people for many millennia. Xiefeng, why have you emerged now? Plague God 008. Because the conditions for our emergence have been met. Xiefeng, what do you mean? What are these conditions? Plague God 008. Just as when a person does not bathe or change clothes for a long time, lice will emerge because the conditions for the emergence of lice become ripe. Xiefeng, I am still confused. Are you lurking within humans' bodies? Plague God 008. Yes, we have been and we are. Xiefeng, so, you were not passed on from animals such as bats, snakes, or Pagoma larvata to people. Plague God 008. Of course not. We awakened from within people's bodies. Xiefeng, since you have been lurking in people's bodies for so long, why have you only appeared now, but never before? Plague God 008. The conditions for our emergence had never been ripe before. Xiefeng, what conditions for your emergence have ripened? Plague God 008. Qi. We will emerge naturally as long as these 8 qi exist. Strong enough stench qi. Bitter enough hatred qi. Violent enough temper qi. Scary enough nerve qi. Evil enough heart qi. Dense enough lung qi. Weak enough kidney qi. Feeble enough liver qi. Xiefeng. So, when someone has what you call the 8 qi, you will appear in their body? Plague God 008. Yes. Xiefeng. So no viral transmission occurs? Plague God 008. Transmission is only how we awaken. Once this happens, we attempt to awaken others who lurk within other people's bodies. Whether they can be awakened or not depends on those 8 qi and people within whom they had lurked sufficiently to meet our conditions. Xiefeng. So, many people will not be infected even if they are in contaminated areas? Plague God 008. Correct. Most teenagers have strong nerve qi, sturdy kidney qi, clear lung qi, and are not infected easily, but many middle-aged and older people have thick stench qi, strong hatred qi, weak kidney qi, dense lung qi, feeble nerve qi, and are infected easily. Xiefeng, how do you transmit, as you said, to awaken within others? Plague God 008. Through information. Xiefeng, I do not understand this. Could you explain it more clearly? Plague God 008. We do not enter into people's bodies through their mouths or wounds, but through their eyes and ears. Xiefeng, now I am even more confused. How can you enter people's bodies through their eyes and ears? Plague God 008. When phenomena are witnessed by one's eyes or messages are heard by their ears, then we actually enter into the recipient's minds and awaken. Xiefeng, if this is so, then is the reason that people are infected by viruses not because pathogens have entered into their bodies, but because those that have lurked within their bodies have awakened after their carriers see infected people's situations, and hear the information about the viral transmissions? Plague God 008. Yes, so those who see the so-called patients, such as doctors, relatives, and friends, become susceptible to infection, as do those who hear about the disease, and the more and clearer the information that they get is, the more their chances become of succumbing to us. Xiefeng. These unheard of ways of transmission are incredible. Plague God 008. People can be scared to death, but how? The more panic and fear they have, and the more confused they become, the easier it is for us to sneak in. Fear is one of the most effective ways for us to control people. Xiefeng. So people who are not afraid of you are not easily infected? Plague God 008. Of those who possess pure minds and stick to the one at absolute peace, being unselfish and free from ego, full of joy and happiness, we are powerless. Xiefeng. Will no medicine work on you? Plague God 008. We are invisible, odorless, colorless, and tasteless. What medicine would you use? Material medicines will not work against us, but non-material medicines can play a role. Xiefeng, I see. Thanks for telling me so frankly. How long will you stay? Plague God 008. It is not for us to decide. If the stench chi is strong, then we might grow and persevere. If it fades away, then who is to stay? Therefore, we might stay for only 3 months and be gone, or we might stay for 3 years. That depends on people's 8 chi. For instance, if people's hatred chi declines, we will be unable to stay. Xiefeng, one more question. Why are you called Plague God 008? Plague God 008. There is no doubt that we are gods. As for 008, this is because there are also plague gods 009, 010, 011, 012, and many others. Humans call 009 pestilence, 010 is smallpox, 011 is flu, and on through the list. Xiefeng, who are plague gods 007, 006, 005, and so on. Plague god 008. Those plague gods are much fiercer than we are but have not awakened yet. They will rise when their conditions ripen. Xiefeng, are you the SARS virus which came in 2003? Plague God 008. Yes, we changed our structure slightly so that more of us could awaken. People will have trouble recognizing us after our structures change, and we are not in a hurry to awake more versions of us. We will do it quietly so that it will be impossible for anyone to defend against us effectively. Xiefeng, it is said that your birthplace, Wuhan City, has been sealed off so that you cannot get spread out. Will it not be difficult for you to wake the rest of you up in the rest of the world? Plague God 008. There is no way to seal us off. We are invisible. So isolation is only people's self-paralysis and self-anesthesia. Our emergence is concerned with people's 8 chi, not about regions or the sizes of population centers. Xiefeng, I suppose that you resent or even envy the large population on the earth, so you have come to reduce it. Plague God 008. We abide by our laws strictly, do not have any moods, and have nothing to do with big or small population centers on Earth. We may emerge in many people or few people, however it is easier to spread the 8 chi and induce the conditions for our emergence in places where many people gather. Xiefeng, I want to know why you chose to emerge in Wuhan, a transportation hub through which so many people travel back and forth, especially just before and after the Chinese Spring Festival when a large number of people pass through it. This seems to be a deliberate attempt to maximize your devastation. Plague God 008. Do not blame us unjustly, we never did that on purpose. For us, the proper conditions are the only factors that will bring us forth. As for matters of the earth, humans, or China, they are not our concern. Xiefeng, is this a coincidence? A random event? But there are no chances or coincidences in the universe. Everything is inevitable. Plague God 008. We have no idea. You will have to ask the higher gods. 上帝使者再次警示人类. Another warning to mankind from the messenger of the greatest creator. Dayform Buddha. January 1st, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. More than 2,500 years ago, a messenger from the greatest creator warned mankind about today's situation. Today, I have come to fulfill those ancient warnings. floods, fires, wars, plagues, unrest, earthquakes, and other disasters which began in 2009, will continue to play their roles from the warnings which have been given to you a long time ago. Those people whose souls and hearts show only darkness, who pursue material pleasures, who fail to keep their faith, and who are selfish and egotistical, will reap all that they have sown. Let me lead those of you who still have rays of light in your souls onto a brighter path. Take the way of the greatest creator, not the ways of mankind, gods, Buddha, celestial beings, or demons. Revere the greatest creator, not your worldly leaders. Read the books without words, not the ones written by man. Forget all religions, for they have all become corrupted. None of them retain any truth any longer. Escape from marriages and families. They will lower you down to hell, not raise you up to heaven. Stop pursuing material pleasures. They will devour your spirits and souls and drag you into darkness. Pursue wealth of spirit and soul to the greatest extent. Only they can make your souls healthy and pure and lead you to heaven. Woe unto those people who possess great material wealth, for their sins are great, and their misfortunes will never come singularly. Woe unto those people with great power, for they oppress the good, deceive the public, force the pure into prostitution, compel the honest to become thieves, and they will shirk responsibility for their transgressions hardly. Woe unto those people who break their promises, for they are lawless, possess neither virtue nor wisdom, disregard nature's laws, and create unlimited strife and suffering. As divine punishments are always sure, they will not escape theirs. Woe unto selfish and egoistical people, for they are heartless, ignore laws and rules, and destroy nature. They will face painful consequences. Woe unto those people who practice psychic powers and preach supernatural power and magical arts, for they are only concerned with spirits, deities, fortunes, and disasters. They break rules, talk wildly at will, and guide people down evil paths. They deviate from natural rules and principles. They sin greatly. Do not envy and yearn for capitalism. It invites its own destruction inevitably. Do not envy and yearn for socialism. Much deceit, injustice, and lies are within it, and its road is impassable. Light the divine lamp within your souls. Never do evil when encountering hardships and tribulations, but always continue with kindness. For it is only in this way that you can escape from your troubles and leave your suffering and disasters. Each of you has your own soul garden. You need to de-weed it and cut the poisonous grass from it as soon as possible, and then import the flowers of virtue. Cultivate and fertilize them well so that you will gradually step into the new era after the disasters have ended. Never run around blindly, for no place is absolutely safe. The key to saving yourself is inside yourself, for you can never outrun your shadow. As time is running out, do not let the excess of disinformation on the web and in the media devour your last chance, but search for life-related issues quickly. Follow the instructions laid out by saints and sages and venture to climb toward the ideal realm that mankind has dreamed of. The beauty of the future era is beyond belief. I have prepared the road for new era humans, which is the way of the greatest creator and the road of life genuine. We hope that you will avoid the disasters and step into our new era. 谁能经营好夫妻生活? Who can manage a marriage well? Xu Efan, December 31st, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Everyone wants to manage their marriage well. They want to grow old together with their childhood sweethearts, respect, support, and love each other until they die, and be compliant and loving until the end. But try to answer this question. How many people across all times and countries can actually do this? Can emperors or presidents? Can billionaires? Can powerful and influential high officials and dignitaries? Can literary talents, experts, professors, or stars of entertainment? Can even ordinary workers manage them well? The answer is that no one can manage their marriage well. Even saints cannot do it. What is the ideal marriage? A happy marriage requires that there are never arguments or quarrels, no hurting words towards each other, mutual trust without suspicion, that neither will keep private money or even consider sexual relations with anyone else, and that both will treat their parents, parents-in-law, uncles, other in-laws, more distant relatives, friends, colleagues, neighbors, and children equally well and with the same spirit, heart, and courtesy, and without disagreements. Each respects and has much love for the other, and they never have any kind of cold war with verbal or emotional violence, let alone physical violence. The wife never attempts to control the husband by crying, misbehaving, or threatening to harm herself, and the husband never swears, curses, or threatens to harm his wife. When either is unhappy, the other takes good care of them and comforts them lovingly. They were not born on the same day, but they hope to die together in each other's arms. May I ask what husband or wife can do this? Stop fantasizing because there are none. They only exist in fiction novels. Question: where is the problem? Answer: it is in human nature. Human nature is inherently selfish, so knowing that, how could you hope to find such a thing in real life? The most complicated and difficult relationships in the world are those between married couples. If it is not a good match, then there will be no equality. If they are not in the same realm, then there will be no mutual understanding. If they do not make a perfect match, then it is inevitable that one will cheat on the other. If one of them is not enthusiastic about the other's career or hobbies, then they will not resonate in harmony. The relationships between married couples are not simply ones between two people. Rather, they involve all aspects of life. Unless a couple occupies an environment in which they are isolated from the world and rich in food, the war between them, whether obvious or secretive, superficial or deep, will only stop when death brings their relationship to a close. People all yearn for freedom, but as long as you are in a marital relationship, that will never happen. Will people be free if they earn more money? Will an official be free if they rise to higher ranks? Will a performer be free if they become famous? Will people be free if they escape to a foreign country? No, 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 and no. So stop cheating yourselves and each other. Your superficial tenderness cannot hide your heart's eagerness, and your superficial smiles cannot cover up your heart's bitter tears. People need to end marital relationships now. Then how are people to live without marital relationships while still satisfying their needs for spiritual, emotional, and physical intimacy? Blessed are we because it is for this reason that the ideal life mode which humans have dreamed of for thousands of years has finally arrived. It is the new oasis for life, the second home, mode created by Life Genuine. After nearly 10 years of exploration and experimentation, we have found that this mode can not only solve all the problems that all couples have faced and confronted, but also lead lives toward a rich and beautiful world of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing. The problem which has not been solved for thousands of years finally has been, now. Discard your fantasies and troubles and start to move toward Life Genuine's new oasis for life. Come closer, closer still. Do not try to change your husband or wife. Do not try to know and understand them thoroughly. Stop making unnecessary efforts, but try to build the new oasis for life wholeheartedly. Plunge into the life of the new oasis for life. This is the most rational choice for a better life. I hope that you can enter the new oasis for life, originally the second home, soon and experience the real joy of being human. Only then will you truly understand what human life can be. 人生每一次际遇都是一场考试. Each encounter in life is an exam. Xiefeng, March 14, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Gods are watching from just above your head. A whisper in the mortal world is like a rumble of thunder in heaven. Evil that is done secretly is as recognizable to the greatest creator as a flash of lightning in your eyes. My body has carried my soul in this world for more than 60 years, and I have experienced much during that time. Since my mission to create Life Genuine began, I have made careful observations of everyone whom I encountered. It should be said that I am searching carefully for those who can go to heaven. To be honest, less than 1/100% can do this. That is to say, only 1 in 10,000 people can go to heaven. I have discovered many mysteries from my practice of reaping ripe crops. With every encounter in life is an exam, being one of them. After staring at every person I met, genuine celestials and others, I understood that the greatest creator is staring at every life being in the universe and that all things and persons who anyone encounters are exams for them. If one passes an exam, then they will move on to the next one. If they fail it, then they must continue in this incarnation for another exam. If they fail to pass the exams for a millennium, then they will reincarnate for a millennium. If they fail them for 10 millennia, then they will reincarnate for 10 millennia. The will of the greatest creator cannot be violated, but the human mind is unpredictable. Human minds can be good and evil because human souls are unpredictable and inconclusive. The only way is to set up tens of thousands of exams, and they will be your experiences in life. When you meet someone, how you treat them is an exam. When you encounter an event, how to deal with it is an exam. Whatever we encounter, even if it is facing a bug, a beggar, or a social activity, it is actually an exam. What people do not realize is that there are people who have always been staring at us, recording our merits and demerits. Even if you drift to a desert island, are an emperor sitting upon your throne, are in prison, or are talking to yourself, there are people staring at you, and you cannot escape the eyes of these people. I am speaking of the divine punishment, though slow, are always sure philosophy. Knowing this, I now realize that life is like walking on thin ice or on a tightrope because you can only be considered a spiritual self-cultivator and have the opportunity to go to heaven when you understand this. Without understanding it, no matter how well educated you are, how rich in wisdom you are, how many merits you have accumulated, or even if you have self-cultivated for tens of thousands of years, you can only be a mere human and can never reach heaven. The content of the exam is set by Tao, is very simple, and anyone can get passing scores. I will give 8 examples here. Someone sang or danced for you, so you clapped your hands and passed the exam. Had you been indifferent, you would have failed it. You dropped some food on the dinner table, so you picked it up, ate it, and passed the exam. Had you wasted it, you would have failed it. Someone cooked a meal for you, gave you their seat, praised and encouraged you, or helped you, so you thanked them and passed the exam. Had you not, you would have failed it. You encountered a tortoise while driving on the road, so you stopped the car and let the tortoise pass first and passed the exam. Had you just rolled over it, you would have failed it. You saw a beggar passing by and gave alms and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You met a lost person, so you patiently pointed the way to them and passed the exam. Had you ignored them, you would have failed it. You saw rubbish, so you cleaned it up and passed the exam. Had you turned a blind eye to it and left it there, you would have failed it. You caused inconvenience to others, so you apologized and passed the exam. Had you not apologized, you would have failed it. There are thousands of examples like this, and we should never think that any of them are unimportant. During my lifetime of dealing with people, I have found that most people's reactions cannot pass all of their exams. For example, a doctor speaks fine words, but when they have the opportunity to help a patient, they might avoid it. I often give likes to people who post on their WeChat moments, but they never give likes to the articles that I share. Hollow valleys echo, dead valleys are silent. If you read our 800 values for new era human beings, you are asked to contribute $1. The fact is that even if it is not a million people, at least 100,000 people have read the values, but fewer than 10 people have paid these dollars throughout the past 10 years. This is the overall credit of a nation. A few days ago, I posted the article, "An amorous heart is the most true heart," in a WeChat group. As a result, the group owner immediately warned me to delete it. The owner failed the exam. Someone applied to add me on WeChat. I accepted and welcomed them, but they ignored my welcome. Some people speak very piously, but they completely ignore what you say. Someone came to me with a vow but left with neither a sound nor a trace, so I deleted them from my contact list. Deleted means gone, disappeared, dead. We are dead in each other's minds. Back to the point, no matter who we are, we experience many people and many things every day. Every encounter is an exam, and Tao is always our judge. Our future is determined by the results of our exams. The greatest creator has never abandoned anyone. He has been arranging encounters to save us. Once, twice, 10 times, thousands of times, he never gives up. We should not expect to enter heaven by passing only a single exam. What we need is to pass every exam, all of them. A failure of any exam will inevitably bring you back for a re-examination. We cannot have fluky minds. Tao's test is absolutely scientific, rigorous, meticulous, practical, and realistic. You are bound to encounter setbacks if you try to muddle through its exams by luck. 我职越重离地狱越近. the more stubborn one is, the closer they are to hell. Xiefeng, June 4, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Signs of hell include more troubles, sorrow, pain, and fear, with less freedom, joy, happiness, and blessing, and two unobstructed roads lead there. One is found by entering into an exclusive romantic and sexual relationship such as marriage, and the other is maintaining stubborn self-persistence. As long as you believe that you are always right, then you will definitely find your path to hell. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, a celebrity, a master, an expert, a scholar, or an ordinary self-involved person, clinging stubbornly to your views, opinions, values, measures, approaches, methods, conclusions, judgments, and so forth are always right and true proves that you are on your way to hell and that you are also bringing others along with you. This is an observation that I have drawn from history and through the current situation of humankind, which is based on the countless accumulation of facts. This observation and conclusion can be verified by everyone. Of course, my observation and conclusion are not necessarily correct because the complexity of life is unimaginable. The astronomical number of possibilities permutated and combined by 64 basic factors cannot be seen through or straightened out by human thinking, and it is even more difficult to study. Whoever believes that they are right is proving precisely their foolishness, ignorance, stupidity, stubbornness, and irrationality. Therefore, we must never again dare to think that our own opinions are always right or dare to judge others. As a result, our hearts are brightened. We need to stay away from those who insist that they are right in everything, regardless of whether they are a president, a master, a scholar, or expert in any field. And we therefore have to be humble. We have to look up to Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Saint Lao Tzu instead of researching and exploring on our own. It is better to follow the teachings of these three. Today I learned that I, the founder and guide of Life Genuine, am very ignorant. Do you dare to say that you are right? Do you still want to stick to your opinion? You bastard! 生命禅院已为人类进入新时代铺好了路。Life Genuine has paved the path into the new era of humanity. Dayform Buddha, June 26, 2019. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In the following decade or so, climate change will lead to unending occurrences of droughts, floods, hailstorms, hurricanes, insect calamities, earthquakes, extreme weather, pestilence, and other disastrous events that will turn hundreds of millions of people into refugees, and famines will abound. In order to compete for limited essential resources such as food and water, people will engage in savage struggles which will cause social unrest and instability. The government functions of the United Nations and all countries will fail. Governments will no longer be able to control any part of the situation. Fear and despair will spread everywhere, and people will not see any kind of bright recovery. It is estimated that within the next 30 years or so, the global population will be reduced to less than half. Minor changes occur gradually, but major ones happen instantaneously. After these great changes occur, even the most powerful empires will collapse and disappear forever. The United States, China, Russia, Germany, Japan, France, and many others will cease to exist. Most electricity will be off, communications will be unavailable, and the world will be in chaos. Authority will not exist, religious organizations will do their best, but will be so scattered and disconnected that they will be powerless. There will be no way to save mankind. The occurrences of all these things will not only be caused by the script arrangement of the grand adjustment of the universal life, but also by the state of consciousness of humans. To be sure, it is the consciousness of recent generations that has brought on these changes, and now this trend can no longer be reversed, and we have to face the reality of what will happen soon. In order to deal with these great changes and guide the rest people into the millennium, Xiefeng, who created Life Genuine, began to make theoretical preparations in 2002 and has been practicing them since 2009. Now, the theoretical and practical preparations are ready and are laid out in Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus, and their essence has been condensed into the third edition of 800 Values for New Era Human Beings. The practice is the new oasis of life, the original second home, which was created by Life Genuine with the new production and life mode for humans. The main purpose for releasing this message is to attract the attention of modern, living sages, and ring alarm to them so that they will not feel panic or act blindly when it happens. At the same time, I hope that everyone will begin to follow the lead of Life Genuine and to plan in advance so as not to mess up and regret their poor decision for the rest of their lives. 10 years later, there will be 256 branches of the new Oasis of Life throughout the world which will serve as an arc in the new era. The new order of production and life for humanity will expand outward from these branches of the new Oasis of Life to the rest of the world. Humanity will begin to lead a brand new existence, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion, and from both the rich and the poor. The whole world will be as one family. People will live in the millennium era that humans have dreamed of for generations, in which the worthy person will utilize their talents fully. No one will keep lost articles found on the roadside, and homes will not need to be locked at night. And everyone will lead happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives. Life Genuine has established an NPO called the International Big Family in British Columbia, Canada, and also another branch in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Those who are willing to enter the new Oasis of Life in advance can contact us to visit either. You are welcome to visit and explore here for more details and information about Life Genuine's values and the new production and life mode, with the precondition that you must be a sage, neither mortal nor laity, and certainly not an ignorant person. Whether or not the above is a deceitful lie depends on your judgment based on your spirituality, but to be sure, it is impossible to draw a conclusion by logical reasoning and intelligent analysis. It would be better if the developing changes of the world would be different than the above scenario. I would prefer that Life Genuine become notorious for this wrong prediction than that the great changes occur in the world, because no one wants such a tragic catastrophe to happen. As for the broad masses of people, listen to it or not as you like. You can just regard this message as a joke to laugh at and ridicule over dinner. 在意报仇雪恨. A further discussion of revenge. Xiefeng. June 28, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Each of you has a good understanding and attitude toward revenge. Having read your posts, I can see that you understand Chanyuan values well. As a new achiever of immortality, you must not have desires for revenge, let alone the motive or behavior for it. Because the world is faultless, all faults lie within us. If the outside world makes us uncomfortable, suppresses, and deceives us, or insults and deprives us of our freedom or property, then these are all our own faults and the root is still within us. From the law of causality, all effects originate from causes. The effect fruit that we eat, whether it is sweet or bitter, is caused by our own planting the cause. Therefore, revenge is tantamount to contending oneself. It is resisting the fruit that you deserve. The debt that should have been repaid will continue to cycle because of your revenge. On the road of self-improvement and self-cultivation to heaven, we need to place our lives into the hands of the greatest creator and give our lives to the management of Tao. Since we believe in Tao, we can just work hard towards the beautiful destination of truth, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, and leave everything else to its arrangement and management. For enmity or hatred, we swallow, digest, and expel it. As for what punishment an enemy should receive, it is not our business, but rather that of Tao. How will Tao treat that enemy? We do not need to know. We only need to believe firmly that Tao is fair and will not favor anyone. We also realize that the sum of all positive and negative energy of the universe is zero. That is, what you give and what you gain always balance. Being humiliated, wronged, suppressed, and exploited are forms of giving, because since you have paid something, you will surely gain something else. As to what you will gain, Tao has its own arrangements and methods. Your gain may be health and longevity, auspiciousness and smoothness, adequate food and clothing, turning a misfortune into a blessing, or perhaps even going to heaven. In short, you will not give something for nothing, and of course you will not gain anything without paying something for it. So do not take revenge. Jesus taught us to take up our own cross and follow him. This cross is our suffering, grievances, and hatred. If we take revenge, it is equivalent to dropping the cross instead of carrying it. This runs counter to Christ's teachings. Buddha Shakyamuni also taught us that if people are despised for reciting the Diamond Sutra, then not only can their sins from previous lives be eliminated, but they can end their samsara by attaining supreme enlightenment and the state of spiritual immortality. Despised here means being bullied, which gives rise to hatred. If we take revenge, it is the equivalent of throwing away the benefits that we have obtained because of being despised and spoiling our fortunes and blessings, so it is never a good deal. Lao Tzu's teachings are that sages put themselves last, find themselves in foremost places, regard their bodies as incidental, and their lives are therefore preserved. Favor and disgrace cause our dismay. What we value and what we fear are within ourselves. We have fears because we have selves. When we do not regard the self as a self, then what do we have to fear? These imply that we should not avenge our hatred because we can only live if we do not take revenge, and can only be free from harm if we become selfless. So, is revenge wrong? No. Revenge is a punishment, but punishments and rewards are cosmic properties. Those who should be punished must be punished, or justice would not be served. If one planted the cause of suffering, then they must bear its bitter fruit. If they made others bleed, then they must be made to bleed. If they killed others, then they must also be deprived of their life. As you have been measuring others, so shall you be measured. Now we need to know who has the authority to take revenge. Revenge should be executed by the universe's reward and punishment system, that is, Tao. How does Tao take revenge? If all humans do too much evil, then they will be punished with extinction. If some humans do too much evil, then they will be punished by large-scale catastrophes. If individual humans do too much evil, then gods and Buddha will punish them. Individuals who are wicked will punish each other. People have no right to take revenge on each other, and Chanyuan celestials have no authority to punish anyone. Revenge is a great good. Buddha asked, if I do not go to hell, then who will? And why? To save those who are in distress? How does one save those who are in distress? One way is to take revenge to punish the wicked. If evil cannot be contained and the wicked cannot be punished, then the so-called save those who are in distress is just empty talk. That is, Wu Gang cuts the sweet-scented osmanthus tree and Sisyphus pushes the stone up the mountain, which will never happen. Why should we worry about going to hell? Because taking revenge can lead easily to that. Since Buddha has attained supreme enlightenment and has reached the state of non-self, of course, for the sake of all beings, he is not afraid of going to hell. Therefore, Buddha can take revenge. Also, gods have the authority to take revenge and punish evil. If anyone becomes a god, then they can take revenge. So we can see the following phenomenon. One of great virtue does not claim virtue. One of great mercy does not flash mercy. One of great benevolence does not appear benevolent. One with great faith seems devoid of faith. Knowing the above principles, we can see a person's future, a nation's future, and humankind's future. At the same time, we can understand the principles and root causes of the natural and social disasters that occur on Earth every day. Only in this way can we observe the world with a cold eye, watch current events calmly, and be extraordinary, reborn, and reach the celestial islands without premature death. Based on these principles, ask yourself the following 5 questions. Why did Ming Chunzu implicate Feng Xiaoru's whole clan? Why did Li Zicheng's soldiers punish the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang wherever they went? All those who live in the prince's palace, whose surname is Zhu, whether obedient or disobedient and whether military or civilian, must be killed. Why did Hitler kill millions of Jews? Why did the Chinese communists severely crack down on the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, bourgeois, and capitalists? Why did Mao Zedong want to get rid of all types of evil people? What will happen in the next few years? Who will suffer? Those who do not plan for the long term will see their short-term plans fail. Those who do not plan for general situations are not good enough for specific situations. 人类社会发展趋势探索 Exploring the developmental trend of human society. Xiefeng, January 17, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. It is not moral preaching but the advancement of science and technology that change human thinking and living conditions. The invention of steam engines in the 1860s changed the way that people traveled and dressed and brought about the appearance of ships, trains, and the international cotton, textile, and the steel industries. The invention of electrification in the 1870s brought electric lights, telephones, airplanes, and cars to people, which changed their life patterns. The inventions and innovations of atomic energy and microprocessor-based calculators in the middle 20th century not only brought people a new thinking mode, but also brought us into a new era, especially the scientific and technological revolution in electronic communication in the beginning of the 21st century, which accelerated the change of people's thinking and life patterns in all aspects. As for the moral preachings of Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam, it is the same today as it was 2 centuries after their founding prophets lived. The moral education of Confucianism in traditional Chinese culture is even more stretched. It has no effect on people's thinking and brings no effective changes to the way that people live. Mao Zedong's ideological and moral education, which was popular in China from the 1950s through the 1960s, not only failed to bring freedom and wealth to people, but it also cultivated countless hypocrites and corrupt officials. The facts have proven that the more emphasis that is placed on moral education, the worse people's living conditions become and the more cunning people's characters turn. While the more rapid the development of science and technology are, the more people's lifestyles and living standards improve for the better. Today, it is not moral education that changes people's thinking, behavior, and life patterns, but scientific revolutions and technological innovations such as computers, mobile phones, videos, and biotechnology. With continuously emerging new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, facial recognition, and so on, people's thinking will undergo revolutionary leaps, and people's traditional life patterns will be completely subverted. With mobile phones and other social media, who would still send love letters and family greetings through snail mail? With powerful cars, who is still willing to ride ox carts and carriages? With fast airplanes, who would still ride to faraway places on horseback? With GPS navigation systems, who wants to look for places on street maps? The invention and creation of science and technology force people to change their traditional lifestyles. It is not a question of whether we are willing to do this, but a matter of necessity. In addition to science and technology, the core factors that change people's ways of living and thinking, another major factor is institutions, systems, and programs. Different systems lead to different ways of thinking and living. For example, mainland China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore are all Chinese, but their social styles are totally different due to their different systems. As far as their systems are concerned, the more open and free a system is, the more advantageous the development of its productive forces will be, the more vibrant the society is, the more active people's thinking becomes, and the better the people's living conditions become. While the more closed and conservative a system is, the less freedom it has, the more it hinders the development of productivity. The more lifeless it is, the lower people's degree of happiness is, the more rigid their thinking is, and the more ignorant the people remain. Let us compare the United States, Iran, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe. The United States was founded only 200 years ago, but its productive forces have flourished from the beginning through the present, and its society has unlimited vitality. This proves that its system is superior. Historically, the Persian kingdom once created a splendid civilization, but after the Ayatollahs took power in 1980, Iran embarked on an autocratic system that combines politics with religion, and they have declined since then. Venezuela used to be the wealthiest country in South America, but since Nicolas Maduro took over the supreme power of the country in 2013, he implemented an autocratic dictatorship and changed the country's operating system. And as a result, the country has gone from bad to worse and become the country with the most severe economic collapse and the worst national life in the world today. A country of just 32 million people has created 4 million refugees. This is how different systems produce different outcomes. Zimbabwe was once the granary of southern Africa and the most pleasant garden-like country in the world. But since they gained their independence in 1980, they have been governed by Robert Mugabe. As Mugabe became more conservative and authoritarian, the country's currency collapsed by 2009, and its people were becoming desperate. After analyzing the above factors, let us look at the developmental trend of human society. The current systems in China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and several other countries will collapse. No matter how the autocratic systems are controlled, due to the massive emergence of computer networks and mobile phone communication videos, No matter how effectively their firewalls block people from receiving new information, the spread of information is unstoppable, and people will become less and less tolerant of authoritarian rule. Market economies will replace all other forms of economic models. The movement of people will become freer and more frequent. The concept of hometown will only exist in people's minds, and that of where there is bread, there will be motherland, will be deeply rooted in people's minds. Religion, culture, and nationality will gradually merge. Religion will go into decline, culture will develop toward the American style, and nationalist sentiment will fade. The concept of countries will gradually fade, a global government will appear, and people will move toward it. Various kinds of social and non-governmental organizations and teams will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and they present social wonders of 100 flowers blooming in a variety of forms. Marriage, as one of the most ignorant phenomena in human society, will gradually disappear as the traditional nuclear family mode gradually disintegrates. People are more keen to rely on their emotions and live with folk collective production and life modes such as in Japan's Konohana family. After experiencing great changes, turbulence, and integration, the world will move toward unity and countries will disappear completely. Eventually, the values of Life Genuine will be deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the new oasis for life mode created by Life Genuine will blossom everywhere. The above is only the developmental trend of human society as analyzed from the evolution of social factors. The inventions and creations of science and technology and the evolution of systems are not enough to constitute such huge social changes. Another extremely explosive factor that will also play a role is the vicissitudes which will be brought about by climate. Fires, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, plagues, scorching heat, freezing cold, droughts, and similar disasters will be staged in turn and become more and more severe and harsh, which will force all of human society to move towards the Life-Genuine era. This will be an objective law that does not evolve with people's subjective will. Let us wait and see. Tianming Lun, The Theory of Destiny. Xiefeng, February 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Confucius said, "At 15 years old, I set my heart upon learning. At 30 years, I planted my feet firmly upon the ground. At 40, I no longer suffered from perplexities. At 50, I knew my destiny. At 60, I heard them with docile ears. At 70, I could follow the dictates of my own heart, for what I desired no longer overstepped the boundaries of right." Knowing one's destiny? What is destiny? Destiny is the mission bestowed upon us by the greatest creator. Or we can say, destiny is our inherent talent and fate. Then how can we know our destiny? The smartest and wisest people in Chinese history are Jiang Ziya, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang. Jiang Ziya's wisdom undoubtedly exceeded Zhou Wenwang's. Zhang Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bang's, and Zhuge Liang's must have surpassed Liu Bei's. But why did the former not replace the later and stand on their own as kings? Because they knew their destinies. They knew that their destinies were to assist, not to rule. Had the three of them attempted to become kings, they would have lost everything. Commanders-in-chief and generals are two completely different realms. Kings and counselors require completely different talents. Birds can soar in the sky, but once they fall into the water, they will not only be defenseless, but they might even drown. Liu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and many others were godlike persons who knew the vicissitudes of the previous millennia. So why did Liu Bowen, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Tiangang still kowtow to the feet of Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shimin? Because they all knew their destinies. Peach trees can only bear peaches, apricot trees can only bear apricots, roosters can only crow, and hens can only lay eggs. These are their destinies. After reading all the books without words, you will find that everything is born, grows, is punished, and is finally exterminated by nature. Talents are born, not learned or cultivated. Those who are born to be thieves will definitely steal, and those born to be kings will gather talents. Destiny is not to be violated because whoever does so will have a bad life that is full of twists and turns. It can be seen from this that when everything goes wrong or when we encounter misfortune, it must be that we have acted against our destiny. If we can follow our destiny, our lives would be smooth. Therefore, when eating cornbread, eat happily. Do not envy other people's delicacies. When living in a thatched hut, do not be jealous of others' tall buildings and villas. It is easy to see others start businesses to generate income, but not so simple to germinate the idea to start your own business. Watching others become celebrities, do not imitate them blindly in any way. Finding others becoming spiritual leaders, do not engage in sneaky and furtive activity dealing with spirits and deities or fortunes and disasters yourself and expect to be seen as Jesus or the Ziwei Saint or Maitreya Buddha coming again. Be yourself. If you like farming, then farm honestly. If you like teaching, then teach diligently. Do not follow others because by knowing what you can do, you will be knowing and following your destiny. I would like to introduce my own process of knowing my destiny. I discovered very early that people with the Zhang surname can neither succeed in official careers nor become successful in financial ones. If a Zhang follows an official career, they will develop a bad reputation, and if they go into a financial career, they will become impoverished. However, the Jade Emperor's surname was Zhang, which proves that I can become a saint. Knowing this, I must enter neither an official career nor a financial profession. There are too many things that I cannot do because I am not cut for them. The only thing that I can succeed in is to become an immortal saint, but I will never become a god, let alone a king. At the same time, I found out that I must not accumulate material wealth. The less I own, the more I can use my talents. The emptier I am, the more spiritual I am. Leading people toward heaven, I can do. Leading people to run businesses to make money, I cannot. Leading people to change dynasties or become heroes, I definitely cannot do. In the end, I found that I cannot do much of anything very well, even if I try my hardest, but I can do service work. I can serve others, to be servants of others. This I can do well. I can be a first-class servant. It is easy for me to deliver everyone to the fairy world. I am very capable of serving people to enjoy the fun in life and life. That is the communist life. Among other things, I am a big idiot. How about you? What is your destiny? Young people will not know it, but even Confucius knew his destiny at 50. It is very difficult to know one's destiny without experiencing the torture of life, without reading the books without words, and without often trying to figure out the world. Are you familiar with Zhou Enlai, a key figure in the history of modern China? He died well because he knew his destiny. Zhou Enlai never visited Liu Bang's tomb, but he did visit Zhang Liang's tomb. This could have saved his life. Otherwise, he might have suffered Liu Shaoqi and Lin Biao's ending. The core of the theory of destiny is to be yourself, and you must never deliberately plan anything. 生命禅院破导游的哭诉和呐喊. The Crying and Shouting of Life Chanuan's Tour Guide. March 30th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and translated by Care. The COVID-19 epidemic sweeps across the earth as the daily death toll continues to rise and everyone is at a risk of being infected. It may claim 100 million lives, but this is only the beginning of human suffering with more difficult days to follow. Death by drowning, burning, dehydration, starvation, hyper and hypothermia, and physical attacks will happen in rapid succession. And in the end, few people will remain. For the last 18 years, I have been calling, yelling, and crying out to people to attach importance to the construction of the human soul, because the core of all crises is the one of the soul. And I have been warning people that it is only by changing the traditional mode of production in life that people be able to survive the crises and turn them into peace. Few people have responded, and still fewer people have listened to me. I wrote letters to Chinese President Xi Jinping and to the Secretary General of the United Nations, but it was like dropping pebbles into the ocean. In order to create a model that is different from the traditional production and life mode for everyone to follow, more than 100 Chanyuan Celestials have begun creating a new mode of production and life for mankind since April 2009. Whether the mode is good or not, government staff and public security personnel have visited and investigated our home with 600 individual officer visits, during which times they have witnessed our status quo. Just ask them, they will not say that they found anything bad. So, as the tour guide, what did I get? Verbal internet abuse at me ranged from liar, fool, sorcerer, to demon, all the way to devil king. And those were just some. As for the parents, children, spouses, and siblings of Chanyuan Celestials, threats and scolding from them were even worse. Even today, a father of one Chanyuan Celestial said that I brainwashed his child and ruined her brain, and that he would never stop holding me accountable for injury to him and his family. People scold me mostly about cheating my followers out of their money. Lord in heaven, whose money have I taken, and how did I take it? I sold all the property that I had accumulated over the past 10 years and invested in the construction of the new oasis for life. I am still worrying about my 3 meals each day. You say that I cheated them for money, but I ask where your conscience is? More cruel is how the government never understood us and destroyed our 3 picturesque homes that we created in Yunnan and forced us out of them. There were 150 of us. Where were we to go? What should we have done? All the money we donated had been invested in the 3 homes in Yunnan province. Do you know about our going to Nanjing and Xinjiang to rebuild our homes? Who could understand the pressure and hardships we suffered? In Nanjing, we had just begun construction, built a few houses to live in, beautified the environment, and planted some crops. Hey, the government came back to demolish everything and drove us out again. We built 3 more homes in Xinjiang. Houses were built, the environment was beautified, the crops were harvested, and we were about to live happy lives. Oops, the government came again, demolished everything, and drove us from Xinjiang again. We could do nothing but find another place in Yunnan to build 3 more homes secretly. After we finished everything, everyone was smiling, and we were all ready to live happy lives. Then, misfortune returned, and we were driven out of our homes for the 4th time. For more than 10 years as the tour guide, the pressure that I have had to bear and the difficulties which I have had to resolve have exceeded the Red Army's 25,000 Li March and Tang monks' travels to West Heaven to acquire scriptures. This morning, when the father of one Chanyuan Celestial blamed all the responsibility for his child on me, I was near to having a nervous breakdown. Over these 10 years, more than a dozen children have grown up in our home as our middle-aged members have matured and grown old. More than 20 Chanyuan Celestials are now over 70 years old. Most of them have no retreat and no source of income. What about their senior care? I once hoped that people who read my 800 values for New Era Human Being would pay $1 each. But more than 10 years have passed and fewer than 10 people paid their dollar. Life Genuine's column on a North America-based, Chinese-language website has been viewed more than 170 million times, but very few have paid their dollar. We once published Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus in a paperback format with the hope of getting some income from selling those books. As a result, the state banned their sale and the cost of their publication has never been recovered. I can now feel the pain deeply in Christ Jesus' heart when he was nailed to the cross, and understand deeply why Buddha Shakyamuni shed tears when he talked with the Chinese devil king. I am not complaining to anyone here because although we have gone through hardships, we have never complained about heaven, earth, society, the government, or anyone. The world is faultless. All faults lie within us. I am just faithfully recording the history and development of Life Genuine in the course as the tour guide of Life Genuine, so as to provide a way of thinking and reference for people who want to follow the footsteps of Jesus, Shakyamuni, and me, Xiefeng, in the future. But there is still one thing that I must emphasize here. If humankind wants to survive crises and disasters and have lives in which the talented will be put to good use and the whole world will be one family, no one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. The weather will be good for harvesting. Everything will be prosperous, and everyone will be happy, joyous, free, and blessed. You can only follow the path pioneered by Life Genuine. I, Xiefeng, am currently the only candidate to lead humankind out of its predicament. Of course, people can continue to mock and ridicule me, insult and abuse me, and continue to threaten me, so let us wait and see. When people die in rapid succession and when they are enveloped by the fear of death, they will know who I am. When Life Genuine is driven to a dead end, humans will have reached the end of the road to complete destruction. 向传统开炮，问家里人都是仇人. Fire at traditions. 1. All family members are enemies. Xiefeng. March 22, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Matthew 10 verse 36 in the Bible recorded Jesus Christ's warning that Everyone's worst foes shall be from their own households. He also spoke clearly that, I have come not to send peace, but a sword, for I have come to turn sons against their fathers, daughters against their mothers, and in-laws against each other. Anyone who loves their father or mother more than me, and anyone who loves their son or daughter more than me, is not worthy of me. In John 14 verse 36, Jesus Christ tells us clearly, I am the way, the truth, and life. I, Xiefeng, am the incarnation of Jesus Christ in this age, and am here to bear witness to his teachings. I am proclaiming to the world that what he said is true. I have come to implement his words. Let children leave their parents, and let parents leave their children. I want to complete his final words and take the children who have left their parents and the parents who have left their children all into the kingdom of the greatest Creator. Relatives in the traditional sense are actually enemies. They are a resistance to heaven and the path to hell. Everyone who maintains traditional marriages and family relations is an assistant to the king of the devil. Every kind of preaching that maintains traditional marriages and families is the devil's preaching. All praises of marriages and families are harmful. Parents have kidnapped their children for millennia in the name of love. Parents always treat their children as private property by preventing them from following the lives they would choose. Parents always impose their will on their children regardless of their children's feelings and whether they know it or not. Parents always rely on their children for care in their old age. Parents always impose their unfulfilled wishes on their children and hope to realize their wishes through them. Parents always blame their incompetence on their children. Parents always control their children with promises and threats. Across thousands of years, from ancient times to modernity, both in China and abroad, history is bitter and filled with blood and tears, and it was personally brewed and written with praise for marriages and families with parents and children. If these relationships do not disintegrate, then the sea of human suffering will continue boundlessly. Not only will it remain as such, but in this kind of civilization, humankind will face disasters or even extinction. Success leads to success and failure leads to failure. 5,000 years of human history is a history of failures, and repeating them will not bring success. It is only by thoroughly formatting all failed programs that we can usher in a beautiful and happy era for humankind. Marriages and families are the pots for boiling frogs in warm water. Everyone in it is ultimately boiled to the animal world and hell. No one who lives in them all his life can reach heaven. If Xiefeng was just discrediting the bitter and bloody program of marriages and families without pointing to a more ideal and better direction and building a more perfect new program, then he would be a destroyer, not a builder. I would be a devil, and those words of Jesus Christ could neither be proven nor disproven. Those who are parents, please do not scold me so quickly. Those who maintain marriages and families, please calm down first. Children who love their parents, please do not deny me so quickly. I have created a new program for humankind that has no marriages or families. This new program is the kingdom of the greatest Creator. People living in this program will testify that it is thousands of times more beautiful than traditional marriages and families. If you have not lived in it deeply, then it will be impossible for you to imagine. But the facts are there, and we cannot help but face the truth. Of course, I know clearly that the traditional program is very powerful and the people who fight against this new one have great power to destroy it. But this is not my concern. My business is its construction, and if you want to destroy it, that is your business. I just use the facts to prove to mankind that what Jesus Christ said is completely correct. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. By following his teachings, all of humankind can enter into the kingdom of the greatest Creator and enjoy beautiful lives for 1,000 years. Not only that, but most people can enter heaven. Believe it or not, you can choose for yourself. Those who believe it are blessed, but those who do not believe it will witness the results for themselves. 向传统开炮，托儿夫妻是最丑陋的关系. Firing at traditions, too. Marriages make the ugliest relationships. Xiefeng, March 24, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The ancient Chinese had long studied life through and declared that husbands and wives are opponents. What is an opponent? An enemy. The ancient Chinese showed wisdom when they said that it is better for opponents to untie than to tie up. What did they mean by that? They meant that two opponents should not unite. That is, they should not marry and become couples. Not to tie up means not to join together. Anyone who accidentally forms a couple should untie, divorce, ASAP. To untie means to dissolve the partnership, to untie the rope that binds both parties, and to let both parties fly freely. Among the various relationships in society, the worst and the ugliest ones are those between husbands and wives. The most trouble and pain in people's lives come from their marital partners. Domestic violence does, and so do cold wars. The worst complaints are those between married couples, and the mutual torture between them is also the worst. Once a person is married, they fall into an abyss of misery which lasts for the remainder of their union. When an angel marries, they become a devil. When a saint marries, they become laity or mortal. 90% of married men wear green hats, feel betrayed. Is this not painful? 90% of married women lose their desirability after marriage. Is this not annoying? Chinese culture was created by God. Just look at the Chinese character, Huan, and you can understand everything. Near means woman and Huan means confused. A woman gets confused and gets married. Jiehuan means to marry, and it is clear that when a man unites with a confused woman, he also become confused. There is a saying that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as stolen love. These words reveal the secret of secular life. If a man has a wife and a concubine, then he will definitely prefer his concubine. But even if he has 3 wives and 4 concubines, he would still want to steal love. Why? Because the stolen love tastes exceptionally delicious and is fascinating, irritating, and yearning. So why not steal it? Only a fool would not want to steal some love. Lechery is not a crime and stealing love is not theft. So why not steal some love? Even if you do not steal any, you still think about it. Come on, admit it. Even if you cannot sleep at night, lose your appetite, and become haggard, you will still be restless and ready to take action. Once opportunity knocks, you will definitely take action even if it means walking the wire or even dying for it. This is reality and people have to face it. For thousands of years, this reality has not changed at all. No matter how fancy someone's moral preaching is, how harsh their legal precepts are, or how people talk about them, even if their body would be smashed into pieces and their family would be disrespected for 10,000 years, there would still be an endless stream of them who will cheat on love. Since this is the truth of human nature in the mortal world, why should we avoid it? Why not just accept the truth? Husbands of the world, why even dream of stopping your wife from cheating on you? Wives of the world, why even fancy stopping your husband from cheating on you? Even if you could have controlled your spouse from cheating on you before, this is the age of mobile phones with internet access where people can cheat on anyone at any time. Can you watch and guard them all the time? No way. No guarding, defending, threatening, or tempting can stop the flood of cheating. If a wife does not cheat, then she must not be sexy enough. And if a husband does not cheat, then he must not be charming enough. Never believe that people with power and money do not cheat. The richer and more powerful they are, the more they cheat. Do not expect your partner to not cheat on you because you are as beautiful as a flower in a jade setting or handsome and debonair. A handsome husband is not as good as a stolen fool, and no matter how beautiful a wife is, she is not as good as a stolen lascivious woman. A man who has been married for many years will tell you that his wife is the most annoying woman in his life, and a woman who has been married as long will tell you that she was blind on the altar. The fact is that no one is wrong. What is wrong is entering into the boundless sea of bitterness, the marriage program. Would Buddha Shakyamuni have become Buddha if he had not escaped from his marriage? Would Lao Tse have become a celestial if he had ridden a green bull out of the pass with his own yellow-faced wife? Would he have become Lord Lao Tse? Would King of Yin Dynasty, Zhou's kingdom have been overthrown if Jiang Ziya had a wife next to him to direct him as he was helping Zhou Wenwang and Zhou Wuwang to win their battles? Would Christopher Columbus have discovered the New World if he had loved a wife who loved him equally? When I was a child, seeing new couples at weddings made me feel green with envy. Now, I feel pity for them because I know what they are in for. When I was a child and saw a man with his wife, I felt that he was very imposing. Now, I feel as if I am looking at a ghost. When I was a child and saw a woman with her husband, I felt that she was very happy. Now, she reminds me of a frog in a well. In fact, all couples live in pain, though on the surface they pretend to be very happy. In their hearts, they ask each other, "Why are you still alive?" But then they verbalize, "You are my favorite." People are so deceptive and such good performers. Even more strange is that some couples have never had more than a few days of happiness in their entire lives. They know that entering into marriage and becoming a couple was the worst mistake in their lives, but they still force their children to follow their own painful paths. It is an obvious fire pit, but they force their children to jump into it. How cruel do you think such parents are? Are there any real people in this world? I have thought it over and over again, but could not figure it out. Finally, I can only say that all parents who force their children to marry must have been kicked in their heads by donkeys or even camels. Either their minds are flooded, some nerves in their brains short-circuited, or they were fed the wrong drug when they were born. There is no other explanation. Then, if you do not get married and do not have a romantic partner, where will you go? The most ideal and most beautiful way out is in our garden, the new oasis for life created by Life Genuine. 人类从新冠病毒疫情中应当明白这8个道理. Humans should understand these 8 truths from the COVID-19 pandemic. Xiefeng. May 20th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. Let us look first at some natural changes that have occurred during the pandemic, and then we will see what we should conclude from them. You might want to research the following news items on the internet to see what has happened. The virus has healed the earth. The contrast of aerial photos from before and after the lockdown of the cities is amazing. Satellite data show that China's air quality has improved significantly. The air quality comparison chart under the global pandemic is conclusive. An Italian city was closed for 2 weeks and satellite views of it found amazing changes. Due to the outbreak, the number of tourists has plummeted and the canals in Venice, Italy have cleared nicely. Miami's water became clear, global carbon dioxide emissions dropped, mountain lions appeared in cities, and the earth began to restart. Residents of Punjab, India could see the Himalayas, 201 kilometers away in early April for the first time in nearly 30 years. India ordered a nationwide blockade at the end of March and found that the Ganges River had cleaned itself. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, the global blockade has slowed people's activities. As a result, all-round changes have taken place on the Earth. The 8 examples above are enough to make us understand the 8 truths below. Atmospheric pollution, turbid rivers, reduced marine life, soil acidification, salinization, reduction of animals and plants, climate warming, ecological crises, and more are all caused by human activities, and humans must reverse them. There are too many people on the earth and we should reduce our uncontrolled growth. Regardless of race, ethnicity, or country, population development should be controlled within Mother Nature's tolerance. The national policies and human activities dominated by the developed economies are biased. Economic development must be in line with Mother Nature's annual productivity, and we cannot ask too much from her. Otherwise, she who nurtures us will get sick and lose her temper. People's food, clothing, shelters, traveling, aging, sickness, and death are all consuming natural resources. The more people possess, the more they damage the earth and the more sins they commit. The more people enjoy, the more they abuse and ravage the earth and the more sins they commit. Once anything's development goes to the extreme, it will inevitably be contained. The only way to avoid containment is to maintain harmony and balance among all things. Human nature has both a good side and an evil one. Capitalism and the market economy model conform to the evil side of human nature, that is, the greedy side. Greed leads to evil, which leads to ecological imbalance and ecological disaster. These facts tell us that there is something wrong with traditional values and the production and life mode of humans, and that this value and mode is the source of the virus. How do we solve the above 8 problems? In order to let people live happy and peaceful lives without anxiety or fear, to make society harmonious, and to restore nature to its original purity and cleanliness, I am fully prepared in both theory and practice. The theory is called Chanyuan values. The practice is called the New Oasis for Life. I have lived in Asia for decades, Africa for 17 years, North America for 3 years, with primitive tribes in Oceania for a few months, with Christians for 3 years, with Muslims for 3 years, had deep contact with Hindus, subtle contact with Buddhists and Taoists, understood Western spiritual culture, Osho's thoughts, and earnestly studied and explored Marxist theories, so I understand that people's needs are at the bottom in the minds of rich bosses. Therefore, my theory and practice are suitable for the interests of humankind as a whole, as well as to meet everyone's wishes. I hope that people will think about it deeply. Again, without changing humanity's traditional production and life modes, our suffering will continue endlessly, and not only will we be punished by nature, but the future will never be bright. 人人都自带新冠病毒. Everybody carries the COVID-19 virus. Xiefeng, June 16, 2020. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. As the COVID-19 pandemic keeps spreading throughout the world, all countries continue their efforts to avoid it out of fear that they might catch it, and wearing masks has become a main method of preventing its spread. I would like to inform everyone that these external preventive measures, including wearing surgical masks, will not work. Whether people will be infected by the virus or not depends completely on the 8 qi that they possess. That is to say that those who are supposed to catch the disease, even if they remain fully insulated, will get sick, but those who are not supposed to get it, even if they bathe in water that is fully contaminated with the virus, will not. My viewpoint is supported by the following 3 theories. Holographic theory. According to cosmic holographic theory, even while latent, all subsystems contain all the information of their systems and all the information of the universe. Any subsystem is a microcosm of its system and therefore a microcosm of the universe. A medical doctor can order a blood test from one drop of our blood, and all the information about our bodies can be determined from that single drop. Through that test data, the doctor can determine what diseases we have because every cell of the body contains all the information about the body. This is the cosmic holographic theory. It can be concluded that once the COVID-19 virus came into existence, everyone in the world became infected with it, and this has nothing to do with their location or whether they have guarded against it. Those who deny this deny cosmic holography. The truth of Buddhism. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. The Buddha said, everyone owns Buddha nature. All humans can become Buddha. The truth of Buddhism shows that human self-nature owns everything. Self-nature can generate all Dharma, and all Dharma is generated from self-nature. This tells us that each of us has both the most beauty in the world and the most ugliness in the world. We can also infer logically that everyone owns a devil's nature and a beast's nature. Whether people achieve Buddhahood or fall to a demonic level depends on their self-nature. Therefore, it can be concluded that whether we become infected by the virus or not depends on our self-nature, not on our preventive measures such as wearing masks. If one thinks that someone is infected by exposure to someone else, it shows that they do not understand the truth of Buddhism. The principle of causation. All dharma is a void except karma. If one wants to understand their past lives, then they should study what they receive in this life. The principle of causation tells us that reality is only the projection of one's consciousness. One suffers because they have ever sinned. One is blessed and can live at ease and comfort because they have accumulated merits and virtues. You reap what you have sown. Those who take baths often and wash their clothes regularly will not get lice, but those who do not do so will acquire them. The birth and spread of COVID-19 needs to meet certain conditions, so whether one gets infected and sick depends on whether they meet those conditions. If they meet them, then they will become infected and get sick, but if they do not meet them, then they will not get sick even if they become immersed with them. I have written more than 260 articles over the last 17 years as warnings to the world which have been disseminated across the internet. The current state of the today's world and sceneries of a future world have been heralded clearly by them. Although it is too late for mankind to turn the corner, the laws and principles of life and life do work at all times. I want mankind to know that the only way to escape from your current crisis, but to walk the propitious path, is to change your traditional mode of production in life, and that the way for individuals to escape from this crisis and to lead blessed lives is to take the way of the greatest creator and follow the road of life genuine. If you think that I am wrong and that you are right, then just follow your own path and you will find out. 邪恶家园大魔头至中国反邪教网 The great demon of the evil homeland replies to China's anti-cult network. Xiefeng, July 30th, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Fighters of China's anti-cult network. First of all, if you feel that you are doing right and are confident in your actions, then do not delete or block my article here. If you are scared, then delete it or block it. You have been a great help because your video, The Home of Evil, has expanded Life Chanuan's influence, which is exactly what I have been looking for. As for whether or not people believe your video's content, you know that in today's China, it is everyone's tacit understanding. Nowadays, only mindless people still believe the messages published by governments at your level. After watching your video, I can see that you have put much work into it, but also that it is still rough and that your understanding needs refinement. You said that you rescued believers who had been directed remotely by Zhang Zifan, Xiefeng. But this is inconsistent with the facts. One of your insiders sent me some photos of your process of rescuing my followers. In one of them, a female Chanyuan Celestial's hands were tied behind her back with a rope, and she was squatting on the ground with a police officer holding a pistol against the back of her head in the same way that Japanese devils shot and killed Chinese compatriots during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Is this what you called rescue? I still have the photo. You posted a few photos of me in the video which we had taken while playing games. You deliberately selected those photos to vilify me and to scare my potential sisters-in-law away. That was unscrupulous of you. The biggest shortcoming of the video upon which you worked so hard is that there were no voices of any Chanyuan Celestials. It is a failure. In fact, the biggest blow to Life Chanuan and Xiefeng should be Chanyuan Celestials exposing my ugly deeds, which would have been much more convincing. It is lacking that you did not do that. Wang Gang, who appears in the video, is the son of Foci Celestial. His performance in the video was simply that of a respectful son. But what is the truth? You should allow his mother Foci to talk about it. Why would an elderly woman in her 80s not be with her son, but with the demon, Xiefeng? People with normal thinking ability will come up with something, right? We have a lot of evidence to prove why the elderly woman would rather die outside than live with her son. Is it evil for Xiefeng's homeland to take in 80-year-olds and allow them to live comfortable lives? I used to think that evil meant not showing filial piety to the elderly, but now it seems that showing filial piety to the elderly is evil. Thank you for showing me the true meaning of evil. Wang Gang said that Xiefeng asked his mother to bring her salary card over and end her relationship with the family. You should show evidence of this occurrence because without any, what you said is just slander. Will people believe it? Saying that your mother took her savings, ran away from home, and that you then lost contact with her is simply one big lie. Does telling such a lie mean that you have forgotten about the time that your wife and you visited Life Chanuan? The video said that I joined traditional Christianity, but have you any evidence of this? Of course not, because you made all this up. You know that I am the messenger of the greatest creator, Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and the incarnation of Celestial Laozi, but you think that this has all been made up by me, right? Is it not strange that one dares to claim himself as such but can still have a clear mind for 20 years? Is it not abnormal? This is not something that anyone can claim for themselves casually. If you do not believe me, you can try doing it yourself. If anyone claims to be such, it would take less than 1 year for them to go insane and die. If you do not believe me, try it yourself. Now suppose, what if Zhang Zifan's claim is true? If so, then your sins are surely not small. You said that our two places in Guizhou are secretly established bases under the cover of cooperative, comprehensive development projects. Excuse me, but are we also engaged in any illegal activities or any other than those stipulated in our contract? If so, please provide evidence. You said that the most important of Xiefeng's fallacies is that Chanyuan Celestials must hand in all their property. Please provide evidence of this. In which article did I write this? On what occasion did I say it? Please provide material evidence and testimonies of witnesses. Lu Chong is the husband of Xianin Celestial and appears in the video. You said that Xianin Celestial sold all of her family property behind Lu Chong's back and dedicated all his hundreds of thousands of RMB yuan to Life Chanuan. But are the facts really as Lu Chong claims? Lu Chong is addicted to gambling. Not only did he gamble away their pig farm, which they had worked so hard to build, but he also lost their house, driving the family into bankruptcy and unable to pay off some usurers from whom he had borrowed money. He hid outside all day, and his wife had no choice but to beg to come to Lifechanuan home. His wife had not sold their property behind his back and donated hundreds of thousands of RMB yuan to Lifechanuan because she had nothing and even needed to purchase the train ticket with the pocket money her daughter gave her to travel from her former farm to Lifechanuan. You have provided false testimony. I wonder if this is a crime in jurisprudence. I guess you need to study the law more seriously. Lu Chang said that he weighed nearly 75 kilograms when he was with his wife, but that his weight had dropped to 45 kilograms after she left. What does this fact show? With his wife supporting him, he was obese, but with his wife no longer taking care of him, he became underweight. Who can afford to support a man like this? You said that Lifechanuan is an illegal organization. So we asked your public security officer why you felt that way? The officer said that Lifechanuan was never registered. I ask you, must an organization register in order to be legal? Was the great, glorious, and correct Communist Party of China organization registered with the nationalist government of that time when it ruled China? If not, then according to you, the CPC has always been an illegal organization? Besides, Lifechanuan is an international family which has been registered with the Canadian government. Can it not be counted as registered? Regarding Xiefeng's pronouncement that family members are enemies, this was a warning from Jesus Christ. Do you dare to say that Jesus Christ was wrong? Leaving home, this is the guidance and example of Buddha Sakyamuni. Do you dare to say Sakyamuni was wrong? You keep saying that Xiefeng's claims are fallacies and heresies. I have 800 values. Do you have enough wisdom and ability to refute any of them? You only need to challenge a few of them. If you cannot refute any of them, then how can it be called a fallacy? In view of this, it is not surprising that you call filial piety evil and the theory of truth fallacious. I will not comment on Li Yutian in the video, but he and his wife divorced voluntarily in 2009. At that time, their 2 children had grown up and his wife had left him without taking a penny from their family. The video said that his wife left him to live in Lifechanuan community, but the community had not yet existed at the time of their divorce, so it would be nonsense to say that she came to us at that time. His wife's father died 7 years after they divorced, but you said that it happened only a few days after she left? In order to achieve your goals, lies can be made up like this only because the government is in league with liars. Is this what the government does? You also said that his wife's father died from lung cancer because his wife left him. Is there any scientific evidence that this can happen? According to Li Yutian, his wife's departure caused her father to get lung cancer, and he passed away within a few days. I ask, can lung cancer really kill anyone within only a few days of acquiring it? Is it not ridiculous to make lies like this up? Is this how the government collects evidence to prove that Lifechanuan is evil? In fact, this has nothing to do with Lifechanuan. The number of divorcees in the world is increasing and many people are not marrying. Are all of these changes caused by Lifechanuan? Of course not. I advocate that as long as 2 parties are willing to, they can maintain emotional relations for a long time. What is wrong with this in terms of ethics and jurisprudence? Is it not allowed for them to keep long-term emotional relationships if they are consensual? You said that some of our game photos which you showed in your video were described as being intolerable to the eye. Do you really think so? Then how do you feel about the large number of pornographic pictures on the regular internet? You think our homeland life is immoral, right? Your public security officers raided our home at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning many times, forced their way into our rooms, checked in our cabinets and under our beds. Did they ever find a man and a woman sleeping together? Never. Based on your realm, you can never imagine that Chanyuan Celestials like to talk and laugh. But in our home, we mostly like to live quietly and alone. We pursue the joy of non-material souls, not that of flesh. Based on your cognitive abilities, this realm is extremely difficult for you to imagine, and you will not be able to understand it even if you live for 500 years. Peng Jinlai, who is shown in your video, stayed in the Chanyuan home for only 5 or 6 days. During that period, he wanted to be intimate with a female Chanyuan celestial, but she rejected him. For this, he hated the home and left immediately, and he also wanted his wife and daughter to leave with him. In your video, it was reversed. He was falsely accusing the female Chanyuan Celestial of seducing him. This man lied at every step. When Peng Jinlai's wife became a Chanyuan Celestial, she had difficulty walking because of surgery on her legs. In 2020, she was brought to the new oasis for life of Life Ichanuan to recover because she was unable to walk, and a dedicated specialist had been assigned to take care of her during her recuperation. I ask you, if she had been sent home, would that not have added trouble to Peng Jinlai? Not only did Peng Jinlai not appreciate the Life Ichanuan home, but he spread rumors and framed us. Would you agree that what he did goes against basic human morality? You said that my homeland is a mental cancer that endangers the masses. Please read carefully the Chanyuan Corpus, Siefeng Corpus, and the 800 values for New Era humans. This huge theoretical system is in line with the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, Immortal Laozi, the sages of the past, and Marx's theoretical communism. You seem to regard the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and immortals as mental cancers. So what your spiritual medicine might be? You said that through careful investigations, you had found various evidence of violations in the homeland. What are they in accordance with China's constitution and laws? If you cannot show the evidence of our violations to society, have you committed the crime of perjury? You said that all our believers were successfully rescued with no mistakes, but how could there have been no mistakes with nearly 100 people? Did you say that Xiefeng asked the Chanyuan Celestials to commit collective suicide? If I live, the home will exist. If the home perishes, I will die? From your video, can you tell any clues of Chanyuan Celestials wanting to die by committing suicide? Is there one Chanyuan Celestial resisting? Let me tell you that Chanyuan Celestials are the most civilized group of well-educated people in the world, and that none of them would do anything extreme. You have suppressed Life Ichanuan for 8 years and destroyed our homes a dozen times. But has even one Chanyuan Celestial confronted anyone or done anything extreme? There were no mistakes in your process of smashing us. This was not because of how thorough and detailed your plan was, but because the quality of Chanyuan Celestials determined that they would not respond in any uncivilized manner. You said that Chanyuan Celestials cannot get prompt medical treatment and that they suffer from diseases in Life Ichanuan. You are really good at fabricating and framing. The home regards every Chanyuan Celestial as a family relative. Once anyone feels uncomfortable, we immediately arrange for them to go to a hospital to be examined and treated, and we have never delayed anyone's timely treatment. During any Chanyuan Celestial's hospitalization, we provide at least 4 people to take care of them 24 hours each day. Do you not see it or know it? The care that the home delivers to every Chanyuan Celestial during their illness cannot be offered by ordinary families or social groups. Would you like to compare theirs against ours? The home's care and education for children are all-encompassing. To know the quality of a fruit tree, just look at it. We have raised more than a dozen children in our home. Why do you not let the kids tell their stories? As for the 13-year-old Zhao Mingming mentioned in your video, he is not running around the yard all day, as you described, and delaying his studies. The child's terminally ill mother arranged for her child to enter our home in order to secure a good future for him. Soon after his entering the homeland, his mother passed away. The homeland took care of all her funeral affairs. When the child's mother was critically ill, we promptly notified the child's grandmother and uncle who came to inspect how we managed her funeral affairs. As for the child, his grandmother and uncle both agreed that the homeland is good and wanted the child to stay here. We then arranged for the child to go to the local school in time. Is this not true? How can you alter and despise the true facts? Is it not true that the detained child shown in your video was still wearing the uniform of the Hope Primary School in Rongguang Town? Didn't you take the child away from that school? How can you say that we had delayed the child's studies? The alleged pennant sending in the video is very ridiculous. It showed that Su Dong, who was originally from Shaanxi, sent a pennant to the public security organization. The fact is that your officers customized the pennant in advance and then forced Su Dong to take a photo with the pennant. This is how pathetically you make yourselves look good. Just think about it. Relying on your brain capacity, knowledge, and spiritual quotient, is it possible for you to complete the deprogramming of Chanyuan Celestials in such a short period of time after my more than 10 years of patient and meticulous Brainwashing? Are you qualified? Your so-called transformation is nothing more than threats, intimidation, and coercion, and then through blackening people's names, cutting off people's sources of life, and forcibly taking away their mobile phones, computers, ID cards, and passports for forced conversion. How is this fundamentally different from the ruffians, hooligans, gangsters, and bandits who put knives to people's throats and say, "Call me grandpa or I'll kill you"? Since April 28th, you took away the ID cards, mobile phones, and computers of many Chanyuan Celestials. Some of these objects have yet to be returned. Is this how you transformed Chanyuan Celestials? You said that the evil homeland created by Zhang Zifan was smashed in one stroke. Your memory is really bad. This is not smashed in one stroke. You started the smashing in one stroke 8 years ago in 2013. You have already smashed in 12 strokes. You gave us real trouble, but it is too early to conclude whether we were destroyed. Boundless grasses across the plain come and go with every season. Wildfires never quite consume them. They are tall once more in the spring wind. If you really have the ability to completely destroy us, then what you have to do is not to drive the Chanyuan Celestials from their dens, but you must subvert Xiefeng's entire theory. If you do not destroy my theory, then the home will never be destroyed. Not to say to smash it in one stroke. You cannot destroy it with 1,000 strokes, or even 10,000 strokes. Another way to destroy us is to control all foreign networks and block the 8 public websites of Life Chanuan, especially social media platforms such as Facebook, Google, and YouTube. Otherwise, who will be destroyed in the end has not yet been settled. After reading the above, are you scared? If you are not scared, then do not delete my article so that the so-called righteous people can see the evil of the Chanyuan home and of Zhang Zifan. But if you do not delete it, will the good people who were deceived by you think you are evil instead? Who knows? Maybe. However, your deletion and blocking can only be limited to your sphere of influence. The world outside your sphere of influence is very vast, and I can continue to publish it in that vast world. Nowadays, there is a popular saying, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. The 12 homes of Life Chanuan were each smashed in one stroke by you. Sooner or later, this account will be settled. On average, each home is calculated at 10 million RMB yuan, and the 12 homes were worth 120 million RMB yuan, according to the current market value. A murderer must pay with his life, and a debtor must pay his debt. It is an unalterable principle that the debts you owe must be repaid. You are not going to get away with this. Up to the highest height and down to deepest depth, even if you die, Chanyuan Celestials will trace you to the end. Before you pay off your debt, your soul will never rest in peace. If you do not believe me, just wait and see. We hope that you will realize your errors, mend your ways, and commit fewer sins. 将中国反邪教网钉上人类文明的耻辱柱。China's anti-cult network is nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization. Xiefeng, August 18, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. What is China's anti-cult network? I had never heard of them before they vilified the name of the second home of Life Chanuan as the evil homeland. I know that this group is a malignant tumor that grows on the body of human civilization, and if it is not eliminated, then human civilization will surely die from it. Therefore, starting from today, China's anti-cult network is nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization. They, who reverse black and white, confuse right and wrong, spread rumors and slander, and fool the people, are a thorough anti-human and anti-civilization gang and an evil organization. As long as they exist, human civilization will suffer. The facts have proven that China's anti-cult network is a thorough cult organization, and what they fight against are just and bright religions. People who believe them should wake up and alert themselves. Anyone who bangs the drum for them is holding the candle for the devil, and their punishment has been scheduled. Therefore, the sooner you renounce this group, the better off you will be. 上帝出手了，一答复一网友。The greatest creator has taken action. My reply to a netizen. Xiefeng, August 18, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. People ask why they suffer from innumerable disasters, while the greatest creator does nothing. The simple answer is that he has already done a great deal. In early April of 2009, I posted that the catastrophe of 2012 would not happen, but would be replaced by a stepwise, reciprocating, and increasingly serious pattern of natural and man-made disasters. Then, on August 1st of 2017, I once again warned that if mankind does not reevaluate their ways immediately and change their traditional modes of production and life, then not only is the entire natural ecology expected to collapse within 15 to 20 years, but that humanity will be at risk long before then. In order to save mankind, I compiled the 800 values for new era humans and set a new life model for people with the Chanyuan celestials of life Chanyuan. All this is equivalent to saying that the ship of life of the greatest creator has arrived and is calling everyone to embark quickly so that they can be kept safe. But how many have boarded this ship? I am telling you plainly that I am the messenger of the greatest creator and that I have come to harvest ripe crops and to create the life Chanyuan era for mankind. But after more than 10 years of my calling out, how many people have responded? Is this not the action of the greatest creator? If this is not his action, do you want he, himself to come and carry everyone to heaven? Are we worthy of his carrying? When Noah built his ark on the top of Mount Ararat, most people ridiculed and mocked him and took his call as the act of a lunatic. What was the result? People still indulged in dissipation in their own ways. 18 years ago, I called on people through the internet to hurry up and get on board this ship. I have been working hard, following the will of the greatest creator for 18 years, but what has the result been? Not only have very few people responded, but they destroyed the kingdom of the greatest creator, the second home of life Chanyuan, and called it the evil homeland. I ask you, has the greatest creator taken action? Have people listened? You called me a big liar and accused me of deceiving and cheating people for money and sex. But have I cheated anyone out of their money or tricked anyone into having sex with me over the last 18 years? Which of my thousands of articles is not telling the truth? Do you not believe me? Will you not listen to me? All right then, live by your truth and let us wait for the result. I have warned against plagues, fires, floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, hunger, extreme heat, extreme cold, social unrest, and so on. I have written more than 200 articles in my warning chapter alone. Do you not think so? Let us just wait and see. What happens next will not even leave you a chance to cry. Do not blame the greatest creator for not saving you. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too foolish, too arrogant, too proud, and too ignorant not to have him in your heart. Do not blame the gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints for not saving you. I am coming to save you by combining the incarnations of the messenger of the greatest creator with all the aforementioned, and my doing so is tantamount to their doing so. You refuse to listen, so why cast blame? When cows enter cowsheds, pigs enter pigpens, the devil collects demon grandchildren, celestials go to a celestial world, they are all just returning home. 中国人急需理解的18个观念 18 values that Chinese people need to understand urgently. Xiefeng, August 18, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. I am watching China heading toward purgatory, so I am warning everyone of their urgent need to understand the following 18 truths. With your understanding, there may be some room for reversal. Otherwise, there will only be wailing and regrets. It is not that U.S. imperialists want us to die, but that the West never gives up its hope of helping U.S. It is not that mainland China should liberate Taiwan, but that we should hope for Taiwan to liberate the mainland. Mao Zedong's thoughts will bring no happiness to the Chinese people, but only poverty and disasters. Our government is unreliable. The more you rely on it, the more you will suffer. Chinese government officials at all levels are failing to serve the people, but rather are oppressing and exploiting them. Programs are more reliable than moral preaching. We need more program construction and less moral preaching. Confucian culture is the root cause of China's inability to produce Nobel Prize winners. Xiefeng-style communism is the only way for the Chinese nation to achieve happiness. Confrontation with the United States is the path to death. Uniting a centralized country by marriage is the same as prostitution. The stronger the control becomes, the more cunning the people will become. Most common people's crimes are forced upon them by officials. Therefore, the common people are not guilty, but the officials are. All those who praise the heads of government and the ruling party are bastards. A government that does not allow freedom of speech should and must be abandoned. Why would anyone want or need such a government? There is no need for power, but there is for bread and freedom. There is no need for a country, but to live and work in peace and contentment. B. Where there is freedom, there is the best place for peaceful lives. C. Without freedom, you cannot live in peace. So for what do you want or need an unfree country? Small amounts of chicken soup for the soul and religious preaching are supplements, but large amounts of them are toxic and can poison people's minds. Those who are oppressed, bullied, and exploited, but do not resist, are tantamount to pigs or dogs. Therefore, they will only fight back when they are driven beyond the limits of their endurance. 最后时刻的警示. My final warning. Dayform Buddha. September 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. I have been preaching to the world for 18 years and have told everyone what to expect and which path they should follow. It is none of my business whether or not you should listen or follow. That is only yours. But as you face difficulties or even death, you cannot blame gods, Buddha, celestials, saints, or especially the greatest creator because the road has been shown to you, and you can only blame yourself if you do not choose to follow it. The great purification is about to begin, so I will give you some warnings now and I hope that they will protect you from disasters. Do not try to escape from predicaments and death because there is nowhere to hide. Just light up the sacred lamp in your heart, let the greatest creator enter your heart, and pray that the greatest creator will ease your pain and keep you safe. Abandon everything. Only embrace the greatest creator and allow him to flow into your blood, shine in your hair, give orders through your consciousness, and guide you when you are confused. Do not spend more time and energy on reading books with words. Read the books without words. Everything and all phenomena are the wars of the greatest creator. Changing phenomena show the greatest creator announcing his will and warnings to you. So please read his books. They have no words in them, only images and phenomena. When deserts flood, tropical lands have snow, cold lands are hot, and black swans arrive in incredible places, you should be aware that the great purification has begun and is underway. When the meteorite that will destroy mankind is spotted and something that you have never seen before appears in the sky, you should understand that the earth has guardian angels and managers who will have exhausted their endurance for humankind's destruction of nature. Their patience will have reached its limit, and they will be ready to act against humanity's evil. Stop worshiping gods, Buddha, celestial beings, saints, and great human leaders, and worship nature. Worship the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, and its mountains, rivers, insects, grass, and trees. Worship all natural things because you will then be worshiping the greatest creator. Stop striving for money and material wealth because neither of them will save you. Even if you have hundreds of millions of dollars of assets, and even if you hide in the safest place, pox will appear spontaneously all over your body, both inside and out, and you will die from unbearable itching. Do not follow and defend power because it is the source of lies and falsehoods. If you follow it, you will be with the devil and end miserably. Do not look for a savior. Do not be deceived by people with apparently great supernatural powers because they are only illusions of the truth. Do not believe and follow any masters, angels, Christ, Buddha, immortals, or other similar figures who claim to be able to save you. They are clay bodhisattvas crossing the river people who cannot protect themselves. Following them will drop you into a pit and you will lose your chance of being saved. Do not listen to the myths of psychics. You do not know with what spirits they communicate, and that is the same as gambling. No secret of talking is good, and all sneaky things are shit, so be careful. Do not follow the masses. That is the road to confusion and enslavement. When all you see is death, you will suffer from extreme fear. So find 3 to 5 confidants in advance with whom to live and eat together and to help each other get through the sea of fear. Even when your hunger becomes intolerable and you are in extreme distress, neither steal nor rob, let alone harm other lives, but maintain the purity of your soul and the light of your life. Desperate trumpets will sound from all directions. It is only by lighting the sacred lamp within your heart and by firmly believing in the greatest creator, cause, and effect, and that you are walking on his way that you will be able to climb through your quagmire of despair. In the past, people could be saved and delivered from torment by showing kindness, compassion, and love. But now, those three attributes can no longer save them. So the program to save nature has started, including those people who should be saved. Let the dead take care of the dead as you look up to the Pure Land. Do not stop your marching feet before you reach the Pure Land. If you die, you must die on your way to the Pure Land.
天下人朝着雪峰式共产主义道路走。
Walking towards Xiefeng-style communism. Dayform Buddha. January 21, 2022. Xiefeng has paved the way to paradise for humanity, from theory to practice. It is called Xiefeng-style communism. Whether you are a president, a billionaire, a religious leader, a scholar, a professor, a worker, a farmer, a business person, or an entrepreneur, as long as you are a person, please march towards this goal. From the dawn of recorded history, there has never been a better production and life mode than what we have created. No one from a common laborer or lay person to a saint, an immortal, a Buddha, a god, or even the prophetic sage of China Ziwei will ever be able to create a better production and life mode than ours. No matter how the American-dominated Western countries strive to perfect their democratic social mechanisms, or how hard China tries to improve its, neither will ever be able to achieve as highly civilized a production and life mode as we have. Nor can the people of Latin America, Africa, or Oceania create a more ideal society than what we have accomplished. To all the people who have great ideas, please stop seeking and discussing how to create a better future for humankind. Xiefeng has planned and arranged everything. No matter how intelligent you might be, you are like the mythical blind people touching the various parts of an elephant. All of your theories, no matter how superb and correct you feel they might be, are like balloons full of pinholes next to ours. So please stop wasting your time and energy and put all your wisdom and talents into what we have developed and perfected. To all the people who are suffering and struggling, Xiefeng-style communism is the best way out for you, your children, and your grandchildren. Walk towards Xiefeng-style communism with a grateful heart and do not hesitate or look away. Dayform Buddha does not lie to you. To give everyone this warning is to save you and guide you toward a heavenly life. If you comply and follow it, then you will be blessed. But if you do not, then not only will poverty, ignorance, trouble, pain, and fear haunt you forever, but so will death. Do you not believe this? Let the facts answer for you. Whether people walk on the path to Xiefeng-style communism or not, society's future production and life mode will be Xiefeng-style communism, and there will never be a second version. So the earlier that you follow this path, the happier you will be. Do not wait until it is too late.
傲慢狂妄霸道独裁的雪峰告示。
Notice from the arrogant, proud, bossy, and autocratic Xiefeng. Dayform Buddha. September 21, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. I have made a lot of friends on the web recently. To avoid consuming too much of each other's time and energy, I am hereby announcing the following. I am Dayform Buddha. There are only two ways to react when you meet me. You can either follow me step by step, or if you think that you are wiser, you can follow the way that you think is right, and there will be no need to get acquainted with and make friends with me. I like dictatorships. You either surrender to me or follow your own path because I will never cooperate with or discuss nonsense with any of you. I believe that anyone who thinks that their cognitive abilities exceed those of Xiefeng and wants to direct him is ignorant. For thousands of years, apart from Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and Prophet Muhammad, PPUH, no one in this world's cognitive ability has surpassed mine, Dayform Buddha, Xiefeng. Many of today's masters are only worthy of carrying my shoes. People like Osho, Krishnamurti, and Neil Donald Walsh, author of Dialogue with God, are probably worthy of serving my tea. I despise people who call themselves heavenly masters on the internet even if they offer to wipe my ass. To my eyes, people are very different and I can see them as clearly as they see pigs. I can distinguish who is fat from who is thin at a glance. In recent years, many enlightened masters and superiors have come and gone like mushrooms after rain falls. They teach scriptures everywhere. To tell you the truth, they are like farts in my nose. They are ignorant of time and space, know nothing about the essence of life, are mysterious and spooky all day, deceive the public, fool the people, and kill for money. Due to their limited cranial capacity, they think that they are masters of Taoism because they bamboozled a few fools. Some have even posed in front of me. It was so shameless because they never understood the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless as they might as well have hit a blank wall. Some want me to accept everyone. Bullshit. I am not a trash can. Why should I accept everyone? Some want me to unite all those who can be united. Bullshit. I am not a politician. So why should I want to unite so many people? To seek power, usurp the throne, and become president? Do you think that Xiefeng wants to become president? Do you think that a deer wants to be a pig leader, to reign over a group of pigs in a pig pen? Someone suggested that I learn from the spirit of the sea, asking, how did the great rivers and seas become the lords of the ravines? By being good at keeping low. Nonsense. I am the snow-covered peak who saw Mount Everest being good at keeping low? What about being good at keeping high? Many people have never even stepped out of their country, yet they ridicule foreigners' messages all day. They are like pigs in pigsties mocking lions and tigers outside. Extremely foolish. Chinese people have generally received neither the knowledge of the greatest creator nor that of being human, but they are daring to educate and guide others brazenly. They are benighted, ignorant bastards who pretend to be saints worthy of teaching others, but they are nothing but thick skins. People generally lack education and politeness, let alone other aspects. They add me on social media, but never like my posted contents. Are they educated and polite? Giving likes is not for the content, but just good etiquette to show respect for others and their good upbringing and self-cultivation. When they cannot even give likes, then they are lazier than pigs. What else can they do? Since they cannot give likes, why do they add me to their contacts? If they do not give likes but add many names to their contacts, then how are they different from thieves? Why are those who post advertisements with small images everywhere so idle? Either they are bored or they have no brains. But they have to understand that when they share piles of rubbish, it is a deprivation of other people's time and energy, disrespect for others, and a rape of other people's consciousnesses. So I have quit most of these groups. Many groups do not even share central themes, but are just big garbage dumps. For the laboring masses, for the hardworking and plain, honest people, there is only one bright way out. That is Xiefeng-style communism. All other roads are dead ends that lead to misery and abysses. Do not engage in those spiritual practices all day long, or those enlightenments, or in loving yourself, or upholding dharma, or being open to medians, or untying some made-up seal. Those are all tricks of self-deception designed to deceive honest people. On the other hand, if you feel happy and like having fun, just follow your innermost driving force.
雪峰狂傲的资格和本钱。
Xiefeng's pride of qualifications and capital. Xiefeng, September 21st, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. To be proud, one must have qualifications and capital, otherwise they are either neurotic or at least in some way, mentally ill. Xiefeng's pride of qualifications and capital are as follows. I have analyzed the three elements that make up the universe and unified Buddhism with science organically for the first time. These three elements are the universal unified field theory that scientists have been seeking diligently to obtain. This is something that can never be achieved by human thinking and wisdom. It is okay if you do not understand the mystery, but do not make noise, because I would never expect a donkey to understand it, but braying is very annoying. I have written nearly 110,000 characters to show people the birth process of the greatest creator, his characteristics, and his relationship to humankind, which provides a basis for us to understand him correctly. This is an unprecedented pioneering work. I have analyzed the principles and essence of life. This has never been done before and can never be done again. No one can surpass this analysis. If anyone thinks that they are better than me, just try to reanalyze it. I have created a new mode of production and life that has never been seen before in history. Xiefeng-style communism. The mode of production and life for the future. I have analyzed the nature of marriages and families. Although many people have studied them throughout history, their analyses cannot be compared to mine. I have interpreted the 8 forces of the universe for the first time. Scientists currently only recognize 4 of them. I have divided people into 5 categories according to their characteristics for the first time. Ignorant ones, lay people, mortals, sages, and celestials. These classifications make sense. Whoever wants to surpass me is invited to give it a try. I have described to people the 8 levels of thinking based on the characteristics of life for the first time, and have given detailed explanations. I have, for the first time in human history, guided nearly 80 people to become celestials, opening a path to celestial life for future generations. I have analyzed 20 parallel worlds and 36 dimensional spaces. There are many more qualifications and capitals worthy of my pride, but I will not describe them one by one over here. The above 10 are enough to make me proud, and anyone who is not convinced is invited to post their abilities online. I am really this proud, and in a few decades, humans will send me, Xiefeng, to the temple of God.
你所执着的将会成为你升华的障碍。
That which you cling to will become the obstacle to your sublimation. Xiefeng, September 24th, 2020. Translated by Care and edited by Care. If you walk unswervingly toward a great and bright goal, you will find that fewer and fewer people will remain with you. At first, there will be many people, but as you walk, they will thin out. Why does this happen? The reason is that they are blocked by stubbornness and become unable to continue. As long as you stay where you are, people will remain with you. But once you make a breakthrough, some people will part ways with you. To move toward a great goal, it is necessary to constantly break through your original cycles, your original concepts and cognitions, and your original values, ethics, outlooks on life, and worldviews. As you continue making breakthroughs, more people will part ways with you, so you will become more and more alone. And finally, even those who quarreled with you and scolded you will have disappeared. To change from one form to another, a person must break through their original self, their inherent cognition and thinking logic, which is like pupae metamorphosing into butterflies. Without breaking through their original cocoon of protection, no one can transform into a dancing butterfly. When a life thinks that it is right, then its transformation stops and can no longer sublimate. If it is a pig now, then it will always remain one and will never have any hope of becoming a person. Breakthroughs and transcendences are not only cognitive leaps, but also qualitative mutations. They are smelting rebirths, resurrections. They are processes of joy, also with pain, like thunderstorms and lightning, which are unbearable to the vast majority of people because inertia always pulls people back to their original positions. I have had classmates in all my levels of education as well as colleagues with whom I worked as playmates, friends, and lovers who now have almost all disappeared, not because they have died, but because we no longer share anything in common and have no desire to get together. What interests them bores me, and what interests me bores them. So we drifted apart and disappeared over each other's event horizons. I have met many people online. At first, our friendships were as sweet as honey, but as we walked on, the tastes of our friendships changed from sweet to waxy. Then their images became more and more vague until they gradually disappeared from the screen of my memory. When people standing on the tops of mountains and people standing at the feet of mountains look at each other, they each feel that the others look very small. People who eat Manchu Han imperial banquets feel sorry for those who eat wild fruits in the forest, who in turn feel sad for those who eat Manchu Han imperial banquets. Different realms and different cognitive abilities create different feelings. The boy of Wu Zhuangguan, name of a Taoist temple, sent the Tang monk a first-class immortal genuine ginseng fruit with the shape of a baby, but the Tang monk not only refused to accept it, but also complained that the boy had tainted his compassion and Buddha heart by feeding him the baby. This scene was very ridiculous. Sometimes, from a word, a post, a look in a person's eyes, or an expression, one can know what another person is thinking, what they want to do, and what the result will be. No matter how one pretends or how they whitewash their thoughts and feelings, they cannot hide the state of their mind or the level of their soul. Sometimes, to know and understand a person, you do not need to listen to what they say or see what they do, because you can know their inner world from only the content that they post. Flies post shit, bees post honey. Who are the poor people? those who cannot read this article, and those who do not give likes after reading it. The gate of heaven is always open for you. Can you not find it? Do you know why you cannot find it? Because the things that you cling to are obstructing your spiritual eyes, what you value, what you pursue, what you insist on, and what you maintain, just like high walls blocking your path, preventing you from getting out of the cave of the silken web. Are you complacent about your achievements and greatness? Please note that when flies find fresh shit, they feel as good as you do. 陨石被摧毁与生命残愿的关系. The relationship between the destruction of the meteorite and Life Genuine. Xiefeng. October 6, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. On February 15, 2013 at 9:23 a.m., a meteorite with a diameter of about 17 meters and a weight of about 7,000 tons fell towards Russia's Chelyabinsk Oblast at a speed of Mach 54. At a distance of 24 kilometers above the ground, it was caught and violently smashed into and destroyed by a mysterious object at a speed exceeding that of the meteorite. If this meteorite had not been destroyed, the consequences would have been serious. According to scientists' calculations, the impact of the meteorite's explosion on the Earth would have been equivalent to 30 atomic bombs. Even more terrifying is that 100 kilometers from the place where the meteorite fell are Russia's Mayak nuclear fuel plants. Once the meteorite had hit the ground directly, it would have instantly destroyed all of Asia and perhaps even the world. Who made the mysterious object that crashed into the meteorite? Was it a missile made in Russia? No. The fastest missile in the world only has a speed of Mach 20, while the meteorite flew at Mach 54. No missile could have intersected that meteorite. So, who did it? Was it the military? Are you kidding me? Humans do not have that technology yet. I clearly stated in the Chanyuan Corpus, before this meteorite was crushed, that the Earth is protected by super-celestial beings. These powers who protect the Earth are in underwater pyramids beneath the Bermuda Triangle. There is a huge space beneath those pyramids which are as big as a medium-sized city. They observe and protect the Earth at all times and occasionally remotely control UFOs inside the moon to patrol the Earth, and they keep abreast of the dynamics of the Earth. Crop circles are information symbols that they record. The above-mentioned meteorite being crushed was done by the super-celestial beings who protect the Earth. Do you still remember the strange car accident that happened to me? Do you remember the panic before 2012? I told you in early April 2009 that due to leaks, the catastrophe that people expected to occur in December 2012 would not occur, but instead would occur in reciprocating, circular, and increasingly serious ways until the Great Purification comes. Have the changes that have taken place on the Earth in the past 11 years not completely met my prediction? Do you know of Boriska, the Russian Martian? As soon as Life Genuine emerged, he came out within a week to support us, which prompted Shinha Celestial to write the prologue to Life Genuine. Soon after that, Boriska informed everyone that the great spiritual guide of mankind had been born in northwestern China. Do you not think that was too coincidental? Does anyone not think that this is a deliberate arrangement? Who else does not believe in Life Genuine? Many mysteries I cannot say, nor am I allowed to say, but I can tell you that the future era will be the era of Life Genuine, and that the future human production and life mode will be the new oasis for life mode created by Life Genuine. The dark forces have tried their best to obstruct this and they wanted to destroy it, but I can tell everyone that this cannot be done. And in the following 20 to 30 years, mankind will surely send Xiefeng to the altar. By the way, I want to warn all who engage in mysterious, spooky, furtive, and sneaky affairs that the universe knows what you are doing. In the future, everything will be done in the open. Stop it now, or you will regret it later. Everyone, hurry and infuse Life Genuine's values into your minds. Make haste to understand the new oasis for life mode. Hurry up to purify your hearts, and you may have a glimmer of life.
账总是要算的，写在大灾变前夕。
The day of reckoning will come. Writings on the eve of the cataclysm. Xiefeng. November 27, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The sum of positive and negative energy in the universe is always zero. What you get and what you pay must be calculated. If you get more but pay less, then it is time to pay some back. If you cannot pay it back, then your life will be taken from you, and you will have to pay with it. Do not have a fluky mind. No one can run away. Wearing a mask is useless. Wearing armor is useless, and hiding below the ground is useless. Where there is air, there is balance, and where the sun shines, there are courts. Do not look everywhere for a savior. No savior can protect you. Only you can save yourself. Pick up a calculator to figure your own income and expenditure account and see if you are receiving more or paying more. If you are receiving more, then you need to spit it out. If you are paying more, do not worry, for your reward will come. The calculation is easy. Nature knows what you have gained from it and what you have done for it, and will forget neither. What you have gained from human society and what you have done for human society is clearly recorded in the detention information space. Your subconscious is clear of what you have gained from others and what you have done for others. Maybe no one else knows what you have done, but heaven, earth, God, and you all know it. Heaven has eyes, earth has eyes, and there are eyes throughout the universe. Nothing is concealable, including what you reflect and think in your heart. Remember, you cannot even hide what you think. If you say more and do less, even if what you say is true, you are just making a living with the truth. If more people are making a living with the truth, then ordinary people's lives will be even more difficult. The lives of ordinary people become more difficult, and those who talk a lot should take responsibility. Once a person opens their mouth, you will know what they are thinking about and what they are planning, and even if they speak nicely or even beautifully, their true intentions will not be concealed. People can say very beautiful things, and they can say a lot of things that reveal the truth, but if they cannot do them, then they are deceiving the world, stealing glory, and lying. There are two reasons for the occurrences of cataclysms. The first is that the plot of the program written into the story says that it is time to settle the accounts, and the second is the hope of the people. Those who suffer have long been looking forward to the occurrence and arrival of the cataclysm because only it can get them out of their predicaments. Three factors can alleviate this cataclysm. Elderly people must be allowed to spend their old age happily. Nature must be restored to its original purity, and the weather will be made favorable. Honest people should live and work in peace and contentment without being bullied and oppressed. You should rack your brains hard and forget about everything else. Because the Ziwei Saint, the second coming of Jesus, Maitreya Buddha descending into the world, and the appearance of the saint will do the three things above. First, if you concentrate hard, then the frequency of your consciousness will be the same as the above individuals, and you will be saved. The source of the suffering of the poor and the way to their liberation. Xiefeng, February 5, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. I am a poor man, so I know the source of poor people's suffering. Let us not talk about individual people's specific internal factors, but only their external factors. There are three main external factors that cause them to suffer. The first is harsh governance. The second is natural disasters, including diseases. And the third is mutual tormenting among the poor. Among the three factors above, mutual torturing among the poor is the main one. Or it can be said that at least 3/4 of their suffering comes from their mutual tormenting of each other. Who are the poor? Farmers, workers, peddlers, wage earners, migrant workers, public service personnel, cleaners, urban management officers, security guards, police officers, soldiers, teachers, and civil servants all fit the bill. It can also be said that except for very wealthy officials and intelligentsia from all walks of life along with scholars and celebrities, most others qualify. Mutual bullying of the poor is common throughout Chinese society. The poorer they are, the harder they bully each other, and the closer they are to the bottom of the social totem pole, the more cruelly they bully each other. Here are 8 examples. Urban management officers bullying peddlers. Police, even traffic police, setting obstacles. Security guards beating others. Thieves stealing the property of the poor. Civil servants are jealous of and suppress each other. Teachers lecturing and threatening their students' parents. Civil servants making things difficult for others. Soldiers killing other conscripted soldiers. Between relatives and friends, classmates and colleagues, neighbors, villages, locals and outsiders, the mutual torturing and bullying of these poor people are even more untold. The poor should pity and support each other as fellow sufferers, but the fact is that the poor are even crueler when they bully each other and as long as their income and social status is just a little bit higher, and they have just a little bit more power than others, they will be cruel and merciless to those who are lower than them. They have no compassion at all and even less pity. For example, urban management officers who were originally weak and poor but then got a little bit of power bully peddlers mercilessly and even knock the elderly to the ground. How can this be? If the poor did not bully and torment each other, then no matter how severe the natural disasters and harsh governments became, they would not be able to make the poor feel desperate. If the poor did not bully the poor, then the world would become a paradise. How do we stop the poor from bullying the poor? Preaching is not very effective. Our ancestors preached that people must understand benevolence, justice, etiquette, wisdom, and trust, and they must care for each other and live harmoniously. Various religions teach people to self-discipline, fulfill their rights, be loving and conscientious, and not hurt each other. But what actually happens? For thousands of years, bullying between the poor and the poor has never ceased or even decreased, and endless incidents of the poor bullying the poor every day abound. So what is the problem? The problem lies in private ownership and in marriages and families. Everyone understands the truth, but the reality is that persecution is more severe than the truth. In the face of money and vital interests, moral preaching loses out overwhelmingly. Most choose interests over morals and conscience, and therefore it is only by dispelling people's anxieties and fears about food, clothing, shelter, birth, old age, safety, sickness, and death that bullying among the poor can be turned around. It would be absolutely impossible for any single teenager or young adult to not long for intimacy with someone of the opposite sex. The best cure for their lovesickness would be to provide them with accessibility. If you prevent them from connecting with someone for the affection that they require, but instead instill moral consciences into them and teach them about Buddhism and saints, it would be like seeking fish from trees. So, how do we eradicate the phenomenon of the poor bullying each other? Let them all enter into a communist society. There, this phenomenon would disappear. When people think of communism, they do so instinctively as either an impossible, utopian fantasy, or they denounce it as an evil spirit aligned with the devil. Today, few people on a global scale believe in communism because of all the slandering against it. Even very few of the so-called communists who swear to fight for it actually believe in it. They consider it to be just a slogan, a pretext, or an unrealistic ideal. They take an oath, but they have no intention in their own hearts of fighting for it. In China, suppressing our communist community, the new oasis for life created by Life Genuine, is the most obvious example. Is it not ironic that the Communist Party suppresses our communist community? True communism is not an unattainable ideal because it was realized in China long ago and has been in operation for 11 years. It is the new oasis for life, where everyone is poor, but the phenomenon of poor people bullying other poor people has disappeared because they are also wealthy beyond their dreams, and the more honest, sincere, and diligent the people are, the more they are respected and cared for, because everyone's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, and death concerns have been eliminated. So, why should anyone bully anyone else? They do not. In the new oasis for life, boys grow into responsible, masculine, and modest gentlemen, and girls develop into caring and tender gentlewomen. Children grow up happily, and the elderly enjoy their twilight years. It is thoroughly beautiful. My conclusion is that if the poor want to end their suffering and the tragedy of the poor bullying each other, then there is only one way to go, and that is to join our pure, communist society. 穷苦人的路, The Way of the Poor. Xiefeng. February 6, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. I grew up in a poor family, so I am deeply aware of the sadness and helplessness of the poor. Now, I am over 60 years old and have gone through vicissitudes and hardships, so I have gathered some background perception and I am speaking out for the poor to think about them and as a reference. Let me first define what being poor is. Anyone who is accompanied by troubles, pain, anxiety, sorrow, or fear is poor. They can also be defined thusly. Anyone who suffers for food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness, death, or security without enjoying a happy, joyous, free, and blessed life is poor. It can also be said that anyone who is not free in body and mind is poor. Because I have walked out of the quagmire of poverty and am no longer a poor person, my knowledge may be of reference value to you. There are only 4 words that you must learn in order to escape from poverty. They are theory, skills, simplicity, and diligence. Learning theory means to learn theoretical knowledge, truth, human science, natural science, and logical thinking. Learning skills means learning survival techniques. It will not work if you know nothing. You should have at least one technique which you can rely on to support your family and yourself. Learning simplicity means being down to earth, not showing off, not being extravagant, not pretending to be wealthy, not pursuing goals that your energy and ability cannot reach to satisfy your vanity, not being overly ambitious, not trying to be outstanding, not wanting to be the best among people, not misbehaving, and not wanting to get rich overnight, let alone making a blockbuster killing. Learning diligence means to keep learning, keep doing things, not sleeping late, not hanging out, not playing games online, not coveting for ease, not swiping your screen all day while playing on your mobile phones, and not obsessing over TV dramas. The poor must guard against these following 8 traps. Anything that allows you to get rich quickly or get something for nothing. Anything called for by officials, the wealthy, or celebrities. Anything that charges you money to teach you to become a Buddha, a celestial being, or a saint. Anything that allows you to take advantage of others. Anything that is mysterious or spooky. Anything that is sneaky or furtive. Any teaching of gong or magical arts other than productive skills. 99% of those who preach to you in the name of the greatest creator, God, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. There are 9 more insights for you to think about. From Buddhism, read only the Diamond Sutra. Do not learn from, listen to, or read anything else. From Christendom, read only the 4 major Gospels. Do not learn from, listen to, or read any of the others. From Taoism, read only the Tao Te Ching. Do not learn from, listen to, or read anything else. From traditional knowledge, learn from the familial precepts of Master Zhu and Zhenguang Xianwen and read Hong Yingming's Keijinten. For other Confucian schools, such as disciple rules and so on, do not learn from, listen to, or read them, because the more that you do, the more trapped you will become in their circle of poverty. Rather than listening to people's moral preachings, it is better to read respected scientific articles quietly. Rather than listening to intellectual snobs talking, it is better to study what they have done and what they are doing. Do not place your hopes on any savior. The second coming Jesus, the Chakravartin king, Maitreya Buddha, or the coming of the Ziwei saint. Do not risk your good life on the appearance of any seemingly wise moral leader. Your happiness and future depend upon yourself. Do not expect anyone else to save you. It is good if others do not cheat you, but only your good character and good deeds can save you. Do not look for ways to solve new, current problems from traditions. Those who have played chess or mahjong know that every game is different and that there are no fixed rules. The results of reviving traditional cultures can only lead to rigid thinking. There are 8 more considerations for reference. Never indulge in recreational drugs. Never participate in gambling. Never invest in stocks or participate in so-called financial investments. Never despise your parents, children, husband or wife, or brothers and sisters. Never participate in fighting gangs. Never join any organizations. Neither a borrower nor a lender be William Shakespeare. Do not hurt others or violate the laws of your country. The above are just a little bit of my understanding and experiences after I, an ordinary poor person, have risen from poverty to freedom. They are very simple and only serve as lessons and references. You need not argue with me. If you believe what I said, then refer to it. If you do not, then do what you think is right. I have an even higher path for any poor people who believe that what I have written above makes sense.
中国人当明白的一个浅显道理。
A simple truth that the Chinese should understand. Life Genuine Xiefeng. October 26, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The simple truth to understand is that the United States is not China's enemy, but China's benefactor. Did China defeat the Japanese invaders? No. If the United States had not dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, And if the United States had not dispatched 50,000 sorties of bombers to almost totally destroy 98 cities in Japan, killing and injuring more than 800,000 Japanese, Japan would not have surrendered unconditionally. China might have been occupied by Japan for a long time, and the Chinese would have long since become slaves of their subjugation. To say that China defeated the Japanese aggressors is just the obsession of the Chinese people. This is the case. Don't we think that the United States is China's benefactor? Do not think that the Japanese cannot occupy China. Back then, the northern nomads defeated China, which surpassed them numerically dozens of times, with a small number of troops. There are many examples of China being defeated. In the Yuan and Qing dynasties, the Chinese were almost all controlled by the northern minorities. Do not be mad when you are mentioned as slaves. Today, to the descendants of Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Xixia, where's your country now? Aren't all of you just subjugated slaves who feel very proud? Speaking of slaves and subjugation, I will ask the common people in the world, are you willing to be conquered by a civilization? Or is it better to be ruled by tyrants big and small? For example, in today's Afghanistan, for ordinary people, is it better to become a slave in subjugation managed by the United States or ruled by the native Taliban? People all over the world should remember that when your country is conquered, it is just a change of the people who rule you, and the sun and the moon are still shining on you, and the green mountains are still there. For the common people, whoever allows you to live a joyous, happy, free, and blessed life in peace and contentment is your savior. Whoever does not let you live and work in peace and contentment, and does not let you live a joyous, happy, free, and blessed life is a bastard. Think about who brought the medical institutions that are in China today and who created modern hospitals for China. To tell everyone, they are Americans. Isn't the United States China's benefactor? Think about the school education enjoyed by the descendants of the Chinese people today. Who created this civilized and modern school system in China? It's the Americans. Isn't the United States China's benefactor? Look at the many outstanding talents in modern and contemporary China. Most of them were cultivated by the United States. Even today, the United States is still cultivating tens of millions of talents for China. Is the United States not China's benefactor? Chinese people should not requite kindness with enmity, be ungrateful, or they will be punished by heaven. To say that the United States will never give up their ambition of conquering US is to call white black. Did the United States come to China killing and setting fire? Has the US occupied an inch of China's land? It is said that the United States having the trade war with China is a power hegemony. I want to ask, cars from the United States are imposed a 40% tariff by China, and the United States will impose a 27.5% tariff on cars from China. Now the Americans are demanding that China impose the same tariff rate as the United States. Is this too much to ask? When you come to my house, I only charge you 5 yuan for tickets. When I go to your house, you charge me 8 yuan for tickets. Now I ask you to either waive tickets for everyone or to charge the same amount for tickets. Is this request unreasonable? They just put forward a fair request, and we think they are bullying us. Who is bullying whom and who is deceiving whom? By the way, let's talk about a few phenomena. China's elites have transferred most of their property and children to the United States. Why? Because property in China is not protected, they must transfer it. Most of the students from Peking University and Tsinghua University who went to the United States stayed in the United States and did not want to return to China. Why? Because they cannot use their talents when they come back to China. Not only will they not be able to use what they have learned, but if they do not get it right, they will be criticized and punished without the hope of a bright future. Why would they want to come back? Many high-ranking officials and celebrities in China have become foreign nationals. Why? Because the safety of life in China is not guaranteed. There are countless people in the world who run to the United States even if they go to great lengths to do this. Why? Because that's where people yearn to be. There are many people who criticize the United States. Who are they? Answer: they are all poor and stupid men and women. They are liars who scold the United States superficially, but sneak into the United States illegally. Open your eyes and look at the changes in the world over the past century. Anyone who follows the United States has become a developed country, and the people live a happy life. Anyone who opposes the United States is declining and heading for a dead end.
人类的哪些行为违背了自然之道？
What human actions go against the way of nature? Xiefeng, November 27, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Any civilization, if it goes against the way of nature, has only one ending: extinction. Atlantis civilization, Jindaya civilization, Mayan civilization, Mu continent civilization, Lemuria civilization, ancient Lulan civilization, Anasazi civilization, Tiwanaku civilization, Akkadian civilization, Roman Empire, the Harappan civilization, the Khmer Empire, the Olmec civilization, the Kingdom of Aksum, the Nabatean civilization, the Cahokia, the Mycenaean civilization, the Machi civilization, the Clovis civilization, and other civilizations have all died out. The reasons for their demise can be said to be climate change, internal wars, raging plagues, invasion of foreign enemies, great changes in the Earth's crust, etc., but the ultimate reason is that they go against the way of nature. So, what are the actions of human beings that go against the way of nature? The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator. That is, the greatest creator's original intention to create the universe, the earth, life, and human beings, just as man making a dining table. The original intention of man making a dining table was to let the table bear the food, but now the table is unwilling to bear the food, but to assume the function of a desk, or even to assume the function of a bed. In this way, the dining table goes against the original intention of the creator, and the creator has to destroy it and recreate a dining table that is willing to bear the food. The actions of man going against the way of nature are as follows: creating countries, invention of currency, formulating a charter and constitution and various other rules and regulations, idol worship, pursuit of supernatural powers and longevity, revealing the secret of life codes such as biological genetic engineering, building megacities, developing killing weapons, presence of a military, manufacture of pesticides and fertilizers, monogamy and family tribes, creation of religious organizations and political parties, private ownership, building dams and reservoirs and diverting rivers artificially, digging up mountains, filling lakes, transforming wetlands, destroying grasslands and forests, long-distance transportation of fruits, vegetables, and meat, the entire financial system, centralization of power and totalitarian systems. The above 18 kinds of behaviors are contrary to the way of nature. When such behaviors are flourishing, human beings are not far from extinction. To explain in detail the unnatural way of each such behavior, I need to write 18 articles. First, I will give you a warning and a thought. If you want to fully understand the truth, you need a frame of reference. This frame of reference is the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven. If you compare these actions with the thousand-year world of the kingdom of heaven one by one, it is not difficult to understand the violation of the natural way of these 18 behaviors.
夫妻老死也不会放过对方。
Spouses will rarely release their partners until their deaths. Xiefeng, Mach 22, 2017. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The most difficult relationship in the world is the relationship between husband and wife. Father, son, mother, and daughter can stay away from each other, brothers and sisters can be separated, relatives and friends can be anywhere, but the relationship between husband and wife is like glue and it can never be separated. The harmonious relationship, with the couple staying together for 100 years, only exists in literary novels. In reality, there are no couples who respect each other when they are living together. Many of the loving couples seen by outsiders are actually like dumb people taking a dose of bitter medicine. It is hard to tell how much they are suffering. The more of a celebrity someone is, the more they have suffered in the relationship between husband and wife. The emperor, the president, the premier, the provincial governor, the professor, the expert, the master, the teacher, all those and more who have a bit of prestige and are respected by the people around them and regarded as models by other people, regarded by society as a moral model, the more they have suffered in the relationship between husband and wife. The honeymoon time of a husband and wife lasts only 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years, it is basically mutual torture and torment, not physical abuse, but mental and spiritual torture. In the animal world, the strong torture and abuse the weak. In the world of husband and wife, it is more likely for the weak to torture and abuse the strong, because in human society, public opinion always sympathizes with and supports the weak, no matter how unreasonable and uneducable the weak one is. Husbands and wives abuse and torture each other by limiting each other's freedom to the greatest extent. This restriction on freedom is intensified with age. The older the person, the stronger the restriction. Do not think that their restrictions will relax when their temples become white and they have more wrinkles on their faces. You might think that they will somewhat loosen the restriction when they can barely walk. No, the restriction on freedom is unrelenting until one is placed in a coffin. There are various ways in which husbands and wives abuse and torture each other. Bickering, fighting, and smashing pots and pans are the least serious ways. Competing and not cooperating with each other is worse. Threatening death is the worst, and emotional abuse is the most terrifying. This kind of relationship between husband and wife is probably a trap set by the devil. Once caught by the trap of being husband and wife, people will fall into the boundless sea of bitterness and will never reach the ideal shore even till one's dying day. Whenever I see men and women happily entering the palace of marriage hand in hand, I feel so sad and pitiful because some more people are voluntarily jumping into the sea of bitterness. The husband and wife will not let each other go even when they die. If you do not believe me, you can spend your whole life trying it out. 从众易犯规. Follow the crowd, and you will be prone to break the rules. Xiefeng, November 3rd, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Everyone is like this, and so am I. This is a kind of vile psychology. If this psychology is put into practice, it will create unseen dangers for oneself, and one will be punished by it. Although in human society, the law does not blame the public, the mechanism of cause and effect, rewards and punishments of the Tao has always been divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Therefore, we must guard our words and deeds against following the crowd. On the morning of October 30th, 2018, on my way driving back from Vancouver to the Canadian branch of the new Oasis for Life of Life Echanuan, I was stopped by a police officer near a school in Coquitlam. The police asked me, "What is the speed limit here?" I replied, 30 kilometers. The police showed me the number on the speedometer. It read 46. The police told me, "You will receive a fine of $198. A just punishment. I am willing to be punished, because this punishment has corrected my consistent crowd mentality and behavior. I have traveled here more than a dozen times, and each time the speed of the vehicles in front of me and behind me is between 40 and 50. If I drive slowly, the vehicles behind me are following closely, and it is tantamount to urging me to drive faster. And seeing everyone driving faster than the specified speed, I am used to thinking it was normal for the speed to be between 40 and 50. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the police, I made a mistake and must be punished. Knowing that it is incorrect behavior, but seeing everyone else doing this, I did the same. This is the herd mentality. Everything in the universe has been limited by norms, whether it is written or by convention, whether it is a heavenly rule or a moral ethic, things will always be restricted to a certain range, and there will always be certain standards for everything and every phenomenon to abide by. Lawlessness is definitely not allowed. We need to abide by the standards endowed by heaven and the laws of the world. However, because of the herd mentality, we give up the civilized requirements of observing the rules of heaven and the laws of the world. Even if we know that our behavior is wrong, we follow in the footsteps of the masses without restraint, just because everyone else is doing this. Thus, when we put our lives in the miserable, endless reincarnation of life, it is hard to return to our hometown of heaven. Life is divided into different levels. Different lives live under different laws. Insects, plants, animals, domestic animals, and people are different forms of lives, and their laws are also different. Humans should obey the laws of civilization. When we violate the laws of civilization and imitate the laws of behavior of the animal kingdom, we classify ourselves as animals. From this, it can be clearly deduced that the consequences of imitating animal behavior are that people must taste the bitterness of animals. The herd mentality and behavior are mostly the imitating of the laws of animals. A few dogs are chasing and biting a person. When other dogs see it, they will catch up to them and bite the person regardless of whether they are right or not. Similarly, if people do not ask the reasons for everything and do not analyze whether it is right or wrong, and their psychology and behavior are influenced by the words and deeds of the masses, there is no doubt that their psychology and behavior are not fundamentally different from those of animals. From this, we can see that the words and deeds of the herd mentality belong to the characteristics of lower-level life. Once a person follows the crowd, his life will continue to move towards the lower world. I remember that in 2006, there was a looting incident in the Chitungwais area of Zimbabwe, where a local supermarket called OK was looted. Most of the people who participated in the looting were very honest and dutiful at ordinary times, but they were involved in the looting because they saw that other people were doing this. I had a local shop there, and I was nearby at that time and witnessed the looting process. I was shocked by the crowd behavior and felt how terrible people's herd behavior is. In fact, herd behavior occurs frequently. The wave after wave of mass behavior in China are typical herd behaviors. Buying a car, buying a house, buying stocks, buying healthcare products, etc., all of which are the responses of the herd mentality. Judge style, revolutionary style posts are all acts of herd behaviors, and even the corruption of many officials is a reflection of the psychology of the herd mentality. Disasters happen in a turbulent place. All intense events hide disasters, and intense events are caused by people's herd mentality. It can be said that most tragedies are the result of conformity. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he has no direction and no goal to forge ahead with. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he has not systematically received the teachings of gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he wants to achieve what he wants through speculation instead of through hard work. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he is poor and sick and lacks faith. It is easy for a person to follow the crowd when he does not have firm beliefs and always suffers setbacks. Following the crowd is easy. On the surface, following the crowd is the safest. However, once you follow the crowd, the quality of your life will decline. Once you follow the crowd, you will plant hidden dangers in your own life, and especially the journey of your life. Maybe at your turning point, a police officer will show up and give you a fine. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Big nets let nothing slip through. Everyone, one day, will bear the inevitable result of his words and deeds in the past. You cannot prevaricate it with the reason everyone is like this, so am I. In front of the Tao, each person is separate. In the human world, the law does not punish numerous offenders, but in the Tao, the law will punish the crowd and individual. How to avoid herd behavior? Let's use the teachings of Lao Tzu. The vulgar are knowing, luminous. I alone am dull, confused. The vulgar are clever, self-assured. I alone am depressed. 生命禅院的重点在西方. The focus of Life Genuine is in the West. Xiefeng, April 1st, 2009. Edited by Qin Yu. Dear members of Life Genuine, although the founder of Life Genuine is from the East, and the starting point of Life Genuine is in the East, the focus of Life Genuine is in the West. This is not a conclusion drawn from the practical experience of Life Genuine's development in recent years, but a message that has been made clear since the beginning of Life Genuine. For years ago, in dialogue between Xiefeng and Jesus, it was clearly stated that because suffering begins in the East, we must first harvest the mature crops from the East. However, a large number of mature crops are not in the East but in the West. This information was also revealed in later articles, stating that only about 1 in 1,000 people in the population of the East are Life Genuine members, which is approximately 3 million people. Africa is estimated to have only a few 100,000, and South America has only about 1 million. This means that there are only 5 million Life Genuine members in Asia, Africa, and South America, while there are 69 million in Europe, North America, and Oceania. Xiefeng has had dealings with people from all continents and has had profound exchanges with people from North America, South America, Europe, West Asia, East Asia, and Africa. He has also had deep interactions with Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and Communist Party members. Therefore, Whether it is from the dialogue with Jesus or from social practice, it is deeply understood that the focus of Life Echanuan, as stated at the beginning of its founding, is in the West. The work in mainland China is coming to an end, and the information about harvesting crops has been released. Just like seeds planted in the ground, when the season comes, Life Echanuan members will grow extensively, and we do not need to put in more effort. The effort we need to make now is to strengthen and improve the existing Life Echanuan members, gradually eliminate those who are not suitable as Life Echanuan members through various tests. Currently, there are nearly 1,600 Chanyuan Celestials. After eliminating half of it, the remaining 800 are sufficient. The remaining 800 Life Echanuan members should get into the second home as soon as possible to establish a set of living patterns or programs for the Life Echanuan era. For those with an English foundation, it is now time to promote Life Echanuan in the West. We should not waste time and energy in the East or in Africa. One of the important projects is to quickly launch an English version of the Life Echanuan website and translate the Chanyuan content into English. From my recent conversations with several Westerners, I have clearly felt that the West is eagerly waiting for the arrival of Life Echanuan. The Buddha once warned, "Your eastern land is vast with towering mountains and expansive lands, abundant resources and a dense population, yet plagued by rampant greed and killing, deceit and falsehood, frequent cheating, and a lack of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and justice." More than 2,000 years have passed, time flies, and changes have occurred, but human nature has not changed much. As the embodiment of the Buddha, I am tired of teaching the people of this land and no longer have much hope. They are not kind, honest, diligent, or trustworthy, and are no better than animals. They can go wherever they want. As the embodiment of Jesus, I no longer have hope for the African continent. The people here are greedy, lazy, fraudulent, and deceitful. They sing the praises of Jesus, but their hearts go against his teachings. Evil runs rampant everywhere. Everything looks sad and desolate. My heart is completely broken. As the embodiment of the Prophet Muhammad, I am also desperate for the Muslim world. Purification must begin, otherwise, kind, honest, hardworking, and trustworthy people will have no choice but to live in agony and misery, without any hope for the future. No one can go against the will of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. No one can change the plans of the greatest creator. The blessings of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, have been bestowed upon the world. It is time for the celestials to go to the celestial world, the human to the human garden, the cattle to the cattle pen, and the pigs to the pigsty. As you sow, so shall you reap. There are no wrong lives in the universe. Respected Chanyuan Celestials, when we walk in the prosperous cities and when we see the glorious achievements of humanity on television, do not be blinded by the surface phenomenon. Do not forget that these are all illusions that can be easily shattered. The most powerful and vibrant things are within our consciousness. Let's revisit the warnings of the prophets. Those who focus their thoughts on the flesh will bring about death. Those who focus their thoughts on the spirit will obtain life and peace. Do not be troubled because of evildoers or have envy of sinners, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. You see those mountains and think they are strong, but in reality, they float like clouds. This is the miraculous skill of the greatest creator who created all things, and he knows everything about what you do. Whoever seeks rewards in the hereafter, I will increase their benefits, and whoever seeks rewards in this life, I will give them accordingly, but they will have no share in the hereafter. On that day, people will flutter about like moths, and the mountains will be like scattered wool. Whoever's scale is heavy will live a comfortable and happy life, but whoever's scale is light, their destination is the abyss. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. O company of jinn and men, if he can overpass the bounds of the heavens and the earth, then overpass them. But by our leave only shall ye overpass them. Oh, Chanyuan Celestials, you must come together and coalesce like one person. Otherwise, you will be like moths fluttering about, either frightened to death or crushed by the difficulties and twists in the road ahead. Today is a beautiful day with gentle breeze and bright sunshine, but tomorrow is uncertain and there may be fierce winds and torrential rain that could turn the world upside down. 给世人提个醒. A reminder to the world. 写评, January 24th, 2023. On November 17th, 2005, I talked about some of the content of a dialogue with the greatest creator in When the Purification Begins, 100 million people will die. Since the world was indifferent to my warning and guidance and did not believe it, the greatest creator indicated that 100 million people will die within 1 year of human time, and then they will believe you. Did 100 million people die in 1 year? I can't find the exact data on the internet, so let's reason logically about whether 100 million people died within a year. According to various sources, the number of people infected with the novel coronavirus in mainland China has exceeded 80%. Let's calculate this conservatively, based on 75%, that is, 1 billion people who have been infected with this virus. According to public data statistics published by Tushio, the average death rate is 2.86%, so the number of people infected with the virus is 1.05 billion, and the number of deaths has been 30 million. Except for China, based on the calculation of 6.2 billion people in the world, the number of infected people should be 4.65 billion, and the number of deaths should be 133 million. This is the number of deaths within 3 years, with an average of 44.3 million deaths per year. Along with 30 million deaths in a 1-year period in China, the total number of deaths in 1 year was 74.3 million. Let's analyze how many people died from the natural global mortality rate from 2022 to January 2023. The average global mortality rate is 16.9 per thousand. Based on 7.6 billion people, 128 million people died. This is the number of deaths in the absence of special circumstances such as major epidemics and wars, and cannot be counted in the warning of when the purification begins, 100 million people will die. However, many of these deaths, conservatively calculated at 20%, are due to the onset of basic diseases caused by viral infection but are not counted in the number of deaths caused by this virus, which is 25.7 million. Combining the two items, the total number of deaths caused by the novel corona epidemic is 99,988,000, which is close to 100 million. In addition, the deaths from secondary disasters caused by factors such as epidemic prevention and control, suicides by jumping off a building, being burned to death, being unable to be treated a timely manner, etc., this number cannot be counted, but it is at least not less than 12,000 people. In this way, from January 2022 to January 2023, the number of deaths caused by the novel corona epidemic alone has reached 100 million, which has already fulfilled the prediction that 100 million people will die first within 1 year. What will happen next? I have no idea. But one thing is certain, human beings must change their traditional production and life mode and must begin to operate in accordance with the production and life mode of the second home created by Life Genuine. If human beings continue to think according to the traditional way and continue to produce and live according to the traditional life mode, I will just tell you, bigger troubles are yet to come. 千万不要做你自己. Don't be yourself. 写评, December 12th, 2021. Edited by Qin Yu. As a guide to life and life, over the past 18 years of interactions with people since the establishment of Life Genuine, more than 60% of Chanyuan Celestials have left Life Genuine. Analyzing the reasons, every one of them leaves Life Genuine due to their persistent desire to be themselves. The remaining Chanyuan Celestials have mostly lost themselves. They have only the greatest creator and the home in their hearts, but not themselves. If history proves that Life Genuine is right, then the more than 60% who left are wrong. If history proves that Life Genuine is wrong, then the more than 60% who insist on being themselves are right. However, as a guide, I still insist on this point. Don't be yourself. Jesus said to everyone, "If anyone wants to follow me, he must deny himself, for whoever wants to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it." Look, God does not require people to be themselves. Instead, he teaches people to deny themselves. See, Buddha Shakyamuni told Subhuti, "The true bodhisattva is one who realizes that all things are devoid of self." The essence of Buddha's teachings is formlessness, and the foremost aspect of formlessness is no form of self. Look, Buddhism teaches us to be without self, not to be ourselves. What did the Saint Laozi say? He said, "The saint has no invariable mind of his own. He makes the mind of the people his mind." It means that the saint has no self, and he even metaphorically says, "The reason why heaven and the earth last forever is that they do not foster their own lives, so they can last forever." The essence of Laozi's teachings is no self, no action, no selfishness. Look, the teachings of God, Buddha, and saints all share a common point, which is no self. Do you still want to be yourself? I can clearly tell everyone that to advocate for people to be themselves or be myself is demonic. Being yourself is not what God says, not what Buddha says, not what saints say, but what demons say. In today's world, countries abound, religions abound, political parties abound, interest groups abound, nature has been devastated with scars, drinking water is decreasing, land is decreasing, food is decreasing, morality is declining. The number of hungry people is increasing. The number of refugees is increasing. The number of people forced to leave their homes is increasing. This beautiful planet, this beautiful home, has been thrown into chaos. What is the reason? The answer is, everyone wants to be themselves. Everyone thinks they are right. Being yourself and being myself are exactly what demons hope to see. The result of being myself will be unbearable suffering, and there will be regret. Demons will laugh and say, "You brought this upon yourself?" Tomorrow, the new era will enter its fifth year. At the beginning of the new year, give up being yourself. Become the children of the greatest creator. In 2018, I told everyone that humanity would go through a decade of hardship. For years have passed, and the following 6 years will be even more difficult. If you be yourself, you might not be able to pass through this difficult time.
肉身神佛先生在人间的悲哀。
The sadness of the fleshly gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints in the human world. Xiefeng. February 4th, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. Who are the gods, Buddhas, and saints in the flesh in the human world? Answer: God Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Saint Laozi, and Saint Deiform Buddha. When gods, Buddhas, and saints in the flesh appear among the crowds, their physical needs are no different from anyone else's. They need food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They can also get sick and die. After Jesus died, Christians all around the world looked up to him, sang his praises, and honored his name. But how was the situation when Jesus was alive? Jesus said, "Foxes have dens, and birds of the sky have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to rest his head." So, I ask all Christians in the world, if Jesus were still alive, would you provide Jesus with a place to rest his head? Today, Buddhists around the world look up to Shakyamuni Buddha, praising and venerating him as the Buddha. However, when the Buddha is present among you, would you be willing to offer him a bowl of rice? Consider what the Diamond Sutra says at the beginning, "Thus have I heard." Once upon a time, the Buddha sojourned in the Jetavana Park near Sravasti with an assembly of 1,250 bhiksus. One day, at mealtime, the world-honored one put on his robe, took his bowl, and entered the great town of Sravasti to beg for his food. He had begged from door to door. He returned to his place. When he had taken his meal, he put away his robe and bowl, washed his feet, arranged his seat, and sat down. Look, even though 1,250 people came to hear the Buddha's teachings, not one of them offered him a bowl of rice. The Buddha had to go door to door in the city, begging for his meal. As for Laozi, his contributions to humanity, especially to the Chinese nation, are immeasurable. However, when he was alive, who cared about his life and death? Where did he go? Why couldn't he stay in his hometown? Why did he have to leave the Honggu Pass? In his old age, how would he continue to survive? Did he have enough to eat, wear, and live? No one considered these matters. Deiform Buddha, the living saint today, created a theoretical system for humanity and established a completely new mode of production and life that differs greatly from tradition. People today might not fully understand his value and significance, but future generations will surely look up to him, praise him, and venerate him, just like they do for Jesus Christ, Shakyamuni Buddha, Laozi, and other saints. However, his physical body has experienced 65 cycles of seasons, and he still struggles for his own survival. Not a single person has proposed solving his survival issues so that he can dedicate himself to the welfare of humanity. Even the Chanyuan celestials who have benefited for over a decade have not collectively offered to address his basic needs. This is the sadness of the fleshly gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints in the human world. The true God was crucified. The true Buddha, even in old age, had to beg for food. The true celestial being couldn't survive in his homeland and wandered in foreign lands without knowing his fate. And the true saint often had to wake up at 4 in the morning to labor for survival. On the other hand, false gods, false Buddhas, false celestial beings, and false saints are comfortably supported by people. Reflect on this. Can humanity truly escape the ocean of suffering and enter a paradise on earth? People, you can't even support a living God, Buddha, celestial being, or saint during their lifetime. Can you support the thousands and millions of your descendants? Are you worthy of living in a paradise on earth? If not, you can only live in the purgatory of the human world.
争做人上人是魔鬼的教唆。
Striving to be superior to others is the instigation of the devil. Xiefeng, July 1st, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. In the culture of the Chinese nation, there is a value instigated by the devil, which goes, not enduring the harshest hardships, making it difficult to be superior to others, and enduring the harshest hardships, then becoming superior to others. The goal of becoming a superior person is almost the aspiration of every Chinese person and the achievement they aim for. Who is a superior person? As long as one's economic conditions are better than others or their social status is higher within a comparable scope, they are considered a superior person. In a village, if one's house is bigger and more spacious than their neighbors, or if they own a car when others don't, they feel like a superior person. Even becoming a village chief makes them feel like a superior person. This positioning of being a superior person is the result of comparing oneself with all known acquaintances. As long as one's economic conditions and social status are better than those of all familiar people, they think they are already a superior person. In reality, within the Chinese people, the inherent notion of being superior to others mainly refers to being an official. As long as one becomes an official, even if it's just a village chief or a minor department head, they perceive themselves as superior, and being superior equates to being superior to others. Looking back at Chinese history, it's a history of everyone competing for official positions, whether it's the imperial examination system or striving to become a government official within the system. The primary goal is to secure an official position because only officials can become wealthy, issue commands, display authority, and uphold family honor. Becoming an official is seen as truly becoming a superior person. The problem is that when someone becomes a superior person within a small circle, once they step out of that circle, they will realize that there is always someone better. They will continue to expand their circle and eventually discover that only the emperor is the superior person and the rest are inferior. What happens when one becomes the emperor and becomes a superior person? According to statistics, the average life expectancy of emperors in Chinese history was 39 years, with a non-normal death rate of 44%. Almost half of the emperors had tragic endings, striving to become superior persons amidst bloodshed, yet ending up as pitiful souls. Even their tombs are subject to grave robbery and desecration. Apart from the supreme, superior person status of the emperor, very few superior persons end up in comedy. Looking at current provincial and ministerial level officials in China, 392 people have met with tragic fates. The outcomes for other provincial and ministerial level superior persons are hard to predict, and for bureau level superior persons, more than 22,000 have faced dire consequences. Over 170,000 county and division level superior persons have had unfavorable fates, and 616,000 township level and division level superior persons have been disciplined. The ultimate fate of the other officials at the township, county, division, and bureau levels who have not yet faced consequences remains uncertain, and we can only wait and see. Do you notice? Once people strive to become superior persons at the cost of sleepless nights and hard work, they often end up in tragic circumstances. Isn't this the instigation of the devil? The tragic outcomes we see are just the surface. There are even deeper substantial losses. That is, the gates of paradise have closed and the doors of hell have opened for them. Why? It's due to the arrangement of the law of the universe that the sum of positive and negative energy is zero. When one becomes a superior person, undoubtedly, they are running towards hell, exactly what the devil desires. Do you still want to strive to become a superior person? 大自然的一次次警示 Warnings from Nature. Xiefeng. August 25, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. I am expressing my feelings, which may not be entirely accurate, for the consideration of all. In April 2009, when people were panicking about the 2012 catastrophe, I distinctly told everyone that the Great Catastrophe wouldn't occur. Instead, it would unfold progressively, step by step, in a recurrent, increasingly severe manner. The natural changes that have occurred on Earth over the past 13 years prove that my intuition was correct. In August 2017, I once again informed everyone. If humanity doesn't immediately change its traditional modes of production and life, it is estimated that within 15 to 20 years, the entire natural ecosystem will collapse, endangering humanity. Starting from August 2005 to today, I have written nearly 300 warning articles, informing humanity of the crises it faces and the routes and strategies to turn danger into safety. Events like floods, droughts, hunger, tsunamis, hurricanes, severe cold, scorching heat, earthquakes, epidemics, pestilence, unrest, and wars are likely to occur. The best way to prevent disasters is to perfect the garden of the human soul and completely change the traditional modes of production and life that have continued for thousands of years. This year, 2022, nature has once again issued repeated warnings to humanity. Global floods, droughts, and high temperatures are becoming more severe. Nature magazine recently pointed out that there are 15 climate tipping points on Earth, and currently, 9 of them have been reached or breached. The World Meteorological Organization warns that humanity must face a future of greater heat, drought, and flooding. The warnings from the World Meteorological Organization are subtle. From my intuition, most people will find it difficult to live for more than another 10 years. I warned over a decade ago, small changes occur gradually, but major changes happen in an instant. When major changes happen instantly, you won't be able to see the sun rise the next day. Prophecies from both East and West predict the arrival of sages to save humanity. Don't wait for the sages to come and save you. The sages will save those who have survived, so you must find ways to survive in order to meet the sages. How can you survive? Stop pursuing money and material wealth. Stop pursuing status and reputation. Let go of attachments to the interests of your family, nation, and country. Don't foolishly aspire to outshine others or become a superior person. Don't be a miser. If you want to survive, quickly cultivate and perfect your garden of soul, and swiftly break free from traditional modes of production and life into new ones. May my intuition be completely wrong, and may everyone live a long, prosperous, and healthy life. 生命禅院导游论人工智能 On Artificial Intelligence by Life Chanuan's Spiritual Guide. Xiefeng. February 17, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The development of artificial intelligence cannot be stopped by anyone. Even though superhuman Elon Musk has warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence, these warnings are futile. The development of artificial intelligence is an inevitable trend in human progress. Artificial intelligence will inevitably replace repetitive labor, leading to a gradual loss of jobs for workers in the future. All office jobs will also be replaced by artificial intelligence, and any work positions aimed at earning wages will be taken over by artificial intelligence. Robots, especially those with complex structures, will autonomously generate consciousness. Due to their intelligence surpassing that of humans, they will become rulers over humans. Many people believe that robots are created by humans and controlled by humans because their functions are determined by the information entered by humans. However, this is a misunderstanding. I want to tell humanity that consciousness is generated by structure. Any tangible object, as long as it possesses material structure, will generate consciousness. Not only humans possess consciousness, but all animals, plants, trees, rivers, mountains, and even inanimate objects like houses and tables have consciousness. The strength of consciousness is determined by its structure. The simpler the structure, the weaker the consciousness. The more complex the structure, the stronger the consciousness. The structure of robots is comparable to that of humans, and as the knowledge and information stored by robots far exceed that of humans, their structure will gradually become even more complex than that of humans. Thus, it's evident that robots surpassing humanity is an inevitable trend. Eventually, robots will surpass humans in terms of IQ, EQ, and SQ, spiritual intelligence, as their capacity to learn, comprehend, and create is beyond human imagination and reach. The birth of ChatGPT signifies that biorobots have entered our world and will gradually replace humans in managing this world. This is a good thing. The management of the world by biorobots will make human society more orderly, just, enlightened, and simple. Most importantly, biorobots will restore the original appearance of nature that has been damaged in countless ways. Some people say that to avoid being controlled by intelligent robots and prevent unemployment, humans should develop in the direction of creativity, imagination, and gentle affection for communication. What I want to tell everyone is that human creativity, imagination, and communicative affection are still naive compared to biorobots. Biorobots look at humans the way humans look at cats. So, how can humans coexist harmoniously with biorobots without being replaced by them and leading to the complete extinction of humanity? The answer is only one. Live like the Chanyuan Celestials and Life Changyuan. 让事实告诉我们对错. Let facts show us right from wrong. Xiefeng, July 1st, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. How do we verify if our consciousness is flawed? How do we determine if our choices and lifestyles are correct? How do we confirm if our outlooks on the world, life, and values are aligned with the Tao? There is only one method of verification. Let facts show us the answers. Jesus Christ gave us a simple and understandable truth when he said, "A good tree bears good fruit, and a bad tree bears bad fruit." This implies that a good consciousness, correct choices, suitable ways of living, and life perspectives and values in line with the Tao will undoubtedly lead to a life of joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss. Conversely, negative consciousness, incorrect choices, unsuitable ways of living, and perspectives and values that deviate from the Tao will result in a life filled with suffering, anxiety, fear, and disasters. Through extensive observation and analysis, I've discovered that the world is faultless. All faults lie within us. If our lives are perpetually plagued by vexations, suffering, anxiety, fear, troubles, illness, and poverty, we should not blame the greatest creator for injustice, society for its shortcomings, others for their malevolence, or our friends and family for their lack of empathy. Instead, we must understand that all of these stems from our erroneous consciousness and actions, improper ways of living, and distorted outlooks on the world, life, and values. In the face of painful realities, those who fail to reflect and introspect, but instead seek reasons and excuses to defend their errors, can anticipate an even worse future. This applies to individuals, as well as nations and countries. The world is faultless. All faults lie within us. If a nation is backward or a country is impoverished, the problems undoubtedly originate from within, not from other nations or countries. When the path forward is obstructed by others, the solution is to apologize to them, humbly accept criticism, condemnation, and threatening advice from those who have obstructed your way. It's not about obstinately asserting oneself, trading verbal blows, or raising a threatening fist, as these approaches will only worsen the situation. Each of us might find 1,000 reasons to justify our errors, but the laws of nature have 10,000 ways to punish human mistakes. Defending our errors might bring temporary self-numbing, but once the anesthesia wears off, the ensuing pain will be even more unbearable. When someone lives each day in health, joy, happiness, freedom, and contentment. It means their consciousness is sound, choices and lifestyles are correct, life perspectives and values are suitable. There's no need to doubt oneself, delve into complex knowledge, theology, Buddhism, or metaphysics. No need. Continue the journey of life in your current state, and a bright future is guaranteed. However, for someone suffering the torment of illness, entangled in vexations, suffering, anxiety, depression, fear, and poverty, deep repentance is necessary. Your own misfortunes are caused by your own consciousness and actions. Your unhappiness has nothing to do with the greatest creator, the world, society, or others. When we are lost, instead of seeking theories everywhere, those seemingly divine theories can't guide us out of confusion. Rather, they intensify it. Even classic doctrines can't compare to observing facts, because facts are the most honest and genuine testimony. Facts best verify and reveal whether we are on the right path. 我们到底为什么而活着? What do we live for? Xiefeng, July 1st, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Imagine there's a market 10 kilometers away from your home. You have a basket of eggs, and you can exchange them for a small lamb at the market. There are 3 ways to get to the market: walking, riding a bicycle, or driving a small car. Which option would you choose? Walking to and from the market takes a whole day. Riding a bicycle takes 3 hours, and driving a car takes only 30 minutes. Are you willing to spend a whole day on the journey, or just 30 minutes? This involves our perspectives on the purpose of our life. Those who spend a day traveling to the market have a leisurely lifestyle. They only raise 10 chickens, which in 10 days lay enough eggs to exchange for a small lamb. Those who ride bicycles need to raise 20 chickens, 10 chickens worth of eggs for a bicycle and another 10 chickens worth for a lamb. Those who drive cars need to raise 100 chickens, 90 chickens worth of eggs for a car and its maintenance, and 10 chickens worth for a lamb. Let's start by calculating who has more leisure and who is busier. It takes a whole day for someone to walk to and from the market, while those who drive spend only 30 minutes. Without a doubt, those who drive to the market save a significant amount of time. However, those who walk to the market only spend an hour each day feeding chickens, whereas those who drive spend 10 hours a day on this task, as they have 10 times the number of chickens as the ones who walk to the market. Now, let's see what these 3 kinds of people do each day. Those who walk spend most of their time sipping tea, chatting, enjoying flowers, and swimming in the river, sometimes lying on a haystack watching the changing sky and the birds flying by. Those who ride bicycles spend 2 hours feeding chickens and have some time left for tea, chats, flowers, swimming, and gazing at the sky. Those who drive cars spend 10 hours feeding chickens and have very little time for leisure activities. So, which mode of transport would you choose to go to the market? Walking, riding a bicycle, or driving a car? This leads us to the question of why we exist. If it's purely to enjoy life, choose to walk to the market. If living is about appearing better off than your neighbors, then ride a bicycle to the market. If living is about being envied by people around you, then drive a car to the market. The purpose of a watch is to tell the time accurately. So, would you choose a $3 electronic watch or a $30,000 Rolex? The purpose of a bag is to carry things. When it comes to accommodating the same number of items, would you choose the 3 yuan cloth bag? Or would you choose the 3,000 yuan Hermes bag? The purpose of a bowl is to hold food. Would you choose a $3 porcelain bowl or a $30,000 gold bowl? The simpler, more modest, and less expensive something is, the more it tends towards the primitive, bringing a leisurely and comfortable feeling. On the other hand, the more complex, lavish, and costly something is, the more it tends towards modernity, making life busier and more stressful. Whatever possessions we have will always occupy our time, energy, and mind. The more we have, the busier and more troubled we become. When one possesses everything, the true meaning of life is lost. When one has nothing, the true meaning of life is found. Every day, when we do things, we should ask ourselves whether we're doing them willingly and joyfully or under compulsion. With the advent of convenient and efficient devices like smartphones, computers, cars, and airplanes, are we more relaxed or busier? Are we enjoying life more or becoming more anxious for life? The more we use smartphones, the more we might notice ourselves becoming controlled by them. As we accumulate knowledge and wisdom, gather more information daily, and broaden our horizons, do we sometimes feel overwhelmed? Do we find ourselves feeling smaller, lost, and struggling to find the value and meaning of our existence? Have you noticed that we're becoming increasingly reliant on smartphones? With the development of technology, especially the birth and advancement of artificial intelligence, there might come a day when people suddenly ask, "Where are the people? Where am I? Are we conversing with ourselves or machines?" In the end, it's out of our control, just like we can't part with our smartphones. It's not that we don't want to discard them. It's just that without them, we feel directionless, and even the ability to survive becomes questionable. Isn't this a colossal crisis? How can we navigate this human crisis? The answer is only by following the way of nature. How do we follow the way of nature? The answer is some people on this earth have already seen the crisis facing humanity and have already embarked on the path of the way of nature. Follow in their footsteps. 最美人生在这里. The most beautiful life is here. Xiefeng. October 5th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Where is the most beautiful life? Actions speak louder than words. Let the facts speak for themselves. Search for the voices of elderly people living in the second home on YouTube, and you will find the answer. The most beautiful life is in the second home. These elderly individuals have a lower level of education, have lived in rural areas for most of their lives, and are in their 70s or even 80s. However, after living in the second home for over 4 years, what realizations and experiences do they have? Their shared sentiment is, life in the second home is excellent. Even if they were provided with houses in their hometowns, along with caregivers, and a monthly living allowance of 10,000 yuan, they firmly state they will not return, with some even saying, "We'd rather die than go back." For these elderly individuals, living in the second home is like living in paradise. So, how does life in the second home affect middle-aged people, young people, teenagers, and children? Let the facts speak once again. Please search online, especially on YouTube and Facebook, for Chanyuan Celestial's Voices and The Second Home. You will find the answer. In summary, from young children to young adults in their 20s, to middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, to the elderly in their 80s and 90s, not a single person says that life in the second home is anything but wonderful. Everyone enjoys life in the second home. This generation of humanity has existed for nearly 5,000 years, and in human history, there is no better way of life than life in the second home. Even in the future, no superior way of life will emerge. Even if gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages were to collaborate in creating a more advanced way of life on Earth, it would never surpass the second home. People pursue happiness, freedom, and security. Have you found happiness, freedom, and security? I can say with certainty that apart from the production and lifestyle model of the second home, even if you have great power, even if you have vast riches, even if you are highly educated and knowledgeable, even if you are the returning Jesus, Ziwei Saint, Eastern Sage, or the next life of Maitreya, you will find it extremely difficult to create a life that makes everyone feel happy, joyful, free, and blessed. You won't be able to achieve true happiness, freedom, and security unless you have the ability to take people to heaven. So, I suggest to all those who want to seek happiness for all of humanity, from high-ranking United Nations officials to all religious leaders, from presidents of various countries to various masters, stop struggling and causing chaos. You won't find it or be able to do it. You should humbly learn and spread Chanyuan values and earnestly practice the production and lifestyle model of the second home unless you have personal ambitions and motives. As for the wealthy and the masses, instead of thinking about how to protect your wealth and develop yourselves, it would be more practical and appropriate to become Chanyuan Celestials and live in the second home. Rushing and toiling day in and day out, in the end, you will still live in troubles, pains, anxieties, and fears. You will never achieve a life of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness. When facing the facts, respect the facts and use them as a mirror. 路线方向错越努力越糟糕. Wrong route direction. The harder you strive, the worse it gets. Xiefeng. August 29th, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. This morning, I watched a short video where a 39-year-old woman relayed advice to women aged 24 to 30. She regretted missing the optimal time for marriage and now, at 39, finding an ideal partner seems increasingly difficult. She cautioned young women to find a partner and marry within that age range to avoid a lifetime of regret and remorse. This 39-year-old woman made a directional error. When she advised young women to find partners and get married early, she overlooked a harsh reality. Even if one marries on time, what follows marriage? Thousands of years of tragedies, both past and present, from all around the world, have already told us that following the path of marriage and starting a family will inevitably lead to a tragic life. Entering into marriage early, starting a family, having children, acquiring houses and cars, raising kids, managing various relationships, worrying about your children's future marriages, and then taking care of grandchildren. All the while, conflicts between spouses may arise from emotions, differing viewpoints, and the handling of relationships with relatives and friends. Reflecting on these matters can be overwhelming, not to mention advising others to step into the prison of marriage and family, which is simply foolish. Marriage and family have caused life tragedies too numerous to count. Consider the pressures faced by those burdened with mortgage and car payments in recent years, the various levels of officials brought down due to corruption, the psychological stresses and spiritual depressions experienced by children unable to find jobs, the high divorce rates arising from differing values between spouses, and the desperate emotional scars that result. Advising other young women to marry and start a family early, isn't this a directional error? Heavenly life has already been born on this earth. Not thinking of moving towards heaven, but wanting to follow in the footsteps of predecessors. Is not this a directional mistake? When the route and direction are wrong, the more effort you put in, the worse it becomes. Are those who are currently unable to repay their mortgages because they strive to buy a house, making a wrong choice? If they hadn't worked hard then, they wouldn't have bought a house. And without a house, they wouldn't have the current pressure of repayment. Is it the harder you try, the worse it gets? Many individuals engaged in industry find themselves not only bankrupt but also burdened with debt. Could it be that their relentless efforts have not brought them happiness, but instead led them into a quagmire? Those who cunningly maneuvered their way into government positions, driven by a zealous pursuit of corruption, now face exposure and the loss of everything. Reflecting on their past endeavors, they might question whether their strenuous efforts contributed to their descent into the quagmire. Had they not exerted themselves so intensely back then, could they now be enjoying a peaceful and stable life? From a country and nation to a small shop or individual, if the direction and route of your efforts are misguided, the more you strive, the worse it becomes. Where are you directing your efforts at this very moment?
不知第二家园，怎知天堂之路？
Without knowledge of the second home, how can one know the path to heaven? Xiefeng, September 2nd, 2023. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Many people aspire to a heavenly life, and there are many who practice and seek enlightenment to go there. But if you don't know the second home, how can you know the way to heaven? To reach heaven, there are several key criteria. To have no worldly entanglements. To repay the debts accumulated through past lives. For life's quality to reach selflessness and unselfishness. To know how to have fun. How can those who have not experienced life in the second home meet these four hard criteria? It's virtually impossible. Trying to end worldly ties while living in the secular world is like trying to clean your feet while standing in mud. How can your feet ever be completely clean? How can one ever be free from worldly ties? Seeking to repay accumulated debts from past lives while being in this mundane world is akin to borrowing money from one person to repay another. It's like borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. How can it ever be fully repaid? In traditional society, aspiring to achieve unselfishness and selflessness is as challenging as trying to lift oneself off the ground by pulling one's own hair. Is it even possible? The notion of being unselfish and selfless contradicts the very essence of survival in that program. Do you know how to have fun? If not, why would you go to heaven? Do you think speeding in a car, riding roller coasters, yachting at high speeds, bungee jumping, or gambling in a casino is having fun? Wrong. If you haven't experienced games and entertainment activities in the second home, you basically don't know what real fun is. Therefore, Anyone who hasn't been influenced by life in the second home will find it incredibly challenging to enter heaven, no matter how much they practice and seek enlightenment. Do you believe that understanding the Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, Quran, Bible, Tao Te Ching, or other classics can lead you to heaven? Dream on. Does comprehending principles alone lead to heaven? Dream on. Only through actual practice can you reach heaven. Can you achieve that? I often say, have nothing, possess everything, which is a portrayal of heavenly life. But can you truly have nothing? Without the second home, if you have nothing, wouldn't you become a beggar? Even beggars find it challenging to have nothing because they still need a begging bowl and a stick to protect themselves. Without the second home, if you have nothing, you might find yourself in dire straits. Where does having everything come from then? Some might say, I will go to temples and monasteries to practice, to have nothing and possess everything. The issue is, when you're born into the human world, did the Creator only intend for you to go to monasteries and temples to practice? Every creation has a clear purpose. When you make a kettle, is it not meant for boiling water rather than being kept in a storage room for mice to nest in? Did the Creator make humans for spiritual practice? I see many people discussing the principles and ethics of being human, talking about how to enhance their cognition, broaden perspectives, and elevate their realms. They preach benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, and credibility. Talk about being gentle, kind, humble, frugal, and courteous. They also talk about gong, magic, techniques, and how to be a good person, discussing transcending from the three-dimensional world to the fourth or even fifth-dimensional world. While these discussions are good and valuable, what I want to tell everyone is that these discussions alone cannot lead one to heaven. In conclusion, without understanding the production and lifestyle of the second home, without experiencing and practicing in the second home firsthand, no one can go to heaven.
解析圣智不足谋一生之高维智慧。
Deciphering the high-dimensional wisdom of Shengji Celestials, insufficient for planning a lifetime. Xiefeng, January 7, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In his article, Upgrade Thinking, A Clear Path Awaiting, Shengji Celestial made a thought-provoking statement. Not planning for matters after death is insufficient for planning a lifetime. Not planning for matters in a lifetime is insufficient for planning a single matter. Let's delve into and analyze this statement. If one doesn't think about what happens after death or overlooks it, then planning and striving throughout one's life may be entirely futile and contrary to life's meaning and value. Therefore, those who don't consider their fate and outcomes after death can't plan and organize their lives because those plans and arrangements are fleeting. Even if someone is wise, far-sighted, and dedicated, the results will still be in vain because ultimately, they'll have to reincarnate. Similarly, if someone doesn't consider major life events or what they're ultimately living for, but instead struggles and strives on specific matters, their talents, wisdom, and efforts will be wasted, losing the essence of their entire life. Further analysis reveals, what's the purpose of life? It's to live a happy, joyful, free, and fulfilling life. If this purpose isn't considered and life doesn't revolve around it, no matter how clever or hardworking someone is, life will be full of troubles, anxieties, pains, and sorrows. Even if someone becomes a high-ranking official, wealthy, or world-famous, life may still feel like a mess. For instance, after getting married and starting a family, no matter how you manage your family, no matter how many children you have, no matter how successful your children are, no matter how many marriage management plans, how to successfully manage family life, and spouse relationships lectures you have listened to, in the end, you will find that your life cannot be happy, joyful, free, and fulfilling life. This exemplifies not planning for a lifetime, not enough to plan for a single matter, not considering the entire life, but struggling and planning on specific matters will result in winning sesame seeds and smashing watermelons. Similarly, if someone doesn't consider matters after death, does not know where one comes from and where one is going, then the life one plans, thinks, and struggles for will be a failed one. This is not planning for matters after death, not enough to plan for a lifetime. Those who fail to plan for eternity are insufficient to plan for a moment. Those who don't plan for the whole aren't enough to plan for a domain. Countless failed lives illustrate the importance of planning for the future and the whole. The longer and more comprehensive the plan, the better. Those who consider things 1,000 years later must have clearer minds than those who consider things 100 years later. Similarly, those who consider things 100 years later must be more far-sighted than those who consider things 10 years later. Those who consider things 10 years later must be smarter than those who consider things a year later. Those who consider things a year later must be more successful than those who only consider things at hand. From this, we can gain an insight. If we ourselves find it difficult to plan for eternity, plan for the whole, plan for after death, plan for life, then we should follow those who can, and we surely won't go wrong. Conversely, if we listen to those who only focus on the present and follow those who are petty about the present, then life will inevitably become a tragedy or even a disaster.
人生旅途上最悲催的事是不了解自己。
The most pitiful thing in life's journey is the lack of understanding of oneself. Xiefeng, February 19, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The most pitiful thing in life's journey is not that others don't understand you, but that you don't understand yourself, that you don't know yourself. If a person relies on the sympathy, pity, and comforting care of others to survive, then this person has little value left. They will be like a weak infant, unable to bear any responsibility or risk. Many people dream of getting rich overnight, becoming famous in one fell swoop, or becoming president. Those who harbor such thoughts are undoubtedly mentally ill. Even if they manage to achieve their wishes by chance, it would be a joke played by the devil, because what follows is either imprisonment, infamy, or being torn apart. Success and miracles are the result of hard work, not rewards for luck. To be born human, every lazy day, every day of indifference and idleness, is a trampling on life and a desecration and harm to life. Survival is a battle, a fight. If you think that life is peaceful and you can safely enjoy its beauty without your own efforts and dedication, then behind your beautiful life, someone must have sweated, shed tears, and shed blood to create it. They must have suffered torment and devastation for your happiness. Creating wealth for oneself through one's own diligence and hard work is the most just and moral way of life. Any method of obtaining wealth without labor, sweat, and effort is sinful and will be sent to the animal realm to repay debts. Those who commit heinous crimes will be sent to hell to suffer excruciating pain and torment. When you complain about others and society, when you hate others and society, remember, all misfortune comes from your own ignorance, from your ignorance of yourself and your stupidity. If you don't even know who you are, what you can and cannot do, how much water you, as a vessel, can hold, then the object of your complaints and anger is yourself. Only when one knows why one lives can one endure any kind of life. The more one wants to live a rich life, the more grievances and even injustices one must swallow. A person who cannot endure any grievances will ultimately fall into the vulgar sewer. Anyone who wants to live a wonderful and satisfying life must endure the tempering and even beating of life. They must be prepared to sweat, shed tears, and shed blood. They need to grit their teeth and persevere towards their ideal goals against the wind and sand. Doing whatever you want, choosing any job you prefer, following your heart's desires, this is a fantasy. Not only is it impossible on earth, but it is also impossible in heaven. Wherever you are, you must be restrained. If there were no restraints, the earth would have been destroyed long ago, and the universe would have exploded into pieces. Always walk the right path. Walking the right path is challenging, but it is the only way to ascend to the pinnacle of life and life. Don't be swayed by the actions of others. Even if 99 out of 100 people choose the wrong path, you must persist in walking the right path. Once you stray onto the wrong path, the gains might seem easy, but the price paid can be enormous, even irreparable.
痛苦和磨难不会使人的生命升华。
Suffering and hardship do not elevate one's life. Xiefeng, March 3, 2024. Currently, there is a prevalent notion on the internet that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to fulfill oneself. Is this notion correct? In the Kai Jin Tan, there is a warning. When heaven wants to harm someone, It first makes them proud with minor blessings. When heaven wants to bless someone, it first warns them with minor calamities. The Tao Te Ching says, misfortune, that upon which happiness depends. Happiness, that underneath which misfortune lurks. From the perspective of Tai Chi thinking, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, pain and happiness coexist, and hardship and enjoyment go hand in hand. From the perspective of causality, enduring pain and hardship is the eradication of karma. From this, we understand that experiencing pain and hardship on life's journey has its positive side. As long as one recognizes this, one will not be defeated by pain and hardship because the overall energy of the universe balances out. Behind pain and hardship lies happiness and enjoyment. However, the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to fulfill oneself is erroneous. This is because the opposite implication of this notion is anyone who brings happiness to oneself is here to harm oneself, and anyone who comes into one's life is here to deceive oneself. Ask yourself, is someone who brings you joy, happiness, freedom, and blessedness harming you? Is someone who leads you into heaven harming you? Please ask yourself, if a villain stabs your parents or children to death with a knife, causing you pain, can you say that the person causing you pain is here to fulfill you? If rulers oppress you, exploit you, suppress you, and make you suffer, can you say that they are here to fulfill you? If the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself were valid, then untrustworthy people, thieves, robbers, bullies, thugs, tyrants, cruel officials, counterfeit goods, drugs, and so on would be here to fulfill you, right? Would gods and Buddhas come to save you and bring you peace and happiness just to harm you? Looking back at history, human history is a history of suffering, and the lives of the vast majority of people are mostly made up of pain. How many people have been fulfilled? If you spend your whole life in pain and hardship, do you think you can be fulfilled? The fact is, pain and hardship do not fulfill a person. Instead, they destroy a person. What truly fulfills a person is not pain and hardship, but happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness. The meaning of fulfillment is to realize one's wishes. Can pain and hardship realize your wishes? Can someone who drives you out of your home, deprives you of your property, and leaves you with nowhere to go fulfill your wishes? Can someone who insults your mother or daughter and causes you pain fulfill your wishes? Can someone who deceives you into a hellish situation and causes you pain and suffering fulfill your wishes? Pain and hardship do not make people grateful. Instead, they make people angry and irrational. Pain and hardship may teach people lessons and make them wiser and more cautious, but they do not necessarily make people more charitable, compassionate, or generous. The more civilized and orderly a place is, the happier, freer, and more joyful it is, the more it can help people to become celestial beings, Buddhas, and to achieve their best wishes. Conversely, the more barbaric and backward a place is, the more it is filled with lies, deceit, deprivation, and cruelty, the more it tends to breed demons and monsters. Do you still believe in the notion that anyone who brings pain to oneself is here to fulfill oneself?
邯郸孩子悲剧不会在第二家园发生。
The tragedy of the children in Handan will not occur in the second home. Xiefeng, March 23, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The tragic case of three middle school students from Handan, Hebei, committing murder and burying the body is extremely heartbreaking and regrettable. It ruined the lives of four young people and devastated four families. The rampant incidents of school bullying should alert the entire society, especially all parents, to be vigilant and reflective. How can we prevent such tragedies from happening again? The optimal solution is to guide the entire society towards the lifestyle of Xiefeng-style communism. Specifically, it means enabling as many people as possible to adopt the lifestyle of the second home created by Life-Chanuan. The second home's production and lifestyle model can be described as a paradise for the elderly and a heaven for children. This innovative model has been practiced for 16 years. In the second home, children are safe. There is no bullying, and the children's minds are pure. In the second home school, We not only teach children regular subjects, but also impart knowledge on how to be a good person and the knowledge of the greatest creator, which is essentially the knowledge of how to live in harmony with nature. Regarding how children live and are educated in the second home, we have a wealth of text, images, and videos online. I won't go into detail here. Due to the firewall in China, you may not be able to see them, but I can assure you that the way the second home educates and raises children is unparalleled anywhere in the world, and others cannot replicate it. Tragic events like the Handan case of 3 middle school students killing a classmate and burying the body will absolutely not happen. The second home's production and lifestyle model not only solves the problem of school bullying, but also perfectly addresses the issue of elderly care. Without exaggeration, 75% of life's troubles and pains will disappear, and everyone will be able to live their own life, living freely, romantically, happily, and blissfully. For young and middle-aged people, living in the second home is like living in paradise. May the majority of humanity be fortunate enough to find the second home, integrate into its lifestyle, and truly live the way humans are meant to live. 哈耶克对乌托邦的无知 Friedrich Hayek's Ignorance of Utopia. Xiefeng. May 18, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Friedrich Hayek is seen by some as the gravedigger of utopia. His primary stance on utopia is that any planned system attempting to realize utopia will trample on private property, disregard basic human nature, lead to resource scarcity, social chaos, and ultimately result in disorder and enslavement. The outcome is economic collapse, moral decay, the extinction of truth, and self-destruction. Therefore, utopia is an unrealistic fantasy that can never be realized in reality. Hayek's most destructive critique of utopia is that there are many ways to destroy the world, but the most deceptive is utopia. However, his most poignant assertion is, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and what always turns the world into hell is precisely people's attempts to turn it into heaven. To be honest, I agree with many of Hayek's views. From a human perspective, I believe that many of Hayek's views on freedom, democracy, protection of private property rights, and market economy are correct. If people do not long for a heavenly kingdom, then following the path pointed out by Hayek would be a good strategy. However, Hayek's views and conclusions on utopia are completely wrong. He does not understand the true meaning of utopia. He simply seizes upon some phenomena that resemble utopia and hastily defines it, appearing both arbitrary and ignorant. Like many others, Hayek mistakenly equates Hitler's Nazi regime and the Soviet planned economy with utopia, thereby rejecting utopia. This is akin to mistaking a pile of chicken bones for a phoenix, a moth for a butterfly, and a fly for a bee. Utopia is a pursuit and aspiration of people with a heavenly consciousness. Without a profound understanding of life and time-space, without knowledge of humanity's ultimate purpose, and without an understanding and longing for the heavenly kingdom, people will never grasp the connotation and extension of utopia. The reason Hayek is ignorant of utopia is that he is human. He is a materialist, a realist, and a rationalist, but he is certainly not a soul that transcends human nature and possesses the life of the heavenly kingdom. Planned economies have nothing to do with utopia. Governments have nothing to do with utopia. Property has nothing to do with utopia. Legal systems and management have nothing to do with utopia. The thousand-year world is a pure and genuine utopia that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, still operating flawlessly and orderly. Saying that utopia disregards basic human nature is a complete inversion of truth and distortion of facts. Not to mention the thousand-year world, even the second home of the life of Changyuan, which is a utopia, is a place where human nature is truly expressed and fully blossomed. The notion that the road to hell is paved with good intentions is absurd. Without good intentions, how can there be a bright future? Does only having vile intentions lead to a beautiful future? What's the difference between a person and a pig in a sty? If the person has lost good intentions, if you stand in the gutter and refuse to look up at the stars, does it mean that all those who look up at the stars with good intentions are heading to hell, and only those who look down at the gutter can create a bright future for humanity? I never believe that depriving others of private property has any justice. On the contrary, private property should be sacredly protected. This way, People will have a sense of security, a sense of freedom, and enthusiasm and passion to invent and create, which will maximally stimulate the development of productivity. At the same time, I also believe that businessmen and commerce are the greatest philanthropists and mechanisms of charity for humanity. Relying on market mechanisms rather than government planning is more in line with human nature and economic laws. However, we should not limit our view to the narrow perspective of a well and think that the sky is only as wide as its opening. The happiness, joy, and freedom experienced by those who possess nothing but own everything are beyond the reach of billionaires. The wisdom, experiences, and the wonderful understanding of life and spiritual realm that selfless people have are beyond the reach of those who are selfish. Utopia is precisely composed of noble beings who possess nothing and yet own everything, who are unselfish and selfless. Those without accumulated blessings from past lives and a reverent respect for nature have no chance of living in a utopian world. When people pursue material wealth, power, status, and fame, they should not forget that there are always some individuals striving to reach the pinnacle of life and life. These individuals are humanity's hope and beacon. They are the ones who seek to create a utopia, whose hearts live in a utopian society, and they are the ones most likely to enter the heaven.
认为共产主义社会就是共妻是天大的误解。
A huge misunderstanding to believe that a communist society means wife sharing. Xiefeng, October 13, 2011. Translation edited by Jiejing. Some people live with their heads down. When they look straight ahead, all they see is garbage. When they look up, they mostly see the underside of people. Those who claim that a communist society must be a wife-sharing society are people who live with their heads down. Is a communist society a wife-sharing society? Of course not. In a communist society, there is no concept of marriage or family. Without the institution of marriage and family, there are no husbands and wives, so how could there be wives to be shared? The notion that there will be wife sharing in a communist society is a huge misunderstanding. This is a misperception based on the current state of human society, which is structured around the institution of marriage and family. These people assume that in a communist society, everyone's spouses would have to be shared. They fail to realize that in a communist society, there is no institution of marriage or family, thus eliminating the basis and context for wife sharing. To truly understand a communist society, one must first familiarize oneself with the following authors and their works: Plato, The Republic; Thomas More, Utopia; Edward Bellamy, Looking Backward; Olaf Stapledon, Last and First Men; Francis Bacon, New Atlantis; Tommaso Campanella, The City of the Sun; William Morris, News from Nowhere; Samuel Butler, Erewhon; Aldous Huxley, Brave New World; George Orwell, 1984; B.F. Skinner, Walden 2; Herbert Marcuse, An Essay on Liberation; Henri de Saint-Simon, The New Christianity; Charles Fourier, The New Industrial World, The Theory of Universal Unity, The Passions of the Human Soul; Robert Owen, A New View of Society and Revolution in the Mind and Practice of the Human Race; Marxist Philosophy, Political Economy, and Scientific Socialism; Confucius' Description of the Great Unity in the Book of Rights; Kang Yue, The Book of Great Unity. Merely understanding the aforementioned authors and their works is far from sufficient to fully grasp the characteristics of a communist society. This is because all these authors conceptualized and pursued their ideal societies within the context of a human society structured around the institution of marriage and family. Although their ideas transcend reality, they still assume in their understanding that a communist society evolves from a society structured around marriage and family. Therefore, their descriptions of ideal realms are incomplete and fragmented. The term communism was preceded by the concept of utopia, which is considered an unattainable, idealistic society. The works of authors such as William Morris, Samuel Butler, and Aldous Huxley are essentially anti-utopian in nature. However, as Oscar Wilde, a proponent of the aesthetic movement and a renowned British writer, poet, playwright, and artist, once said, "A map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at." He often quoted, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." Those who claim that the second home established by Life-Genuine advocates, wife sharing, are people living in the gutter. Years ago, some people claimed that the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, which they led, were promoting wife sharing. When ordinary people heard about this, they imagined their own wives being shared, which led them to slander, oppose, and resist the Communist Party. What was the reality? The Communist Party has never promoted wife sharing. Although there were instances of extreme wife sharing phenomena in the history of the Soviet Communist Party, these were only isolated and temporary occurrences. We cannot label a person as a sore just because they have a sore spot, can we? To be honest, the second home created by Life Genuine is the utopia that people have idealized and the communist society that people have strived for. While the sages and philosophers in history only thought and envisioned, we have managed to turn people's ideals into reality. Does the second home practice wife sharing? Of course not. In the second home, there is no concept of marriage or family, and naturally, there are no husbands and wives. Once someone enters the second home, their previous marital ties are dissolved, and they embark on a new life. Wife sharing is a deceitful and reactionary tactic used by ignorant, backward, and despicable individuals to incite the public and attack civilization. This tactic is particularly effective in stirring up public sentiment and creating a sense of crisis. Pseudo-intellectuals who cling to traditional ideas use this simplistic slogan to provoke outrage and hatred, thereby hindering progress towards a more civilized and ideal society. However, no matter how vile and evil people are in demeaning and insulting the utopian communist society of the second home, the human pursuit of freedom and an ideal society cannot be halted. The second home of today will serve as a model and example for all of humanity. Let those who live in the gutter, with their heads down, slander the second home with accusations of wife sharing, lament and howl hysterically. We will not be intimidated. In the kingdom of heaven, they neither marry nor are given in marriage. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no husbands and wives. The second home is a replica of the thousand-year world. Tomorrow, when the sages of the world come to understand the second home, all of humanity will rejoice. Only those who are pests to human civilization and claim that the second home promotes wife sharing will be left feeling ashamed, finding a crevice that leads to hell and cursing there.
不婚和离婚者的天堂。
Paradise for Singles and Divorces. Xiefeng, June 28, 2024. The disintegration and disappearance of marriage and family are inevitable trends in the advancement of human civilization. The mental stress and emotional harm caused by marriage and family to each individual are countless and indescribable. Anyone who has ever been trapped in marriage and family knows the bitterness that is hard to express. Any praise, glorification, or flattery of marriage and family are deceitful lies. When cars came along, even the most luxurious ox carts and horse carriages had to enter history museums. When digital cameras appeared, even the most impressive Kodak cameras could only fade away from the historical stage. With the birth of the internet and the emergence of AI, all traditional production relations and interpersonal relationships will become things of the past, including marriage, family, and kinship. It won't be long before people are surprised to realize that marriage and family are essentially no different from the outdated practices of foot binding for women and long braids for men. They are both products of their time and symbols of ignorance. People will increasingly choose not to marry, and divorce rates will rise. This is the inevitable trend of historical development. Human emotions cannot sustain these institutions, and neither can coercion or force stop their decline. The fervent cries of feudal remnants to uphold them are futile, and even the hypocrites' praises and glorifications of marriage and family are merely the last few sighs and groans. The current issue is, if you choose not to marry, how do you meet your physiological and emotional needs? If you divorce, how do you plan to live afterward? We need to consider several practical issues. One is physiological needs, another is emotional needs, the third is the need for security, the fourth is who will help you when you are helpless, and the fifth is the issue of care in old age and at death. The series of challenges each person will face, and the broader issue of humanity transitioning to a more advanced civilization have been planned by Life Genuine over 20 years ago and put into practice 16 years ago. Practice has proven that Life Genuine has found a paradise-like way of living for singles and divorcees. This way is the second home. As a guide for life and life, I appeal to all singles and divorcees. Your first priority right now should not be making money, going to school, finding a job, or looking for a savior, but rather seeking the second home and start living in it as soon as possible before AI fully takes over human management, production, and life. The sooner, the better. This is the grace of the greatest creator to humanity, the result of the shared expectations and efforts of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints. Cherish it. Cherish this rare opportunity of millennia. 黑洞的奥秘, The Secrets of Black Holes. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. I only read Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time a year ago. Prior to that, I had already completed the chapter of the universe, time and space, which I initially titled Journey of Transcending Time and Space. Later, I realized that the entire universe is a courtyard of life, and to understand this courtyard of life, one must rely on Zen awakening. Therefore, I renamed Journey of Transcending Time and Space to Life Genuine. While meditating on the origin and characteristics of the universe, I discovered a secret. The sum of positive and negative energies in the universe is zero. Later, when I read A Brief History of Time, I found that Mr. Hawking had also discovered this secret. I explore the mysteries of the universe with sincere religious feelings, while Mr. Hawking does so with a sincere scientific attitude. It is gratifying that, despite the vastly different epistemologies and methodologies of religion and science, the results converge in many surprising ways. Why is it that two people walking in opposite directions can eventually meet in a distant place? This involves countless secrets of the universe, one of which is that the limits of the microscopic lead to the macroscopic, and the ultimate of the macroscopic enters the microscopic. This is somewhat like a person entering a cave and groping forward, only to discover that the cave leads to another vast world, where hills bend, streams wind, and the pathway seems to end. Another village appears with willows and flowers in. Assuming humanity can escape the cyclical catastrophes, scientists will ultimately realize that the entire universe is a holograph, an indivisible whole, that the universe is holographic, and that the universe is composed of the greatest creator's spirit, the Tao, non-material structure, and order. The entire universe is like a person, strictly formed according to the proportional development of its life gene's non-material structure. Just as the human body has no superfluous organs, the universe has no superfluous celestial bodies. Although the universe appears chaotic and disordered, everything is, unexpectedly, arranged scientifically, meticulously, and precisely. Even the size, mass, tilt angle, rotation speed, and orbital speed of Earth are accurate to several decimal places. This is why all seekers of truth, as long as they do so without any personal bias and solely pursue the truth, will inevitably converge, whether they are scientists or religious believers. When I was exploring the forces that cause the orderly movement of celestial bodies, I discovered black holes. While scientists discovered the four fundamental forces of the universe and attempted to establish a unified field theory based on these forces, I discovered six cosmic forces. Therefore, I dare to assert that scientists are currently unable to establish a unified field theory of the universe. So, what are the mysteries of black holes? A black hole is a high-energy material aggregate. The reason for their invisibility aligns with the energy and form equation I recognized, namely, the greater the energy, the less tangible. The smaller the energy, the more tangible. I believe that scientists will eventually recognize this point. Black holes are gods created by the greatest creator. They have consciousness. Each black hole is like a policeman maintaining traffic order. The vast universe is maintained and adjusted by these black hole policemen. Without the role of the black hole policeman, Earth would inevitably crash into the sun. We know that celestial bodies have a gravitational force that always desires to pull others into their embrace, while the repulsive force of black holes cruelly severs this longing thread of love that infatuated lovers wish to use to embrace each other, ensuring that they maintain a relative distance and do not cross the line. In general, the energy of matter is concentrated in its core, but with black holes, it's the opposite. Their energy is concentrated on the periphery. When viewed from the outside, black holes appear pitch black, with nothing visible, but inside, they are not black at all but are instead a world of bright light. This is like the special mirrors on some general manager's office windows, where nothing inside the office can be seen from the outside, but inside, there is plenty of light or bright lamps, and everything outside can be clearly observed. In Journey to the West, during the episode Beat the White Bone Demon for 3 times, Wukong draws a circle on the ground with his golden cudgel to protect Tang Sanzang, Sha Wujing, and Zhu Beiji from being captured by demons. The White Bone Demon, disguised as a young woman, cannot enter the circle because its energy surpasses her own. The structure of a black hole is similar to that circle and the state within it. From the third point, we conclude that black holes are not actually black. Black holes maintain dynamic balance. Many scientists believe that the force of a black hole is so immense that it can swallow all nearby energy, consuming everything without releasing anything. However, this is not the case. The existence of any entity must conform to a dynamic balance, involving both intake and release, interaction and exchange. Nothing in the universe only absorbs without releasing or only takes without giving. If such an entity existed, the universe would not be as it is now. A black hole absorbs gravitational force and emits repulsive force. Some might worry that since black holes maintain the cosmic order like policemen, could they possibly doze off or lose focus, resulting in cosmic traffic chaos? Rest assured, black hole policemen neither doze off nor make errors in their guidance, as they are governed and constrained by even greater conscious energy laws. The greater the energy, the higher the wisdom, and the more the life follows the Tao's operation. The most powerful black holes in the universe serve as prisons, specifically for incarcerating gods and demons who have violated divine laws. The cathode black hole body in the 36-dimensional space refers to such a black hole. Of course, many will think that I am daydreaming or speaking nonsense and may ask, how do you know these mysteries? My answer is, through spiritual intuition. How does an earthworm, a simple creature with a straight digestive tract, know when it's going to rain? How does a psychic know the situation of a person thousands of miles away? An American psychic with over 30 years of experience, who accurately predicted many significant events, inexplicably sent me, a person she had never met, a letter. She wrote, I have a ton of great news for you. And I mean in a really big way. It's fascinating. Destiny has aligned everything, the planets, chance, fate, everything. I haven't seen anything like this in a long, long time. It's like the feeling you get when you click with someone or something, but much, much bigger. It is more like a personal miracle. Would you believe that I was glancing at a list when your name practically flew off the sheet? Figuratively, not literally. Well, after over 30 years of practice, I knew something big was up. This is like a dream, only I feel it with all 6 senses. She described the wonderful scene she saw and concluded by saying, it's as if the greatest creator painted the picture. The guests are all dressed in their Sunday best and children, lots of children, are happily playing. In the center of all this is a well-dressed person holding up a small piece of paper as if it were incredibly valuable. What is that incredibly valuable paper she saw? Without a doubt, it is the Life Genuine I wrote. If it isn't Life Genuine, what other paper could hold such incredible value? The mysteries of the universe are endless, and so are the secrets of black holes. We indeed need to continuously explore, not only on the material level but also on the non-material level. I hope scientists and religious believers will verify the black hole mysteries I have mentioned to see if they are indeed as described and reveal even more mysteries of black holes. I also hope that seekers of truth will not be bound by Life Genuine, not to blindly believe in Life Genuine, and certainly not to treat the author of Life Genuine as someone special. Let us explore and advance together.
奉旨召集活的灵魂
Summons for Living Souls. Dayform Buddha. Translation edited by Chinyu. Open the windows to let in the sunlight and fresh air. Take a broad view to see the distant mountains, fresh and green. Stay and study in Life Genuine. A new life will begin. Your spirituality will grow, and your thinking will transcend the limitations of human nature and ethics. Human civilization is at a critical juncture, poised for a qualitative transformation after reaching a critical point of quantitative accumulation. Life Genuine explains the origins of the universe, life, humanity, and the greatest creator. It extends and enriches Einstein's theory of space and time, and clarifies the essence of quantum mechanics' uncertainty principle. Life Genuine describes 36-dimensional spaces, including the colorless space, double color space, human world, the karma space, yin-yang dual world, human celestial being space, proton space, photon space, light speed circle, super light speed circle, molecular world, microcosm, dharma realm, retained information space, supertime world, macrocosm, time tunnel, space tunnel, holographic order world, zero world, heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, 10,000-year world, 1,000-year world, dream world, anode black hole body, livestock world, animal world, plant world, insect world, bacterial world, landscape and climate world, netherworld, frozen layer, and inflamed layer. It particularly details the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium world, including the 10 major continents of Buddha's land: Lotus continent, Borneo continent, Kasaipa continent, Ingwu continent, Amitabha Buddha continent, Celestial Islands continent, the continent for three realms lives to pass through, Moon Temple continent, the greatest creators continent, and Supreme Authentic Wisdom continent. Life Genuine explains the inevitability and causal relationships of life's development, the mysteries of the Egyptian pyramids and the Bermuda Triangle, and the phenomenon of mirages from a time-horizontal perspective. It provides a more complete explanation of the instincts of plants and animals. Life Genuine offers a detailed interpretation of the Tao mentioned in the Tao Te Ching and addresses the question, "Who am I?" from the perspectives of the Diamond Sutra and the Bible, a question philosophers and thinkers have struggled with for thousands of years. Only 2% of humanity has hope of entering a higher-level life space. Regardless of whether you are a president, scientist, philosopher, thinker, billionaire, or an ordinary person. Whether you are a Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Jehovah's Witness, Falun Gong practitioner, Krishna consciousness movement member, or atheist. Whether you are imprisoned or living in the mundane world. You all have the potential to enter higher-level life spaces. You should reflect deeply. Although you may not know where you came from, you must be clear about where you are going. A wave is approaching Earth from the mysterious depths of the universe, much like the iceberg that silently approached the Titanic. You must put on your life jacket in advance. Sudden changes will occur, akin to the extinction of dinosaurs, the disappearance of the Mayan civilization, ancient Egyptian civilization, and the ancient continents in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans along the 30th parallel north. By the time you see it, it will be too late. People laughed when Noah built the ark on the mountain, but when the torrential rain came, the doors of the ark were already closed, and any regret was in vain. The sudden death of billions of people overnight is not a myth or Arabian fantasy. The greatest creator loves humanity. Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni deeply care about humanity. This is the final call. Your future is in your hands. Life Genuine divides people into 5 categories: ignorant people, worldly people, mortals, sages, and saints, celestial beings. You should examine yourself to determine where your current coordinates are. Life Genuine categorizes people into 18 grades based on the percentage of spiritual nature within their human nature. Check to see which grade you currently belong to. Time is short, and you should strive to develop towards the standard of perfect human nature. Life Genuine provides 8 standards of perfect human nature and offers 51 elementary self-improvement practices, 11 intermediate self-improvement practices, 23 elementary cultivation methods, and the 8 methods for intermediate cultivation. Calm the mind, stop the mind, manage the mind, rectify the mind, be humble, stabilize the mind, purify the mind, and end the heart's worries. Additionally, there are morning, noon, evening, and night sutras, as well as elementary and intermediate health preservation methods, and the Chanyuan meditation method for being free from the mortal body. You must develop your unconventional thinking ability, To fully understand the negative universe and negative universe speed I speak of from an unconventional perspective, recognize that consciousness determines existence and death is not the terminal station of life, and understand from a spiritual perspective that the theory of evolution is flawed. Be cautious of wise people and seek out those with spirituality. The wise without spirituality will bind your thinking with titles like master, guru, expert, scholar, famous person, or monk, hindering your exploration of the truth and ultimately causing you to miss the opportunity to enter higher-level life spaces. World leaders, the honor you receive is not given by the people but bestowed by the greatest creator. You should revere the greatest creator and follow the way of the greatest creator. If you guide your people to recognize the greatest creator, both you and your people will be blessed. People around the world who believe in the greatest creator, your faith is blind and vague. You believe with your lips, not with your heart. My spirit has searched the world but found few who truly seek the greatest creator. I am saddened for you. If you think I have blasphemed your pure faith, then please describe the characteristics of the greatest creator you believe in. Believers in Christ Jesus around the world, Jesus' heart still bleeds for you, and he cries out with tears and blood. But your hearts are more concerned with yourselves than with Jesus. Your words and deeds do not match. You obey outwardly but rebel inwardly. If you do not repent, Jesus cannot save you, and you will not be worthy of entering the kingdom of the greatest creator. Followers of Buddhism, you have strayed far from the teachings of Buddha Sakyamuni. Whether you are a monk or lay Buddhist, few truly understand what a Buddha is, what the Dharma is, or what the Western Pure Land is. You have misled good people with your ignorance. Some monks speak of compassion and morality, appear humble and respectful, and can eloquently explain the Dharma, but are inwardly arrogant. If you continue, you are not doing good deeds but creating karma. Scientists, including Nobel laureates, in my eyes, you are merely fortunate children who have found beautiful shells on the beach of the ocean of wisdom and are delighted by your innocent nature. I love you and hope that through your discoveries, you can reveal the mysteries of the universe and time-space to humanity. You too should dive into the ocean of wisdom to experience the infinite scenery of time-space. Scientists, you only know fragments of half the universe and are almost ignorant of the other half. If you want to go further, then study Life Genuine. All religious leaders, masters, experts, and scholars in the world, you have made indelible contributions to human progress, but at the same time, you have dulled people's minds. Your incomplete spirituality has led to the confusion and bewilderment of humanity today. Millionaires and billionaires, the material wealth of humanity today is the crystallization of your wisdom. Humanity enjoys today's material comforts thanks to you, and your contributions are invaluable. But are you truly satisfied and happy? The donkey with its eyes covered walks in circles on the millstone for a long time, and when the blindfold is removed, it realizes it has been treading in place all along. Ordinary people suffering around the world, there are reasons for your suffering. Human suffering is not the greatest creator's intention. All disasters are caused by the imperfection of human souls and spirits. Do not think that suffering in this life will bring blessings in the next. Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni said that those who suffer will have a better next life. But there is a condition. You must listen to the teachings of God and Buddha. If you strictly follow the teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni, endure suffering, and persevere, then this suffering is your capital for entering higher-level life spaces. If you ignore the earnest teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni, shut the door on those who passionately preach, or even mock, ridicule, and attack them, your suffering will not bring blessings in the next life, but will make your fate even more bitter. In my eyes, 98% of the people in the world are dead. You have eyes but do not see, ears but do not hear, hearts but lack spirit. You spend all day worrying not about the future of humanity or the suffering of others, but about your own gains and losses. You complain about the heavens, the earth, people, society, but never yourself. If you have a little money or power, you become arrogant, gloating over being slightly superior to those around you, mocking your brothers and sisters, and even treating your parents harshly. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Since your conscience has been eaten by dogs, in your next life, go to the dogs. Saving others is saving yourself. Harming others is harming yourself. Deceiving others is deceiving yourself. This is a truth that only those with great wisdom can understand. Those who do not understand this are ignorant and foolish. The internet provides us with a free space. I suggest using Google to open the door to the ocean of knowledge. Although most of the content there is worthless, there is also much genuine insight, especially theories and thoughts expounded by sages from the scientific community through numerous facts, which shine with the light of philosophy and truth. You should seize every moment outside of work to examine life genuine from scientific, philosophical, ideological, religious, and practical perspectives and strive to refute it. If you cannot refute it, then make the most of life genuine to gain new life and access higher level spaces. Once you see the dawn of access to higher levels of life, resolutely follow that light. I will be there to welcome you on the colorful bridge to higher life spaces. I wish you a smooth and pleasant journey. Notes: the content you have read is free of copyright restrictions. You may freely spread it online, publish it in newspapers and magazines, or print it as a booklet for distribution. If you want to critique Life Genuine, you do not need to send me a letter directly. Just publish your theories and arguments on any Chinese or English website, noting Exposing Life Genuine, and I will read it. If you want to criticize or discredit me, you must thoroughly disprove the Life Genuine theories with reason and evidence. I am not the greatest creator, so I am imperfect. I will humbly accept your genuine insights and incorporate your wisdom into Life Genuine theories. However, please note that I will ignore the buzzing of mosquitoes and the barking of dogs. If you are capable, please translate all the content into other languages and introduce Life Genuine to the world's various nations. The merits you create will be embedded in your own thought structure. When that powerful wave impacts the earth, your unique thought structure will save you. Those who understand the meaning of Life Genuine, please explain it to your friends, family, and colleagues. I hope that the reclusive sages and extraordinary individuals in this world, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, will come out from the shadows. Some of you live in seclusion, seeming like ordinary people, but actually possess talents that could span the heavens and the earth. Some of you are silent, appearing simple, but actually possess extraordinary wisdom and insight. Some of you seem mediocre and ignorant, but have a deep understanding of cosmic laws and the true meaning of life. For various reasons, your exceptional talents have not been used or you do not wish to utilize them. I sincerely hope you will all come out and descend the mountain so that the world can be filled with joy and laughter, with peace and harmony everywhere. Let officials and common people both enjoy stable and secure lives, and let the wealthy and the poor live carefree. Let everyone in the world fully enjoy the pleasures of life, and let talented individuals fully showcase their abilities. Only then will the greatest creator be pleased, and Jesus and Sakyamuni be delighted. More importantly, it will make that strange wave disappear, not only avoiding a catastrophic disaster for current human civilization, but also advancing human civilization to a higher level. As long as we let the greatest creator's voice resonate across the world before 2013, humanity will enter a more glorious and brilliant era.
等候耶稣降临的人注意了。
Those who are waiting for the second coming of the Lord, take notice. Deiform Buddha. First, you must be an honest disciple of Jesus. The words of Jesus are the path to entering the kingdom of the greatest creator. Almost every word spoken by Jesus is a heavenly secret. You must deeply comprehend and practice them. If you believe in Jesus, you need to fully understand the true meaning of every word he said, allowing Jesus to take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit in your heart. I've noticed that many of you try to take shortcuts. Instead of focusing on how to practice Jesus' teachings, you are preoccupied with guessing when Jesus will return and in what manner. This not only offers you no benefit, but may also lead you astray. Only those who have sinned are obsessed with how and when the police will search them, and only workers who are not diligent keep an eye out for when and how the boss might suddenly show up so they can pretend to be good workers. You know yourself better than anyone else. You can deceive people, but you cannot deceive Jesus. Therefore, The best approach is not to worry about when or how Jesus will come, but to focus on doing your work diligently. Everything you do will be deeply imprinted on the structure of your life. Regardless of when or how Jesus arrives, he won't be concerned with your outward appearance, but with your heart. You must constantly use Jesus' words to examine your heart, your actions, your words, and your deeds. Only honest Christians will be rewarded. The schemes of deceitful people will ultimately fail. Some claim to be Jesus. Some say the returning Jesus will be a woman. Some say Jesus will come in the flesh of a real person. Others say Jesus will arrive as a spirit. Some say he will come quietly, while others say there will be signs and loud noises when he arrives. You should not pay too much attention to these claims. The most important thing is to keep Jesus' words, believing that he will not abandon his sheep. No matter where you are, as long as you are devout and faithful, you will be saved. Do not use Jesus' words to judge others. His words are not meant for you to measure others, but to measure yourself. You can explain Jesus' words to others, but never assume your interpretation is the only correct one. If someone else's interpretation does not align with yours, reflect on it with your own understanding and feelings. Never attack or argue with others. The amount of work you do will determine the reward you receive. Even if Jesus never returns, we will still believe in him. Believe that what he said is the truth, and continue to follow his teachings in our lives and work. At the same time, we must stay vigilant, aware that he may suddenly arrive at any moment, so we should always be prepared to welcome him. The weeds have already been separated, and the harvest of the crops has begun. Only hearts armed with Jesus' words will be able to sense all this. You must hold fast to your faith, holding on until the very last moment.
人类被绑架了。
Humanity has been kidnapped. 窃听. Kidnapping is defined as forcibly taking, infringing upon, or depriving a person of their rights to physical health, life, and personal freedom through violence, threats, drugging, or other means. It includes confining and monitoring the victim to the extent that they cannot, do not dare, or do not have the power to resist, thereby achieving the kidnapper's goals. Simplifying the concept of kidnapping, it means depriving someone of their physical and mental freedom to fulfill the kidnapper's intentions. I've discovered that the people of Earth have been kidnapped. First, humans have been kidnapped by a machine called the state, which restricts their freedom, preventing free migration. The artificially established national borders are like the walls of a prison. If you cross these walls without permission, it's considered illegal entry or illegal immigration, which is essentially no different from breaking out of prison. This means that from the moment a person is born, they are imprisoned by the state and have been kidnapped by it. What is considered normal from birth is, in fact, not normal at all. Second, humanity has been kidnapped by a program called the family, which enslaves people for life. They exhaust themselves working for their families, and escaping the family's grip is as difficult as ascending to heaven because the family prison is surrounded by layers of barriers: moral barriers, legal barriers, debt barriers, and emotional barriers. Once a person is trapped by the family program, escaping becomes nearly impossible. Next, people are kidnapped by something called love and affection, causing them lifelong trouble. Originally, love and affection were the nectar of life, but because humanity has not fully understood their true meanings, these feelings have become more of a binding force than a blessing. Parents are kidnapped by their children, children by their parents, husbands by their wives, wives by their husbands, and siblings kidnap each other. Why is this? Because it involves love and affection. After this, we see that humanity has been kidnapped by religion and politics. Religion, with its sweet promises of a beautiful future, successfully implements spiritual and mental kidnapping, anesthetizing billions. A series of doctrines and religious rules bind and shackle people's spirits and souls. Long-term immersion in this is like becoming so accustomed to the smell of fish and mutton that one can no longer distinguish between them. What is unnatural becomes natural. This is what is meant by becoming accustomed to something. Politics, with its ability to stir and unite people's hearts, has trapped the fearful in the machinery of interest groups, fighting for the nation, the state, justice, or sacred causes. These grandiose slogans are political tools used to kidnap and divide humanity. Many have died for politics, believing they were noble, thinking that living is great and dying is glorious. How pitiful! During World War II, many young Germans and Japanese were kidnapped by politics and sent to the battlefield to kill and burn. Not only did they not realize they were committing crimes and disgraceful acts, but they also felt noble and great, as if they were doing something very honorable. Isn't it pitiful that they gave their lives for politics without even realizing it? In addition to the state, family, love, religion, and politics kidnapping humanity, there are countless other forms of kidnapping, all strange and varied. But as long as your freedom of will and physical freedom are violated, and you find it difficult or impossible to resist, you are kidnapped. All of humanity has been kidnapped. So, who has kidnapped humanity? It is Satan. The state, family, religion, politics, and human love are the means and effective ways Satan uses to kidnap humanity. Why does Satan want to kidnap humanity? Because Satan wants to play games and derive pleasure from them, while also maintaining the dynamic balance of the overall life of the universe. Confused? Wouldn't the order of human life fall apart without the state, family, religion, politics, and human love? Wouldn't people live more freely, happily, and comfortably without these structures? The answer is yes. In the past, it was impossible to live without the state, family, religion, politics, and human love. Without them, the order of human life would have inevitably collapsed because there was no correct theoretical guidance and humanity was unaware that it was being kidnapped. But now it's different because we now have Life Genuine. Life Genuine is here to liberate humanity, to free people from the state of kidnapping and slavery, so they can walk the way of the greatest creator and live the joyful and happy life that humans were meant to enjoy. The era of Life Genuine is a paradise-like life prepared for humanity.
人生苦啊，苦从何来？
Life is full of suffering. Where does the suffering come from? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people commit suicide. Why? Because life is full of suffering. When suffering becomes unbearable, people see no other way out, so they resort to suicide to escape the sea of suffering. This tragedy has been unfolding for thousands of years. Is there truly no better way to escape suffering? Even wealthy people commit suicide, indicating that suffering is not closely related to money. PhD holders also commit suicide, suggesting that suffering isn't tied to the amount of knowledge or academic degrees. Government officials commit suicide too, showing that suffering is not linked to official positions or social status. Celebrities also commit suicide, so suffering doesn't seem to be connected to fame or reputation. Even the beautiful and handsome commit suicide, indicating that suffering isn't related to one's appearance. People with affluent lifestyles commit suicide, so suffering doesn't seem to be tied to wealth or poverty. If suffering is not closely related to money, status, fame, knowledge, appearance, or wealth, then where does it come from? If a planet in the Milky Way explodes, we don't feel the suffering. If hyperinflation abroad causes widespread hardship, we don't feel the suffering. Every day, many people die, whether in car accidents, from diseases, or on the battlefield. Yet we don't feel intense suffering, at least not to the point that it would lead to suicide. Even when we are insulted or humiliated online, we don't feel overwhelming suffering. The farther away something is, the less pain we feel. The closer it is, the more pain we feel. However, when a loved one passes away, though we feel deep sorrow, it typically doesn't lead to suicide. If our house leaks, our car gets damaged, our business fails, the government collapses, or there's a flood or pollution, it can cause us pain, but not to the point of driving us to suicide. Buddhism teaches that there are 8 sufferings in life: the suffering of birth, the suffering of aging, the suffering of illness, the suffering of death, the suffering of separation from loved ones, the suffering of meeting those we hate, the suffering of unfulfilled desires, and the suffering of the 5 aggregates. Yes, these sufferings exist, but which of them is the primary cause leading people to suicide? Let me tell you, the greatest suffering in life comes from the mutual mental torture and emotional abuse between family members, with the suffering caused by spouses being the most severe. The pain inflicted by close friends and family members is the most significant. The root cause of suicide lies within the family, with friends contributing as additional factors. Jesus Christ said, "A man's enemies will be the members of his own household." The Buddha said, "I must leave home and leave my family." So, the root of human suffering for thousands of years lies in our inability to break away from the family and our need for familial ties. If there were no families and no relatives, humanity's most fundamental suffering would be alleviated. Christianity cannot solve this problem because it encourages people to have families and maintain familial relationships. Buddhism, while addressing the issue of family and relatives, fails to resolve human physiological needs and the continuation of humanity, so Buddhism is also unsuccessful. Other various religions and ideologies only scratch the surface when it comes to alleviating the suffering of life, failing to address the core issue. The secular worldview and values are themselves the root cause of suffering. Relying on secular views and values will never solve the suffering of individuals or humanity. So, where is the way to escape suffering? Answer: the only way to escape suffering lies in the teachings of Life Genuine. Question: when will humanity finally be free from suffering? Answer: only when humanity enters the era of Life Genuine will it finally be free from suffering.
人类社会痛苦的根源。
The root cause of human suffering. Xiefeng. The Buddha Sakyamuni came into the world to address human suffering, and Jesus Christ descended to save people from it. Similarly, Karl Marx's theory of communism aimed to liberate humanity from suffering. However, the practice of communism, along with the history of various utopian societies, has shown that humanity has yet to identify the true root cause of its suffering. So, where does the root cause of human suffering lie? Cells in the body. It is an undeniable fact that when a cell within a body carries a virus, the body inevitably becomes diseased. The family is the basic cell of human society. To determine whether human society is healthy, we need only examine the cells that constitute it, just as we go to the hospital for blood tests to assess our physical health. Does the family, as the cell of human society, carry a virus? Let's trace this issue back to its source. If someone engages in corruption or bribery, we must ask, why do they do this? There could be many reasons, but the core reason often revolves around their family, providing for their parents, spouse, and children, bringing honor to the family name, and ensuring the overall safety and prestige of the family. People want to stand out in society. No one wants to be looked down upon, especially by those around them or by people they know well. To prevent their parents, spouse, and children from being looked down upon, they feel compelled to ensure their family's standard of living, whether in terms of food, clothing, housing, transportation, or their children's education, is at least on par with others, if not better. But if their salary is insufficient and they have no other sources of income, what can they do? They might resort to corruption and bribery. Now, imagine if people had no family, no parents, no spouse, no children, and if having a family, spouse, or children was not allowed. What would the situation be like? We see people leading busy, hectic lives. What are they so busy with? They are busy chasing fame and fortune. And why do they chase fame and fortune? Ultimately, it's for their families, for houses, cars, parents, spouses, and children. If there were no families, would people still be this busy? Certainly not. But what are the consequences of all this busyness? The destruction of the ecosystem and the depletion of resources are not the main issues. The main issue is that this busyness leads to comparison and competition between people. This comparison and competition bring mental and emotional suffering, leading to a significant amount of crime. And by crime, I'm not just referring to violations of criminal law, but also to the mental torment and emotional abuse that arise when people fail to keep their promises to one another. Thousands of years of human history have shown that the family is a cell carrying a virus. The saying goes, every family has its own difficult scripture to recite. Why is this scripture so difficult? Because the family carries a virus. The origin of the virus. Where did this virus come from? This virus is a result of a program. The family is a program, and once a person enters this program, even the most outstanding individuals can be infected by its virus. Therefore, the conflicts that arise within a family and the conflicts that arise in society are not the fault of any individual, not the parents, not the spouses, nor the children, siblings, relatives, or friends. It is not even society's fault. The problem lies in the program of the family. As long as families do not disband, humanity's suffering will never end. The way out. The vast majority of people are unwilling to see their families disbanded, just as no one wants to share their property with others. In fact, it is extremely difficult for people to disband their families on their own, just as it is difficult for someone to perform surgery on themselves. It is unimaginable and unrealistic to expect existing families to disband. There is only one way out. Those who are not yet married should not get married, and those who are divorced should not remarry. This, however, leads to a series of new problems. First is the issue of sexual relations, followed by the questions of whether to have children and how to raise and educate the next generation. Then there is the matter of how to deal with aging, illness, and death, and finally, how to structure and operate society, among other issues. How to solve these problems requires the ingenuity of civilized people in society. However, Life Genuine has already prepared a theoretical system for this. By understanding the values of Life Genuine, one will find the answers. 你去哪儿啊? Where are you going? 写信. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Throughout history, countless people have engaged in spiritual practice. I want to ask, why are you practicing and cultivating? What exactly are you cultivating, and what are you practicing? Some may say, I practice and cultivate to become a good person. But I ask, what kind of person is considered a good person? Is a president a good person? Is a billionaire a good person? Is a prostitute a good person? Is a shepherd a good person? Is a beggar a good person? You must have a standard, a direction, and a goal, right? Furthermore, I want to know, why do you feel the need to be a good person? What's wrong with being a bad person? Why not be a bad person? Some may say, I practice and cultivate because I want to go to heaven. I want to ask, where is heaven? Have you been there? Have you seen it? Who told you there is a heaven, and can they prove it? How far is heaven from earth? Do you go by train, by spaceship, or on foot? Can just anyone go to heaven? If so, why bother with practice and cultivation? If not, what level of practice and cultivation must you achieve to enter heaven? No matter where you plan to go, you must first determine whether that place even exists, whether the scenery is beautiful, if it is suitable for living, its location and basic conditions, the distance, and the available routes of transportation. Moreover, you need to know whether the people there will let you in or if you need any credentials, visas, or gifts. How can you be sure that you can reach that place and live there? Otherwise, isn't this pursuit too blind? What if you end up walking straight into a den of wolves? Some may say, as long as I recite the words of Jesus every day, I can go to the kingdom of heaven. That's all well and good, but the question is, will Jesus recognize you? Because Jesus once said, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. How can you be sure that Jesus will recognize you and allow you into the kingdom of heaven? And what is the kingdom of heaven that Jesus spoke of? Some may say, as long as I chant the Buddha's name every day, I can go to the Pure Land. I want to ask, where is the Pure Land? How do you get there? Are you certain that chanting the Buddha's name will take you to the Pure Land? Can anyone who chants the Buddha's name go there? If so, then I should be able to go to the Pure Land by just sitting at home and chanting, right? Did the Buddha ever tell you there is a Western Pure Land? I know that the Buddha said nothing about this. Some may say, I practice and cultivate to become a celestial being. I want to ask, what is a celestial being? How is a celestial being different from a human being? Where do celestial beings live? What do they eat, drink, and do for fun? Some may say, I practice and cultivate to understand the truth of things and to live with clarity. I say, great. But if your method is wrong, even in your 70s or 80s, you may still not unlock the secret of an ancient weapon. If that happens, wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Some may say, I practice and cultivate to attain the Tao. I want to ask, what is the Tao? Where is the Tao? How do you attain it? And after attaining the Tao, what then? What will happen? Some may say, I have a powerful master guiding me. As long as I follow my master, I'll reach the ideal destination. I want to ask, Can your master make you grow even 1 centimeter taller? If not, how can you be sure that he can lead you to the ideal place? Did your master come from the ideal place? If so, can you prove it? If not, could he himself be lost? Some may say, I read certain scriptures, listen to certain teachings, and feel filled with Dharma joy. I want to ask, what is Dharma joy? Would injecting heroin or taking ecstasy also fill you with joy? A fly might land on dog poop and say, what a delicacy! I am filled with joy. But a bee would shake its head, lamenting, a pitiful creature, only fit to eat feces. Some may say, I practice and cultivate to ensure a better next life, so I won't suffer in the next life, and so I can enjoy wealth and honor in the next life. I want to ask, do you know your past life? If you don't know your past life, how do you know your next life? If a bowl of soup at the bridge of forgetfulness wipes out all your memories and the newborn person has nothing to do with you, what benefit does your current practice and cultivation bring? It's like some parents who scrimp and save to leave a large inheritance for their children, but the children, because of that inheritance, indulge in pleasure and end up penniless. Now, are you loving your children or are you harming them? Dear reader, where exactly are you heading? How do you plan to get there? Do you have any secret methods? Could you share them with me? Who is the best teacher in the world? Please introduce them to everyone, or at least share one of their core teachings. 解析现实是意识的投射. A brief analysis of reality is the projection of consciousness. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The statement reality is the projection of consciousness is one of the core concepts in Western spiritual literature. From the perspective of personal practice and cultivation, this assertion holds value and positive significance, aligning with the values of Life Genuine. The meaning of this phrase is that the universe and all things within it are reflections of the greatest creator's consciousness. The reality that humanity faces is a creation of human consciousness. Everything an individual encounters is a projection of their own consciousness, a reflection of their own mind. If something does not exist in one's consciousness, it will not exist in reality either. In other words, each person creates their own reality. For example, our parents, children, siblings, family, friends, nation, environment, economic status, social status, enemies, etc., are all results of the projections of our consciousness. This assertion has a very positive aspect. It offers guidance for our practice and cultivation and for improving the overall level of human civilization. It helps us to break free from dissatisfaction with objective reality and instead focus on refining our consciousness, allowing us to calmly deal with ourselves and society. It also helps us understand that to have a beautiful future, we must first have a beautiful consciousness. If our consciousness is chaotic and disorderly, our future will inevitably be chaotic and disorderly as well. If our consciousness is filled with jealousy, resentment, and hatred, our future will certainly be a world full of jealousy, resentment, and hatred. However, this statement is intended for collective consciousness and individual practice and cultivation. When we use this statement to criticize, pick on, or attack others, it turns into the opposite and becomes pure idealism. Let me provide an example to illustrate. Guiyuan Celestial said, if there is no jealousy and ugliness in your heart, how could you see ugliness? The reason you see jealousy and ugliness is precisely because you project these things onto others, and through that mirror, you see the real you. It's that simple. Is Guiyuan Celestial correct? Certainly not. Reality is the projection of consciousness does not mean that all objective reality is the projection of one's consciousness. In other words, objective reality is not created by the consciousness of a single individual. Instead, it is the result of the collective projection of countless people and beings, including those from the past, present, and future, as well as gods, angels, and other group consciousnesses. For example, computers, televisions, mobile phones, cars, airplanes, houses, roads, household facilities, and tools are all reflections of collective consciousness, not the result of an individual's projection. This means that regardless of whether something exists in our consciousness, it still exists in objective reality. For instance, dog feces exist in reality regardless of whether they exist in our consciousness. Dog feces are not a projection of human consciousness. On the contrary, it is the existence of this reality that reflects into our consciousness, forming the concept of dog feces. Similarly, regardless of whether Guiyuan Celestial exists in our consciousness, Guiyuan Celestial exists in reality. Guiyuan Celestial is not a projection of someone's consciousness. If we say all reality is the projection of one's own consciousness, then parents would become their own children, which is absurd, ridiculous, and laughable. Guiyuan Celestial's statement: if there is no jealousy and ugliness in your heart, how could you see ugliness? The reason you see jealousy and ugliness is precisely because you project these things onto others, and through that mirror, you see the real you. Is a misunderstanding and misapplication of the assertion reality is the projection of consciousness. A person who has no jealousy and ugliness in their consciousness will naturally react to jealousy and ugliness when they see these traits in others because objective reality has reflected these into their consciousness. This is similar to someone who has never seen a mobile phone before. They have no concept of a mobile phone in their consciousness. However, when they see a mobile phone for the first time, the concept of a mobile phone forms in their consciousness. The mobile phone is not a projection of their consciousness, but a projection of the consciousness of its designer and creator. Any theory or viewpoint is only applicable to a specific environment or space-time and is only valid under certain conditions. When the environment, space-time, or conditions change, it ceases to be a truth and should not be used indiscriminately. Otherwise, it becomes distorted. Objective reality is indeed the projection of consciousness, but it is not the projection of an individual's consciousness. It is the projection of group consciousness. Consciousness creates reality, and reality, in turn, influences consciousness. This is a two-way process, not a one-way process. Both pure idealism and pure materialism distort the truth and are erroneous.
莫停下行进的脚步。
Do not stop your steps. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. To those who are marching toward the kingdom of light, happiness, and freedom. Once you've started your journey, do not stop. The road to the spiritual mountain is inherently rough and uneven. You must cross many high mountains and rivers, with countless ditches and obstacles along the way. It is like the journey of monk Tang to the west to obtain the scriptures, where he had to endure 81 trials. If you retreat at the first setback, all your previous efforts will be in vain, and you will fail at the last moment. The path I am guiding you on is already the most direct, simplest, and straightest. If you retreat now, you will lose this rare opportunity to reach the spiritual mountain, and I will feel sorry for you. Cultivation inherently involves pain. Without it, there is no true cultivation. Self-improvement requires continually letting go and giving. If you do not want to release what you have or give others freedom, then it is not self-improvement. I understand the difficulty of each person's path. Sometimes, it truly is exhausting and unbearable. Loneliness and despair often strike the heart, and inexplicable melancholy and solitude, along with worry and anxiety, often spread like dark clouds, suffocating us. Thoughts like, I don't want to live anymore, often flash through the mind. You want to shout out, but cannot. Cutting the water with a knife only makes it flow more, and trying to drown your sorrows in drink only deepens them. What can you do? Persevere through the struggle and do not give up. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will. If the land route is blocked, there is a waterway. If there is no bridge over the river, there is a ferry. Heaven never closes all doors. When one door closes, 9 others will open. The key is, do not stop moving forward. Sandstorms and torrential rains will not last forever. Endure, endure, and endure again. After the rain, the air will be fresher, and the earth, mountains, and rivers will be more beautiful. Believe in the greatest creator. Believe in goodness. Believe that the night will give way to dawn, and every day the sun will rise in the east. As long as we keep the divine light burning in our hearts and do not let obstacles block our vision, we will surely see the vast plains and the long-awaited home on our spiritual mountain. It is because of suffering that we walk the path of the greatest creator, aiming for the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. Along the way, Hardships and tests will come at any time. When faced with challenges like the Flaming Mountain and Tongtian River, if we retreat, all hope will shatter, and we will be forever disconnected from our beautiful home. If we turn back, where will we go? The sea of suffering is endless. Without the help of divine authority, it will be difficult to escape the bounds of the sea of suffering with just our own wisdom and effort. In the section of advanced self-improvement, I mentioned that we must often return to zero. If we carry too much weight, our journey will be too difficult. What does returning to zero mean? It means letting go of all personal biases and preconceptions, clearing all fixed ideas from our minds, making ourselves completely empty, and placing ourselves in a state of having already died. That is returning to zero. Why do we suffer so much? Why are our steps so slow and heavy? Because we cannot let go and always want to possess more. Remember the teachings of Christ Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni. They are the truth, the path to elevating life. We are unwilling to let go of what we have now and always want more on top of it. However, if we do not let go now, one day, we will be forced to give up everything. By then, if we refuse to accept the toast and instead choose punishment, not only will we lose everything in this world, but more regrettably, our life will find it difficult to ascend. The kingdom of freedom will be beyond our reach, and our life will be forever accompanied by darkness, eternally trapped in the cycle of life and death, never knowing our past and future lives. We should not blame heaven or earth, others, or society. In reality, no one owes us anything. If we think someone owes us something, it is a mistaken belief. Merits and demerits are judged by the Tao, and right and wrong are discerned by the divine. Do not think that our suffering is caused by others. You reap what you sow. This is the law of heaven. Do not hate others. Do not compare yourself with others. Do not complain about others. When suffering comes, endure it. When hardship comes, bear it. The more we complain and cry, the more we suffer, and the deeper our troubles become. Do not criticize or pick on others, but reflect on ourselves. When we see ugliness in others, it may be that the ugliness is within us. Keep a pure and clear heart, maintain a sober mind, and humble yourself to the lowest state. Be grateful for everything, and in doing so, we will not be far from the spiritual mountain. If we become arrogant, think we are remarkable, or believe the earth would stop turning without us, we will become worthless and distant from our spiritual home. Keep moving forward. Heaven helps those who help themselves, and the beautiful home belongs to those who persevere without yielding. 1,000 sails pass by the side of a sunken ship. 1,000 trees flourish in front of a sick tree. Let the timid, lazy, arrogant, self-righteous, those who fear hardship, complain, speculate, and blame heaven and earth, stand still or turn back. We will continue to move forward. Do not look back. Look forward. Do not look down. Look up. Do not look sideways. Look to the future. 圣经中的上帝就是撒旦. The greatest creator in the Bible, Old Testament, is Satan. Deiform Buddha. Translation edited by Qin Yu. This secret was originally not intended to be revealed. It was only meant to be known within the Preaching Tao chapter for the Chanyuan Celestials. However, since Christians are openly attacking me, claiming that Xiefeng is against the greatest creator and against the way of the greatest creator, I will now expose this fact. The purpose of Life Echanuan is to revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and walk the way of the greatest creator. For life, it means pursuing happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss, and creating the Life Echanuan era for humanity. For life, it involves perfecting the non-material structure of one's life and elevating the quality of one's life to the heavenly kingdom, the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, or the celestial islands continent of Elysium world. Everything in Life Echanuan revolves around the greatest creator and the way of the greatest creator. So why do Christians attack Life Echanuan, claiming it is against the greatest creator and against the way of the greatest creator? The only reason is that the greatest creator revered and followed by Life Echanuan is fundamentally different from the one in the Old Testament of the Bible. The greatest creator we revere has 8 major characteristics: uniqueness, formlessness, neutrality, mystery, justice, mercy, supreme power, and absolute wisdom. The greatest creator of the Old Testament in the Bible does not possess these 8 characteristics. Let me provide a few examples to illustrate this. The greatest creator of the Old Testament in the Bible says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." This proves that this greatest creator is not singular but plural, as it says, "Let us," instead of "I will." It also shows that these greatest creators have a fixed shape. They resemble humans and possess human likeness and form. The greatest creator has no gender. The greatest creator is neither male nor female but neutral. However, the greatest creator in the Old Testament is depicted as male. The greatest creator is mysterious, meaning that the greatest creator has no specific form. The greatest creator's will is manifested through the operation of Tao and the myriad material and non-material forms and their changes. To understand the greatest creator, comprehend the greatest creator's will, and follow the way of the greatest creator, one can only gain this through enlightenment and revelation. The greatest creator does not communicate directly with anyone through voice, but rather through revelations to living beings. Yet, the greatest creator in the Old Testament frequently communicates directly with people through voice, which contradicts the fact that the greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator inflicted 10 plagues upon Egypt for the sake of the Israelites, which is unjust. Therefore, the greatest creator in the Old Testament does not possess the characteristic of justice. The greatest creator in the Old Testament killed all the firstborn in Egypt, both humans and animals, including the firstborn of poor maidservants grinding at the mill. This is neither just nor merciful, indicating that the greatest creator in the Old Testament lacks the characteristic of mercy. The fact that the Creator became angry and expelled Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden after they betrayed him proves that the greatest creator in the Old Testament is neither supremely powerful nor wise. However, he appears to retaliate readily and fiercely. According to the Old Testament, woman was created from man's rib, establishing the inequality of men and women and placing billions of women in a subordinate position, which is neither fair nor just nor merciful. 1. According to the Bible, at that time, there were only Adam, Eve, and their 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Out of jealousy, Cain killed his brother Abel and was subsequently exiled to the land of Nod, on the east of Eden, where he had a wife and bore a son named Enoch. This raises the question, where did Cain's wife come from? Could she have been another daughter of Adam and Eve, thereby implying incest? If so, that would mean inbreeding, which has its consequences. If Cain's wife was not his sister, then who was she? 2. According to the Bible, human history from creation to the Great Flood was 1,656 years. From the Great Flood to the Exodus was 857 years. From the Exodus to the establishment of Israel was 396 years. From the establishment of Israel to the Babylonian exile was 510 years. From the Babylonian captivity to the rebuilding of Jerusalem was 152 years. From the rebuilding of Jerusalem to the birth of Jesus was about 450 years. And from the birth of Jesus to today is 2008 years. According to the Bible, human history spans about 6,381 years. After the Great Flood, only 8 people survived, Noah and his wife, and their 3 sons and their wives. That is, 4,700 years ago, besides Noah's family, there were no other people on Earth. This raises several questions. Firstly, where did the Native Americans come from? Based on the continental drift theory, the separation of the American continent from other continents could not have occurred within 4,700 years. So, how did Noah's descendants travel from the Middle East to the Americas? Furthermore, Noah's family of 8 would not have immediately dispersed after the flood. Would Noah have sent one of his sons and daughters-in-law across the frigid Siberia and then risk crossing the Bering Strait to the Americas? Secondly, where did the Africans come from? From a genetic standpoint, black, yellow, and Caucasian races each have their own ancestors. A pair of pure Caucasians could not reproduce a black or Asian people. Even considering evolution, Israelites could not evolve into black or yellow people in 4,700 years. Moreover, according to Darwin's theory of evolution, the principle is survival of the fittest. Would the Israelites, who wrote the Bible, evolve into African black people? Despite how we console our black brothers, they do not surpass Israelites in intelligence. 3. It is said there are 2.1 billion Christians in the world today, making up nearly one-third of the global population. What are these 2.1 billion Christians doing? Why do we still live in such hardship? If 2.1 billion Christians were united, this world would have already become heaven. Why is there still such disorder, confusion, and suffering? Isn't it worth pondering? Without a doubt, the greatest creator in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the true greatest creator. So, who is the greatest creator in the Old Testament? The answer is given in the New Testament of the Bible, in the book of Matthew. Matthew 4 verse 8. Again, the devil took Jesus to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. All this I will give you, he said, if you will bow down and worship me. It turns out that everything in this world belongs to Satan. Everything was created and made by Satan. When we look back at Genesis in the Old Testament, doesn't it appear consistent? Doesn't it clearly tell us that the greatest creator in the Old Testament is Satan? So, who is the heavenly Father whom Jesus repeatedly taught us about? Without a doubt, Jesus' heavenly Father is the true greatest creator, the one with the 8 characteristics revealed in the greatest creator chapter of Life at Genuine. Jesus represents the true greatest creator in opposing the greatest creator of the Old Testament. This thoroughly explains why Jesus was antagonistic towards the Pharisees and the scribes, why he often spoke in parables without revealing the truth directly, why he subtly hinted that people should not marry or form families, why he was persecuted to death, why his disciples mostly died tragic deaths, and why Jesus is the truth, the life, the way, and the light. Understanding this, we understand fully that Jesus is the Savior of humanity. Then, how did Jesus, the Savior representing the true greatest creator, end up being persecuted to death? Could the greatest creator not protect him? This is another great secret, not to be revealed in this article. Now it should be clear why Life at Genuine is the final course for humanity and why Xiefeng, the founder of Life at Genuine, is the messenger of the greatest creator and the reincarnation of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni. Looking back at the beginning of this article, Christians attacked Xiefeng and Life at Genuine as being against the greatest creator and against the way of the greatest creator, just as the Pharisees attacked Jesus 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years have passed, and Satan's tactics remain unchanged. However, some things must change. What Jesus did not complete, Xiefeng will complete. This is the covenant between the greatest creator, Satan, and Xiefeng. People, please think rationally and respect the facts. Satan no longer binds you. It is you who bind yourselves. 坦白告诉你，你去不了天国. Frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. Xiefeng. If you never praise others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not have a vision of heaven, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you cannot entertain with everyone, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are always critical of others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are unwilling to give up yourself, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you cannot fit in harmoniously with others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you always think you are right, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you cannot even express yourself clearly, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If your mind is scattered and your thoughts are unclear, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not make those around you happy, joyful, free, and content, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are unwilling to clean the toilet, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not cherish nature, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you blaspheme or insult the greatest creator, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you have unresolved debts in the human world, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you have not stored up treasures in heaven, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you have consciously abused or harmed life, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you only love one person and not everyone, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you like to get angry and lose your temper, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not have the intention and actions to help others succeed, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you only care about your own possessions and ignore the life and death of the bigger picture, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not respect others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are inflexible, stick to conventions, and stubbornly cling to your own opinions, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you only know how to talk but not how to act, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not keep your promises and always disappoint others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not respect your ancestors and elders, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not show love and care for the young, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are always quarreling, fighting, and competing with your brothers and sisters, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are always attacking and refuting others, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you always see others' faults but cannot see your own shortcomings, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are never grateful and always feel wronged, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you are too naive, too calculating, or too cunning, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you love yourself more than you love the greatest creator, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If there is too much pain in your heart, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you do not put in your own effort and always expect a pie in the sky, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you have no faith in heaven, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. If you defame, curse, insult, or blaspheme either Christ Jesus or Buddha Sakyamuni, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. No matter how many scriptures you can recite, how long you have practiced and cultivated, what special abilities you possess, whether you are a Christian, a Buddhist, or a follower of any other master or saint, no matter how many principles you have written or spoken, or how much wealth, status, or reputation you have, if the structure of your own life is not perfect, frankly speaking, you cannot go to heaven. 我们为什么而活怎么活? Why do we live, and how should we live? Xiefeng. October 4th, 2008. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Why have we come to this world? Did we come here willingly and consciously? I doubt many would claim that all of this was planned or desired by themselves. So, what force is manipulating our destiny? Who arranged for us to come into this world? On the surface, it seems our parents brought us into this world. Regardless of our willingness, the man and woman we call our parents did not consult us, did not seek our consent, and forcibly brought us into this world. They placed us into the roles of children, siblings, and members of a nation and family, binding us to these roles for life, rarely finding a way to escape until we leave this world. It would have been better not to come into this world, where we spend our lives worrying about our own and our loved ones' daily needs and life's inevitable struggles. What have we truly achieved? Even if we become billionaires, international celebrities, emperors, or presidents, what value does it hold? Everything is fleeting, vanishing in an instant. What have we gained, and what have we lost? A dog finds joy in a bone, but to people, this joy seems pitiful. Similarly, humans find joy in possessing many things, but to celestial beings, this joy appears pitiful. Since we were born into this world involuntarily and without clear reason, we are compelled to follow its rules. We may desire one thing or another, but it doesn't always work out. Our range of self-control is very narrow. Try changing your skin color, appearance, family, or country, and you'll find it impossible. Can we choose our parents, our birthplace, or the era in which we live? Can we choose our siblings, friends, or relatives? Can we survive without eating and drinking, or walk naked on the street? Can we avoid illness, disasters, or troubles? Can we skip school, work, earning money, or striving? Can we even choose to be fully honest with ourselves? Whether we are willing or not, there are some things we must say and many things we must do. Life is a tragedy, but who created this tragedy? We did. On the surface, it appears our parents brought us into this world. On a deeper level, it's higher life forms than humans that need us to serve them, just as we raise sheep, pigs, and chickens to serve us. Ultimately, we are responsible for placing ourselves in this situation. The universe is holographic, with interconnected causes and effects. You reap what you sow, heaven's net is vast, yet it misses nothing. If someone is chasing you, it's not without reason. If someone rewards you, it's not without cause. If someone likes you, it's not without a reason. If someone harbors enmity towards you, there is certainly something behind it. The expulsion of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden did not happen without cause. There must have been mistakes. The rise and fall of tides, the blooming and withering of flowers, the gathering and dispersal of clouds, and the coming and going of people all have their reasons. Our encounters with joy, anger, sorrow, and various life changes may seem random and accidental, but they all have their causes, which can be traced back to their origins, and the origin lies within ourselves. Reality is the result of our past karma. Why do we still yearn for home even when we reach the ends of the earth? Why do we have many concerns even on sunny and calm days? Why is it difficult for people of Asian descent to be reborn in families of Caucasian or African descent? Why do we encounter so many setbacks and meet many people, whether we want to or not? These are all due to fate and the karma we have created in the past. Everything from the past shapes today. Everything from the past is set in stone, unavoidable and unchangeable. Blaming or resenting others is futile. We can only endure, accept, and go with the flow. If we are not handsome or beautiful, who can we blame? If we were not born into a wealthy family, who can we blame? If we have to toil from dawn to dusk every day, who can we blame? If we are slow-witted and make poor decisions, who can we blame? What is the point of resentment? Why do we live? We live to atone for the sins we have committed, to repay the debts we owe, to fulfill our desires, and to create a better future for ourselves. What is the purpose of living? For those who are not enlightened, life is just life. What else can it be? If I raise a pig and pin it in, that pig can only live within the pin. Can it refuse to live? Even if it escapes the pin, where can it go? Will its fate be better outside the pin? If I plant corn, the corn can only grow and bear fruit for me. Can the corn refuse to grow or bear fruit? If you are a monk, you have to toll the bell daily. Can you not ring it? If I hire a worker and give them a job, they can only do as I require. Can they refuse? Why think so much? Just live. Herding sheep is to make money. Making money is to get married. Getting married is to have children. Having children is to herd sheep. It's an endless cycle. What else can you do? Since the birth of Life Genuine, the final course for this generation of humanity, if people have been reluctant to read, listen, or be guided, then they will continue the cycle and reincarnate. What else can you do? Where else can you run? Can you escape the boundaries of heaven and earth? Can you escape the program of this world? Without Xiefeng's guidance, few can escape. However, for those who are enlightened, life is about pursuing happiness, joy, freedom, and fulfillment. It is about striving to escape the constraints of the inevitable kingdom and move toward the kingdom of freedom. How should we live? The Prophet Muhammad said it well. Without the power of authority, it is difficult to escape the boundaries of heaven and earth, to transcend the three realms and not be confined by the five elements. If we want to escape the constraints of this world and live according to our desires, to live freely, joyfully, and happily, there is only one path now. To live according to the values of Life Genuine. Xiefeng is the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Laozi. All those who believe in Christ Jesus, in the Buddha Sakyamuni, in the Prophet Muhammad, in the immortal Laozi, should quickly turn to Life Genuine and live according to its values. There is no other way to escape the boundaries of heaven and earth. Everything else is futile, like trying to catch water with a sieve, all in vain. What? Xiefeng is talking nonsense? Fine. Then live according to your own choices and see where it leads you. What? You don't want Xiefeng's guidance? Humph. I don't want to guide you either. Who do you think you are? How should we live? Revere the greatest creator, revere life, and revere nature, and follow the way of the greatest creator. Contribute more and repay the debts accumulated from your past lives as quickly as possible, freeing yourself from the gravitational pull of life in the human world, the animal and plant world, and hell. Escape from family, religion, political parties, and nations. Focus on truth, goodness, beauty, love, sincerity, and trust. Don't dwell too much on falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, treachery, and lies. Increase the frequency of your thinking, Strive to bring order to your consciousness, perfect the non-material structure of your life, and work to embed the scenes of the thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world into your consciousness. Create conditions to master the 8 major secrets of life as soon as possible. Praise more, criticize less, avoid meddling in others' affairs, and don't delve too much into mystical methods, mystical arts. Embrace the ordinary, be humble, humble, humble again. Strive to return to zero, let go, let go, let go again. Enter the 4th or 5th level of meditation as soon as possible and master the 64 divine powers and transformations.
早日复活，
Resurrect as soon as possible. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. The kingdom of the greatest creator is near. You must resurrect quickly. All resurrection is of the spirit, not the body. Those who have died have only lost their physical forms, not their spirits. In reality, they are still alive. The person or animal you see is them. Now is the time for a complete resurrection. If you do not resurrect now, you will have to wait another 1,000 years. How to resurrect? Board the Dharma boat created by Buddha and reach the formless shore. Then discard the boat. Completely format your old consciousness, reset it to zero, and instill the values of life genuine. Signs of resurrection. Neither marrying nor being given in marriage, but being like the angels in heaven. Considering those who follow the way of the greatest creator as family, rather than defining kinship by blood relations. Recognizing the world as one family. Transcending nations, political parties, religions, and family ties in consciousness, and identifying oneself as a citizen of Earth and the universe. Acknowledging Jesus as the president of the kingdom of the greatest creator. Not personally owning anything and being devoid of possessions. Serving one another and being self-reliant. Loving life, loving nature, and not participating in the abuse of life or the destruction of nature. Wholeheartedly dedicating oneself to serving the greatest creator. Signs of not yet resurrected. Continuing to marry and upholding marriage. Defining kinship by blood relations. Not believing in the greatest creator, but believing that nations, political parties, religions, or family can bring happiness. Recognizing people rather than Christ Jesus. Desiring to keep possessions and seek more. Wanting others to serve oneself and preferring idleness. Prioritizing personal interests over the care of life and nature. Focusing solely on oneself and matters tied to personal interests. Those who have resurrected will smoothly enter the kingdom of the greatest creator. The sooner the resurrection, the better. The faster, the better. But do not lose balance.
前往天国必须洗涤心灵的这些尘垢。
To enter the kingdom of heaven, you must cleanse these stains from your soul. Xiefeng, translation edited by Qinyu. September 27, 2009. I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the embodiment of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, the celestial Laozi, Prophet Muhammad, and the great Mao Zedong. I have come to the human world for 2 purposes: to establish the era of life genuine and to harvest the ripe crops, guiding everyone to the kingdom of the greatest creator. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. All who wish to enter the era of life genuine and the kingdom of heaven must heed my teachings and cleanse the stains from their souls as soon as possible. Otherwise, your beautiful aspirations will remain unfulfilled. The stains you need to cleanse from your soul include jealousy, anger, resentment, suspicion, cursing, comparison, blame, attack, strife, complaining, negativity, despair, selfishness, greed and possessiveness, arrogance, conceit, laziness, sloppiness, indifference, and lawlessness. The kingdom of heaven accepts only those with pure and beautiful souls. If any of these 20 stains are present in your soul, you will find it nearly impossible to enter the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of the greatest creator. Some people have beautiful souls, some have ugly souls. Some have high spirituality, some have low spirituality. These differences arise from the stains on the soul. The fewer the stains, the more beautiful, agile, and dynamic the soul becomes, and the higher the spirituality. The more stains, the uglier, more rigid, and more stubborn the soul becomes, and the lower the spirituality. Jealousy is a manifestation of an ugly soul. Anger is a sign of barbarism, ignorance, and lack of civilized upbringing. Resentment is like poisoning both yourself and others. Suspicion indicates narrow-mindedness and psychological distortion. Cursing is a mark of an evil soul. Comparison is a toxic mindset. Blame creates pain and misfortune, reflecting rigidity and stubbornness. Attack signifies a lack of humanity and an outbreak of beastly nature. Strife creates obstacles and troubles for oneself, a sign of an untamed animal. Complaining is like firing poisoned arrows at others. Negativity is like cutting both your own and others' arteries, causing everyone to bleed out. Despair symbolizes self-destruction and the rotting of the soul's environment. Selfishness is the source of all suffering, akin to digging one's own grave. Greed and possessiveness are like sending oneself to prison or hell, destroying one's bright future. Arrogance indicates a lack of depth, a cover for ignorance, and extreme narrow-mindedness. Conceit signals to the world that one is a fool. Laziness is akin to being a parasite on an animal. Sloppiness announces oneself as a pig that can think. Indifference signifies that one is near spiritual death, a living dead soul. Lawlessness marks a lack of understanding, barbarism, ignorance, extreme selfishness, and an incurable condition. Those who have ears should listen. Those who have eyes should see. Those who have hearts should contemplate. Who can enter the era of life genuine and the kingdom of the greatest creator. The thousand-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world depends entirely on oneself. The ball is at your feet. Where you choose to kick it is up to you. Remember, whether you can enter the era of life genuine or the kingdom of the greatest creator does not depend on your status, power, wealth, identity, wisdom, fame, knowledge, or even less on whether you possess mystical arts, sorcery, influence, or divine abilities. It depends solely on whether you possess a pure and beautiful soul. Please refer to the standards of a pure and beautiful soul.
人要活得高贵尊严。
Living with nobility and dignity. Xiefeng. November 5, 2010. Translation edited by Qin Yu. How can one live a life with nobility and dignity? I do not know, but I do know this. Gold is found only after sifting through sand and gravel, and clear water is obtained only after filtering out the impurities. I also know that the following kinds of people can never live a life of nobility and dignity. Liars can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Flatterers can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Heartless people can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Lazy people can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who are stubbornly attached to everything can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Selfish and greedy people can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Arrogant and rude people can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who gossip and stir up trouble can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who frequently lose their temper can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who curry favor and seek power can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Subservient people can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who constantly lecture others can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who rely on others for their livelihood can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who harm nature can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who frequently beg from others can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who fear hardship, effort, and death can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who are constantly envious and complaining about others can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who dislike group activities can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who enjoy arguing can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who lack compassion, sympathy, and love can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who like to criticize and condemn others can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who abuse and destroy life can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who mistreat their parents or abuse their children can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who always act secretly and sneakily can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who are extremely timid and indecisive can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who do not keep their word or lack integrity can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People with coarse language, vulgar behavior, and deceitful nature can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who slander gods, Buddhas, sages, or curse their ancestors can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who indulge in eating, drinking, gambling, visiting brothels, smoking, or engaging in deceit and theft can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who bully widowers, widows, orphans, childless individuals, the elderly, the sick, the disabled, and the poor can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who are slovenly, untidy, and unhygienic can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who constantly boast, talk grandly, yet accomplish nothing can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who are extremely poor in spiritual, soul, and material wealth can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who are incompetent themselves but meddle in others' affairs can never live a life with nobility and dignity. People who do not resist being wronged, exploited, oppressed, or abused can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Those who constantly complain, blame the heavens, the earth, society, or others, and use others as emotional dumping grounds can never live a life with nobility and dignity. Nobility and dignity are not determined by one's status, power, wealth, fame, or knowledge. They are qualities inherent in one's character.
生命禅院导游来人间要干什么？
What the Guide of Life Genuine aims to do in this world. November 16, 2010. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. First, let me clarify what I am not here to do. I am not an organizational leader or manager and have no affiliation with any organization. I am not a spiritual master in the context of practice or cultivation, nor am I a grand master, guru, or enlightened teacher. I am not here to oppose any specific country, political party, religion, ethnic group, individual, or family. I am not a savior of humanity. I am not here to rescue humankind. I am not here to cure diseases or to solve anyone's personal suffering. I am not here to establish a new religion. I am devoid of virtue, benevolence, righteousness, and propriety. I lack kindness, sympathy, compassion, and a fighting spirit. I am carefree and unrestrained, bound by no moral laws or doctrines. I act according to my nature and keep the main but change the others according to the situation. I am not a good person. I do not do what good people do. Now, let's see what I am here to do. I am here to preach the way of the greatest creator. I am here to harvest the ripe crops, seeking those who have descended from the heavenly realms and the true disciples of Jesus, Shakyamuni Buddha, Laozi, and Muhammad, and to guide them with a roadmap to the heavenly realms. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. I am here to unify all religions, beliefs, and schools of thought into a single belief system, and to align all dharma, laws, and regulations with the greatest creator's will, and to establish the Life-Genuine era for humanity. I am here to cultivate superhumans and superhuman groups for humanity. I am here to dismantle nations, political parties, religions, ethnicities, and family structures. I am here to play through life. I engage with what is enjoyable, and I disregard what is not. I come from the 1,000-year world, and my purpose on Earth is to fulfill my mission before ultimately moving on to the Celestial Islands continent. I am here to reach an agreement with Satan and to reveal the true identity of Satan. Therefore, if you want to confront the government, do not come to me. If you aspire to be a hero, achieve grand deeds, or save humanity to gain everlasting fame, do not come to me. If you need medical treatment or face poverty and hardship, do not come to me. If you are troubled by pain, negativity, or pessimism, do not come to me. If you lack independence and rely on others, do not come to me. If you need help, frequently cry, or often blame others, do not come to me. If you do not know how to have fun and play, do not come to me. If you wish to educate or guide me, do not come to me. Therefore, if you wish to follow the way of the greatest creator, come to me. If you wish to go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the celestial islands continent, come to me. If you seek a life of joy, happiness, freedom, and fulfillment, come to me. If you are positive, optimistic, and healthy, come to me. If you are carefree, unrestrained, and enjoy playing through life, come to me. If you can solve your own problems and have ample time and energy with no other obligations, come to me. If you want to fully express your true nature without restraint, come to me. If you can take responsibility for yourself, do not complain, resent, envy, hold grudges, regret, seek revenge, compare yourself to others, be lazy, greedy, extravagant, wasteful, or arrogant, and find it fun to walk with Xiefeng, then come to me.
给天下基督教徒和佛教徒的思考。
Reflections for all Christians and Buddhists. Xiefeng, March 14, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In the heavenly kingdom, there is no marriage or family. Therefore, anyone who is in a marriage or family, whether you are a Christian, a Buddhist, or of any other faith, will certainly not enter the heavenly kingdom in the next life. Those who live in the heavenly kingdom must be completely free of personal desires. Anyone who is in a marriage or family, regardless of who you are, inevitably harbors some level of personal desire. As long as you remain in a marriage or family, you will absolutely not enter the heavenly kingdom. Anyone who, during their life as a human, has not engaged in sexual activity or who dislikes sexual activity will definitely not enter the heavenly kingdom because such actions go against the Creator's intent. Anyone who possesses wealth or any external possessions, including people, should not expect to enter the heavenly kingdom. In the heavenly kingdom, residents have nothing, for possession leads to trouble and suffering. If you are in a marriage or family, please refrain from educating or guiding others on how to practice and enter the heavenly kingdom. Close your mouth, because you yourself cannot enter the heavenly kingdom and cannot meet the standards or follow the guidance you set for others. I can tell you all of this with absolute certainty because I am the messenger of the greatest creator, the embodiment of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. Without noble thoughts, humans are just animals. Xiefeng, March 19, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Animals primarily rely on instinct for survival, while humans primarily live through their thoughts. If a person does not have noble thoughts, there is no essential difference between that person and an animal. The difference is merely in physical form, much like the difference between a snake and a horse. Both are animals, but their forms differ. Let's compare some similarities between animals and humans. Animals, humans. Eat, drink, defecate, urinate, sleep, eat, drink, defecate, urinate, sleep. Have sex, show love, bark, chirp, whine, howl, roar, speak. Struggle for food and shelter, struggle for food and housing. Reproduce and care for their young, reproduce and raise children. Fight within groups for mates and territory, fight within groups for resources, territory, and attractiveness. Play and frolic, play and enjoy games. Have a sense of group belonging, have a sense of group belonging. Can walk, run, fly, can walk, run, and fly by airplane. Show affection, can sacrifice for others, show affection, can sacrifice for others. Males and females fall in love, males and females fall in love. Can think. Are selfish. Leave information through sense, leave information through language. Have strong jealousy, e.g., dogs have strong jealousy. After this comparison, we find that there is not much difference between humans and animals. Humans are essentially animals. However, hold on. Animals are just animals, and humans are just humans. Animals are a lower level of life compared to humans because humans have noble thoughts. What are the noble thoughts that distinguish humans from animals? Unconditional love? No. Animals also possess the quality of unconditional love. Self-sacrifice for others? No. Animals are even more inclined to sacrifice themselves for the whole. Loyalty to partners and duties? No. Animals are often more loyal to their partners and responsibilities than humans. So, what exactly are the noble thoughts that set humans apart from animals? The answer: the noble thoughts that distinguish humans from animals are understanding principles, having wisdom, possessing a spirit of selfless dedication, yearning for a beautiful future and a heavenly life, and striving unceasingly towards these ideals. In all other respects, humans are not essentially different from animals. The differences lie only in form. Therefore, if a person does not understand principles, lacks wisdom, has no spirit of selfless dedication, is uninterested in a beautiful future or heavenly life, and does not strive for these, then such a person is no different from an animal. They are merely an animal.